I've been very excited to do the Lamania thing today. I was pretty hyped. Jumped through quite a few hoops to like try to do some stuff. We had some real life issues happen. Um, for those of you who don't know, I've been battling a really nasty migraine since Thursday. I need to get it to the chiropractor, and I did this morning, but it was too messed up to be able to get what needed to be moved. So I had to make a second appointment and follow back up. I was going to do it tomorrow, but I was in so much pain that we ended up doing it today. So we had to wait for that. But the servers weren't ready anyway, so it wasn't a big deal. When the servers did come up, since then I have been working on this, trying to update. So this is the Lamania. So I've been doing this for about 3 hours, 3.5 hours. Sometimes I let it go, sometimes I stop and restart it, etc. SSG wanted our unfiltered opinion, I think is what they said. Hang on. Let me just look at the email. Because I don't think this is necessarily as much their fault as some other stuff. Thank you for the interest on Monday. The preview will focus on this stuff, blah, blah, blah. We want to share content with us. Email coverage. Character copy does the thing. No, I guess they didn't say anything about my unbridled opinion. So maybe they do want my unbridled opinion. I don't know. But anyway, so basically what I have been doing is playing Let This Thing Run. So this is like more watching Tobril stream, honestly, to be really fair. But as a streamer, I really pissed me off not being able to put out the content that I was looking forward to putting out today. Not as much at any particular source, just at myself, not being able to give you guys the content that I wanted to give you guys. So I don't know. In the event that where it's time to restart and try again, yell at me and we'll give it a shot. But for now, we're kind of eavesdropping over on Tobril and trying to do some co-streamy type stuff. So let's get back in there. He's in the Discord. He's nice enough to be streaming to Discord as well as his own stream, so I can see what's going on and monitor the situation.
Oh man, this tier is weird. Plus the dodge and max dex with all armor. Interesting. 25% electric absorption. And then strength of stone, max hit points, smidgen of PRR, acid absorption. So this is okay. Nothing is screaming out to me. Monks are awesome so far. This is all kind of...
I can scream it at you if you'd like.
Oh, you could.
Okay, so for those who are interested, I do have my stream up and running. I did a little soft open while Tobril was going over the last few things, so I'm a little bit behind on what's happening. But I don't know. We'll see if anything ever updates. Basically.
Yeah.
You guys can see what I see.
Nothing. Alright. Clarity of Law. We're in tier 4, so this is very expensive. This is for most people out of the range of a splash unless you put a lot of points in. 15% fort bypass, 15% law absorption. Sorry, 15 for bypass fort, 15 law absorption. Let's see. Saving throws, plus saves versus enchantments. Good absorb. Probably not going to get taken a whole lot unless the meta changes. Alright, upgrade your stance. Alright. Okay, so here's upgrades to our abilities. So Orchard Blossom now tries to stun people. Okay, well, we gotta go back to this now. Where was it? So as a reminder, we have a 15-second cooldown. Oh, maybe less cooldown. Let's spend some points and check out the multi-selector options here a little bit more. Okay, yeah, 15-second cooldown. And then this upgrade for the cleave now does a stun.
Okay.
20 plus highest score plus stunning bonuses. So this is dire charge. Stun lasts 2 seconds.
Does it? It doesn't jump though. It's just a stun.
Stun, yeah. So the stun is attached to the cleave.
Okay. So instead of the leap, you get a cleave. Or a chase,
Yeah.
you get a cleave. Okay.
Let's see. Key projection. This is the thing where you kung fu people with your force fists. Its upgrade is oh my god. There's so many words here.
It does look like
Key projection now deals bonus elemental damage that matches the lock stance you're in. Alright. So elemental power deals d6. Okay. Scaling of melee or ranged higher. Okay. And leaves a debuff. Fire. 2% armor class, stacking to 5 times, debuff. Duration 30 seconds, all stacks drop on expiration. Water is 3 LR times 5, same deal. Air is dazes enemies, no save, broken by subsequent damage. Earth is PRR reduction. Okay, so this is. And what's the cooldown on this ability? The strike? A minute. So every minute you get a little bit of a debuff. For 16 seconds if you're Scald the Farm Feast. That's not. No. I mean, maybe if you just raid and you don't ever have to CC things, maybe that's what you take. So maybe that's fine. Okay. And then the Orchard Blossom is the explosion, is the melee. Its upgrade is what? Its upgrade is try to stun things. Last 2 seconds plus 0.5 second per mock form beats you have max 4 seconds. Interesting. Okay, so what's the cooldown on the cleave? Is a 50-second cooldown. Orchard Blossom is a 50. I think you take Orchard Blossom. Oh, are they in opposite order or a different? Orchard Blossom. Oh my god. They're in opposite order. They don't keep the same order. Okay. Alright, so the middle was the same. Alright, so let's refigure out the order. Drifting Lotus is the cleave. Drifting Lotus. Foot or killing. Alright. Drifting Lotus has the longer stun. And it's the cleave. The ranged maneuver costs key. Do they both cost key? They both cost key. They both they do not both cost key. Kamehameha grants key. And gives key. I'm still, my brain is still hurting because one, they're not in line vertically, and two, they reverse them, which feels so bad. Okay, so I think you still take the range attack. You want to send cooldown, unless it's like a crazy animation issue, or unless the double strike is going to help you out. Like, double strike may be the reason you take the cleave. But you probably take the, so basically monks get ranged, dire charge. In a line. So that seems pretty good. Probably take that. Let's see. So back to less confusing abilities.
No, never. The most confusing abilities, please.
If so, here's where the epic strike is, or the strike is, and then off to the side is the upgrades. Why are they not over each other?
With the line or something?
Yeah, like something that makes a slight bit of sense. Like, it's like you started writing your name. Remember when people wrote checks like 80 years ago?
Oh yeah, you mean like how you guys were talking about sending checks to each other?
Okay, well everybody here is a boomer. If you're watching a DDO stream, you're probably about 70 years old. So when you write a check to pay your Sears card, because you probably still have one of those, if you start writing your name and then it's just like stopped and finished writing your name in the margin randomly and vertically instead of horizontally.
Is there even a Sears anymore?
I don't know.
Is that the joke?
Oh, DDL count is Gen X. Thank you very much. So I have to explain. In internet terms, if you're over 30, you're a boomer.
Oh,
so,
okay. I'm sorry. Never mind. Carry on then. Apparently, secretly very old now.
You're super old.
I feel like I'm not as old.
Yeah, on internet, on Twitch, over 30 is boomer. Like, life is over. Just
really. So I should be like proud of that then. I should be tagging boomer in there, right?
You should
like
probably
Gilf
check
even?
yourself into the nursing home, where they just have like a bunch of like 64s. Set up a Smash. So you can just play Smash all day.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh, interesting.
So that's what you should do. Alright. More tier 4.
Excuse me, I'm 33, not 70. Alright, very well. You may also be 70 and 33 at the same time. Alright, tell me.
Seeker and Chaos Absorption.
I actually always like Seeker.
Way up in the tree, Snake Attack. This is what we take. An Evil Absorption.
This seems really good.
The sneaks will be more damage.
Oh yeah, by a lot. Well, but you also have that to hit to kind of pay it off, right?
These are... Do we not have epic moments everywhere in the same spot?
Again, why would
we moment is not always in the upper right corner. Why?
Because why would we use something consistent like that? That's ridiculous.
Why would
Nobody has ever read any books about UI design, that's why.
Oh
Not one person.
Oh man, dude. Oh. What?
You want to have another UI design really quick comment? Click over some sort of spell or spell-like ability or something for me really quick. Something that you could use like your meta magics on. Yeah, so then click on it to activate and like set the meta magics on.
Oh yeah, they're not always in the same order either.
Well, not just that, but why is there not a turn all on, turn all off? Like an all, like an all on and all off?
I mean, especially when you were Sorc and you have every meta, that'd be nice.
Right, because you don't need everything, right? But sometimes on the individual buttons you want them all, and sometimes that's quick enough to like to get things going. So like again, it's just more UI stuff that didn't get thought through.
Yeah. The metal Willen was all kind of minor bonuses and absorptions of different types for the most part. and then the middle is increased helpless damage. The tier 3 of the top right hand. Oh. Well, since it's not the epic moment, I guess we'll look at it first.
Okay.
Double strike, double shot, strike through, offhand hit chance. Rank 3. When dual wielding with quarterstaffs, when dual wielding including hand straps, or using a quarterstaff, Warpable knocked on enemies for 2 seconds, knocked enemies helpless. That's really good.
I'm in, right? Like.
That's really good. That's great. Let's like, you pick that, no questions asked.
Have we had any other literature or terminology that I may have missed in all of my various attempting to get the stream going about quarterstaffs being considered two-handed at any point? Or is this the only time so far?
They've always been two-handed.
Or not two-handed, two-weapon?
They're not two-weapon, I just tried to confuse you with gigantic nunchucks.
Okay. Right? Isn't that what that says? Offhand attacks, including using a quarterstaff?
Including hand wraps. Or using a quarterstaff.
Oh, we're using a quarterstaff. Okay. Alright.
Yeah. I got real excited about gigantic ass nunchucks too for a second.
Well, I'm just saying, like,
I'm gonna put 4 quarterstaffs. I'm gonna make 4 staff of shadows, tie them together, and dual wield those nunchucks.
Like a big chain, right? It's like, wow.
Dude, it's gonna be like the gigantic weed whackers. It's gonna be like those machines that knock apples off of the trees.
So, like, I realized that
knock heads off of monsters.
I realize you probably haven't taken the time to like load up my screen yet. But what I have done is taken your the Discord screen and like blew it up as big as I possibly could. So like I'm trying to read what you're mousing over. So like
good luck with that.
Yeah, so like when you read something incorrectly, I'm like, okay.
So is your stream the most elaborate game of mousetrap ever?
Basically.
We'll look at Dread next, Titan.
So I'm asked what class we're at. What are we? So we're looking at Grandmaster Flowers.
We're Grandmaster. Yeah.
But Tobril is currently on, I think, a Ranger, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And again,
I just want to look at some stuff for my own greedy purposes, and then we're looking at other stuff. Also, by the way, I've spent with just these like little filler points. So that's what, 4 or 5 points. This is how many points a absolutely maxed out character has.
That's a good thing to keep a note of.
So you'll have some tier 5s, a little bit of tier 4, another, or some combination of like 3s, or this is what you got. Okay, more Grandmaster, elusive target. You gain elusive target. If you have it already, instead it has double the chance to proc. Is this the thing like the quarterstaff thing? What is elusive target?
Isn't that the thing that says if you were to die, you have like a 5% chance to not die? And it should be in your feats, in your untaken, unavailable, or whatever. It'll be in there. You should be able to search for it even as a feat.
Oh, okay. Alright, elusive target is an epic destiny feat that I take sometimes.
Yeah.
With the 5% chance to ignore whatever.
Yeah. Right?
Right.
But it's when you're going to die, right? Or is it just any attack
That's
randomly?
just whenever.
Okay. That's the other one then.
Yeah. 5% to just ignore whatever, yeah.
That one's good.
That one works.
So you pick that one up, and you...
Yeah, spells and physical. So if you have it, it's doubled. And then this also gives 3 dodge and one dodge cap.
That seems really
Why
good.
Why is it not 3 dodge cap? Why is it not 3 dodge and 3 dodge cap? Why doesn't that line up?
I guess raising the dodge cap is more valuable than the dodge, right? So they consider that more...
You're tier 5, man.
More
like,
valuable.
just raise the dodge cap.
I don't disagree with you.
Raise it to match the amount you get.
I'm just telling you that's why. That's the logic behind it, I think.
Alright.
I disagree. I
Okay.
agree with you that they're the same value, but I think that's why.
Here's our crit multiplier, which is the same across the board, pretty much.
Yeah.
Okay, here's our MRR cap in tier 5. So a tier 5, 15 MRR cap.
Do monks have problems? Like, you mean getting more MMR, right?
Cap.
But we get more also, right? We're not just getting a cap, we're also getting more.
This just says cap, which is what they need, because getting MRR is not that hard.
Oh, okay. On a monk.
Y'all are just afraid of dying, even though death is a feature of the game. Yeah, for the enemies.
Well, I guess my question is, if you're a monk, though, right? How easy is it to get MMR? It can't be that easy to get.
Very easy.
Is it?
Very easy.
Okay.
The problem is the cap. Like, you cap out easy. The
Because
problem
it's
is
low
with your
because you
50
can't have an
MRR,
armor, right?
You get toasted.
It's low because you can't have an armor, right?
Yeah, but it's still easy to cap out by the time, because there's MRR in the tree, there's MRR in like Destinies, there's MRR all over gear, like there's plenty of MRR, but you cap it out so fast even after the stats push.
Yeah, so my question, I guess, is like, so does this need to raise, is this enough then, I guess? Because to me it looks like it's
It'll help.
5, 10, 15. So that's going to
It'll
take you from
help.
what, 50 to 75?
It'll help.
Okay.
And then you have to do specific gear to get it a little bit higher, and then maybe you'll insta-die to spells.
Okay.
So, maybe playable? Alright, epic moment. Alright, scattering of petals. You and nearby allies are covered by petals for 20 seconds.
Yes.
Granting you the effect of Petal Storm, debuffing your enemies of disorienting petals. The storm moves with you and enemies and allies. Okay, the storm moves with you and enemies and allies that enter or leave its effects will gain or lose its bunch of benefits. Someone needs to copyright this stuff because it's bad. The storm moves with you, period.
Yeah, I don't even think
Alright.
it really should go there anyway, but
You get a thing, and it moves around with you.
correct.
Alright, the buff. You have full base attack bonus, deal 10% more weapon damage, gain 10 PR in armor class.
Yay!
It's pretty good. And a lot of base, that's a lot of goodies. The debuff. Enemies with this debuff become vulnerable to sneak attacks and lose 100% fortification.
Is that
This is on
just for
5
this
and it
attack,
counts,
or is
cool
it? Is it for everybody? Is it just for the thing? Like, is this a debuff god move now?
Wherever you are, all these things happen, according to the tooltips.
Okay. So, like, if you slam this on a boss,
You slam it on you, and you have to go hug the boss.
enemies
According
with this
to the
debuff
tooltips.
become vulnerable to sneak attacks.
And lose 100% for it.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Is this debuff? Okay.
Centered on you. If you walk from one guy to the other, it says that enemies and allies that enter or leave, so you have to be like hugging them. If you leave, they go back to normal.
Sure. I'm assuming this is just like Warlock Aura reskin for petals. Right. So anything in your Warlock Aura
Yeah.
or any of your friends are going to make this stuff happen. So basically, I'm just wondering, does this debuff making enemies vulnerable?
That's great.
Right. It's really good. It's really strong. But I've seen some of these kind of debuffs that only apply to you and not everybody, and some of these debuffs that apply to everybody in the party equally. And that's what I'm trying to determine.
Yeah, this hits the boss or the monster.
So that one, okay, so you would think this does in fact hit everybody then?
It says debuff, enemies with this debuff, so it should impact all of us, yes.
Okay, sweet.
According to the tooltips, again, there's everything. Who knows if any of this actually works or not? It's DDO.
Yeah, I have no idea. Again, I'm just from the way I'm reading it, I agree. I think like, man, this is about to be like the king, because making bosses sneak attack available is like, that's a big debuff.
So here's the other deal. 6 levels of Thief has this with 100% uptime, 100% easy uptime,
Okay.
and those builds are common.
Okay.
in different lanes.
That's
whether
still
it's
fine
assassin
then.
or
That's
whatever.
good. I'm just like
So
that's a
this
big
is
debuff, in my
yeah.
opinion. That's all.
The big part of this debuff is the 10% weapon damage.
Yeah. That too.
Now this 5-minute cooldown for an epic moment, that's not great.
That seems pretty normal though. The ones
For
that are
what
not
it
like
does
attacky.
though,
Well, it's 5 minutes for a 5-minute effect.
for 20 seconds.
Is it?
5-minute cooldown, 20-second duration.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I thought it was much longer than that.
Oh, if you just like walk around with this like all the time, hell yeah.
That's what I thought. I thought you were like you just had to pay attacks like hitting the
LFM,
toggle
big
button
bonk.
every time.
Yeah, this is. I mean, this is a lot of burst. But think about this: Crusade does basically the same thing, except like I think it's all damage. I forget. Maybe it's all damage, and it has like a 67% uptime. So this is a bad Crusade, a really bad Crusade, and a debuff that is covered by a lot of other classes and destinies.
Yeah, that's fair.
So far this is a big whiff. Now their other stuff is pretty good. Yeah, so this needs to be changed slightly. But other stuff is looking really good. Alright. Let's see, we want to get Dread next. Let's look at Dread. Okay, Dread. 10 melee power, 6 range power for the cores. Most of them have been 10 and 8, so this is kind of interesting. Also get some hit points and they're immune to fear. The next one is attack and damage. The next one is PRR. So
those are all good. I feel like Fear is good.
Of course they're good.
Fear immunity is good. PRR is good. Like those are all solid.
Of course they're good. Alright, so let's rock and roll through here. Alright. Activating an action boost, gains 3E bonus to all ability scores. I think this should be like 246, since it's part of a destiny. Or it should be like where auto mounts aren't a thing. Because it's like D&D, like people will try to even their stats out.
I say most people will try to even them out unless they're pre-programmed to use an odd boost. So
right, which that's the campaign, yes.
Well, the problem is that I remember I did my wizard life for Funzy wizard life a while back. I had to do a thing like that to get maximum DCs, just because of the way everything worked out. I could have saved a point and been down a DC, but if I did a little bit of work, I was able to get one more DC by doing that. So
yeah, those abilities always feel.
It feels so bad.
Yeah,
it feels real bad.
It's pretty feel bad. All right, tactics DCs. All right, I think this is lower than before. I think it was 246 before. Now it's 123.
It was 246.
Let's look at that last. They also they're not always putting the big move in the same column either, which I don't understand why they're not doing that. Like the big move should be in the middle or at the edge or something. But
It should always be in the same spot. I want to go on a rant about how I think they should do some
The mantle should be in the same spot too. The mantle's in a different spot in every fucking class.
Right. Well, they should be color coded. They should be in the same spot. Something. But I feel like they could do some interesting pathing things to up the power, but having prereqs to them. Does that feel dumb? Or maybe things that if you have these things they add together to give you something interesting. Some of these things
they are doing that.
Well,
but
I know
they're not aligning them into the thing. That makes obvious sense. Every other skill tree in the history of ever, Diablo 2 from when was Diablo 2? 80 years ago?
I don't know. Sometime next week, I think. Right?
Oh, that's true. You know how that works?
That's what we're doing all next week, by the way.
You know how they do skill trees there? They're in a line. And the same thing is in a line together. It's not like a corkscrew or a DNA thing where they're all curvy and stuff. they're in a line.
I feel like 90% of the time that's fine, but I think sometimes if you have something that like that has an offshoot, but like maybe add back to the other thing. I don't know. I feel like you could play with this a little bit more and play like some of the abilities are just really on the fence for me. Of like they're not good enough to mess with. Why even have them? But if they powered up the thing next to them a little bit more, I'd be more inclined to take them. Like some of them just
Man,
don't make a cut anywhere.
I'm gonna go to my kitchen real quick,
Yeah.
and I'm gonna take like all the plates and put them in like one cabinet, and I'm gonna put all like but like some of the plates, and I'll put the rest of the plates in like another part of the cabinet, like the other side.
Okay. Okay.
I'm gonna put all the forks in one drawer, all the knives in another drawer.
I'm not sure
And
where
they'll
we're
be on
going with
opposite
this.
sides of
I'm
the
not sure where
house.
we're going. I'm not sure we're going with this analogy yet, but
I am the
I'm
DDO
picturing.
interior designer. I'm
Oh,
gonna put
that's.
all my lights for the house outside my house.
I
and
will
just open the windows and shine the lights through the windows at night.
I'm not sure if it's quite that bad, but it would be nice if there was some consistency here. Something like some minor things. Put it in the same spot on the page, or color code it, or something, so it stands out. I would rather them be in the same place on the page and color coded, but that's just me.
I mean, feels like it's not hard, dude. But whatever, man.
Well,
It'd be
anything
easier for them too.
you would think, right?
Like parallel arrays, man. I
don't know if that's a thing.
parallel arrays.
I don't know
Okay,
if that's
yeah.
a thing they're going to listen to.
Other tier ones. Other tier ones.
Okay, back
plus
to just to get us all back on the same page. We are in Legendary Dreadnought.
Dread.
Okay,
Dread.
thank you.
Plus 30 hit points.
That sounds good.
For 3 points at the tier 1.
Seems
That
good.
seems fine.
Yeah,
That's,
I'm in.
people might splash for that. I don't know. The mantle. Remember, the mantle is the thing that kind of levels up as you go along.
Okay, so what's it start with? Anything good?
Every 3 seconds, nearby enemies gain a stack of terror. Terror is the dread thing.
Okay.
Terror. Which does not necessarily mean fear immune monsters are immune to this. I hope. Otherwise it's pointless. Terror. -1 melee ranged power, -3 spell power, -1 AC. Stacks 15 times.
Point of order.
Yes.
This is terrible.
This is good for bosses. This is not good for questing.
Oh, it's so yeah, exactly. I would. Yes.
This is good for a boss, and hopefully there'll be things to make it good for questing. But for like a debuffer or for like anybody who just happens to be in this
Like,
is excellent.
it'll be great
For a
for
boss.
like my character probably this like work in
Your character
probably.
would take this.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
probably no question.
However, but for any other time except for a debuffer, this seems terrible.
Yeah, unless we'll have to see what else we get with this.
It could
There might be
improve.
some other good things.
It could by far improve.
Yeah, but this is I like it. Okay, so our fancy attack. Everybody has like a fancy attack, and we have a ranged or melee attack. Look at a little stair. Oh, he's kicking him down the stairs. Okay, dire charge. Rush forward at a target foe. This is basically dire charge. It's tier 1. Oh wait, sundered. Oh, it's sundered. Oh, and then eventually it'll be stunned. Okay. So okay. And then is the range version the same? Arrow at a target foe. Target is sundered. 12-second cooldown. What's the duration on this? That doesn't say. Okay, so I'm assuming there's an upgrade for stun, but we start with sundered.
Lana.
Okay, so we know
Lana.
what's coming. Then there's gonna be a ranged one. So we'll see where that's at.
Danger zone.
All right, tier 2. 1, 2, 3 action boosts. I think that's the same. Boosts are good. I don't think anyone can argue with boosts. Uh, Power attack. They changed this ever so slightly. Instead of weapon dice, it's 1, 2, 3 damage, just straight. I would have to pull out the spreadsheet to see which is better. Probably changes with the weapon.
Hey everybody,
Not a big deal.
thanks for the raid. Apologies, the wife just left, so I was trying to catch Tobril when he was in the middle of a sentence, but I don't know if I managed to pull it off. But thanks for the raid, I really appreciate it. Wolf, welcome to the stream as well. Newton's, welcome to the stream, buddy. Appreciate it.
Hi, everybody.
Alright, so I missed like the last minute and a half. Can I get the quick summary? Just the last like minute, the last ability, I think.
Dire charge starts unlock at 1 and it's a sunder. And it's
Okay.
range or melee.
Okay, and it's based off of Sunder DCs, or it's based off of the highest or
Yeah.
whatever you got?
Sunder stuff. And my presumption is that later on we'll upgrade this to stun.
Okay.
Okay.
I
we're
wish
here.
those kind of things just always took the highest of your, like,
Ability.
DC
combat
type
ability?
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, like your DC thing.
They probably save themselves a little time by just doing highest ability. Because your highest ability is either going to be your con or your main combat ability. Probably. So they just saved themselves a whole ton of time. They just did that. Who cares if some drunk wizard can dire charge?
Right.
No one cares. Not an issue. Just simplify everything. It'll be fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. If I'm on my melee wizard and I want to dire charge, let me.
And if you have the DCs, like the Thunder DCs, if you somehow manage to work that in, great. Amazing. Go you. You figured it out. You broke the game. Good job.
Well, that
Alright,
wouldn't even
still
be that
tier
breaking,
2.
would it?
Hmm?
That wouldn't even be
What?
that backbone breaking.
Oh, but you didn't have to break their spell DCs, their save DCs, or their spell resist. Oh, who cares? Muscle wizard.
Yeah,
Put
I'm
it
just
in the
saying,
base.
like, even if it does all that stuff, like, that doesn't do anything.
Yeah. You locked yourself out of a more castery destiny, so what's
Yeah.
the big deal?
Exactly.
And plus they have DCs and all the destinies, like they're intending you to do, that makes your like hybrid, your Gish wizard.
Yeah,
wizard
which is, I think,
fighter
something they're
thing
trying to enable.
Yeah, which is fine. That's great.
It's good.
That's classic D&D.
Yeah.
Because everyone in the stream again is 78 years old.
Right.
And
Even
it has
even Gandalf, right? He had a sword.
Yeah, I have to. Oh gosh! Oh, I'm so old. Oh,
Please
so
don't
old.
make that noise. You are scaring me with how old you are right now.
So other things we had at this tier was 10% healing amp.
Okay.
I didn't read carefully enough to see if it's all the amps. It might be. I will find that in a second. I'm getting something out real quick to show just how old I am.
Zip. Oh.
Oh, I mean not that. Like you won't be able to see that.
Like, ooh, not on camera.
Oh man, I'm gonna join Amrath or someone on a Twitch ban probably. Is she banned from Twitch right now? Probably.
I don't think so, but
Maybe she's not.
I don't know. Like, she doesn't.
She makes too much money.
I don't follow Amrath, so.
I just follow streaming news in general now, apparently. Thanks YouTube.
I mean,
Well, maybe I don't have this. Maybe I lost this somewhere along the way.
what's that?
No, I was gonna pull out my first edition of the red packet. I can't find it.
I thought. No, you might have kept yours. I think mine's here somewhere.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure.
My
I
red
thought I
box.
played it.
No,
Not
I
quite that
played
old.
it. I did play first, but I didn't play that one. That's the one Linda gave me. Who did play hers? Oh,
Like I looked at it, but I never actually played first edition because I'm not as old as everybody else here.
Right, yes. Right. Mr. Internet Boomer, right? You are like
Yeah.
actually the oldest person here, probably. I know, we'll see. Alright, Dread Not. So far it's good. I think it's fine. I think it's got good splash potential. So far it seems fine to main.
I took a deviation to go take a bio and get a drink.
That's fine. Like it seems pretty. Like hit points seems good. A little bit of DC stuff seems good.
Yeah,
But-
I think like a Dread Fury Shadow is gonna be like the thing. Okay, so let's keep looking. So
Yeah.
well, okay, so remember our mantle.
Vaguely.
So that's the thing that gave the debuff.
Right.
So in our mantle, which again we're supposed to only pick one to run at a time, I'm told.
It's probably
We'll
like
try
like a greater stance type thing, but for these things.
Yeah. Your weapons gain +1 weapon while any action boost is active. And I'm presuming we're going to get that boost reducer somewhere in here too. So
And this is like a. How did this one trigger off? This is just an AOE all the time around you, right?
the
This mantle.
mantle thing. Yeah.
Okay.
Nearby enemies. I don't know how nearby is.
Sure. Again, in my brain, I think I was picturing something around the size of like the Warlock aura.
Yeah, a circle or something. Yeah, probably. Okay. So this is upgrading our mantle. This is a good upgrade. All right.
It'd be
Honor
again
or
be really good
backstep?
if it applied to everybody in the party. Like the debuff applies to everybody in the party. It'd be nice if the buff also applied.
All right. So we have choices here. All right. Let's reset Shadow so we can spend points in this thing and see the step ups. Okay, some of these ones that are like much more new. I wonder if this is going to cost like 80 million gold to reset. Let's look at that real quick. Accept. Reset. Looks like regular action trees. So this is probably going to be expensive AF, so you'll probably never reset these ever.
I don't know. I reset mine all the time. Now.
When you're leveling up, yeah. But like when you're at cap, you don't use that stuff. It's too much of a pain in the ass. You need like remember what the fuck you talk. And you can't load that because that's hard. Alright. Let's spend some points on stuff.
We're actually going to try something.
Try something. Alright. So we have a multi-selector here. 2, 4, 6, attack while flanking. If you have the tactician feat, double this bonus. Alright. So that's a lot of accuracy. And our other option was what? 1, 2, 3, just attack. If you have tactician, double this bonus.
I'm actually kind of okay with that. It's
Well, you
really
probably take
good.
the other one.
It's really good if you have the tactician feat. I feel like there's a lot of times, and maybe it's just me lately with after the stat squish or whatever, but like I feel the to hit on Java, for example, like he could use a little bit of help sometimes.
Alright, so that's kind of an interesting deal. And there's another one of those that's trying to make all the feats good, which I think is kind of okay if they would give us a feat at every level at 20 plus.
I think they're doing something like that.
If they did that and then gave us like, okay, now you can take all these garbage feats, like that would be okay. Otherwise, my thought would be to remove all those garbage feats, just take them all out, and then reduce the amount of like testing and code and things, that options and whatnot, that don't do anything. Like make them do something or not. Okay, so here we're in the middle now. Double strike, double shot. It's good. It's just good. Action boost tactics. Oh, this is new. So you click your action boost and you gain a boost of tactics for 20 seconds. Interesting.
That could be really, really strong.
The tactics boost?
Yeah, that could be really good.
That could help people that are soft on their DCs. Or to help you if there's like a really sturdy guy.
Also, it's
I
a
don't
thing
think
that
you'd always be running it, but it's interesting.
well, it also really aids to that hybrid caster guy. Like, often when you're playing those kind of caster hybrid people, you end up like a little bit behind. And those are the kind of things that you rely on to be able to do things.
Alright. In the middle we have Seeker. This looks about the same.
Awesome.
CEO.
I'm sorry. Also, real fast, to go back. Nathan, I saw you resub. Thank you for that, my friend. I appreciate it. 9 months. I really do appreciate it. Alright, sorry. Go ahead, bro.
Alright. Okay, so if your Destiny mantle is up, you gain 15 PR, and kind of mixed on this. You do a slight bleed. Okay, not bleed. I have to not use other game terms. You hurt nearby enemies doing a D6 bane per stack of terror they have.
Okay, so this can be good.
The PR is good. The other thing is, just like all the Warlock ores and junk that gets dagger on you when you don't want it, that part's bad. But the aspect of doing this extra damage, I mean, it doesn't have any, like, I don't see where it says any scaling, so it might be negligible.
Oh, that's true, if it doesn't scale.
If it scales, it's good. If it doesn't, then I'll just not have it.
Because
like,
the mantle just does things, right? So
the mantle's like a stance. It's like
yeah.
a life
But I
stance
just mean, so I'm trying to like read all these words here. So it sounds like you get the PRR,
yeah,
and you harm enemies, dealing
Yeah.
something per ticks of terror.
D6
Every
D6
per stack.
per
right?
stack of terror, which is up to 15.
For every 3 seconds. Is that right?
Every 3 seconds they get a stack.
So like, imagine you run into a group, right? Like for questing. You run in, there's like 6 guys, you kill 2, the first tick goes off. Right?
In 45 seconds, they would be stacked up.
Correct. You kill the next 2, the last guy that's still there takes 2 ticks of a d6.
I mean, like, when you're early questing, like, this is either not going to tick or tick once, like at most.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, once, maybe twice.
Yeah. Questing, this is garbage. Bosses
Seem really good, though, right? Like, in a boss,
the damage will be
good.
manageable unless it stacks or scales.
Well, so, like, 20d6? Like, that's a significant amount of... I mean, I understand what you're saying with the scaling issue.
Not a lot of scales, not bosses, no. So that's basically, unless they had scaling, it does not exist.
I guess when you're talking about monsters having, like, a million plus hit points, right?
Yeah,
doing
really
like 200,
doing
like 200 extra points of damage is not going to be that big of a deal.
Yeah, like I hit him for 76 damage. Okay, well, 4 million hit points later. Good luck with that.
Hey man, it all adds up at the end. Like as axillary damage. What's the word I'm looking for? Pickup damage.
Ancillary.
Yeah, ancillary. I don't know, it seems so-so. It does need to have some scaling, right? For sure.
Yeah, you know what's better? When any action boost is active, you have displacement.
I like that a lot, actually.
That's not bad.
Because you can do, like, a pretty interesting action build. And it seems like this is lining up for that.
I'm waiting for one of these in this row. One of these two, because you can see me pointing at my finger. It's going to be you can always be under boost. Alright. Kick them while they're down. 15% damage to helpless opponents. Okay.
Seems good.
That is a mantle upgrade.
Again, see now, this, I like the idea that, remember I was talking before how you could like have some sideways movement to upgrade things?
Yeah, and you don't have to take this. Like if you just raid and you never have helpless damage, like you don't have to take this.
Exactly. So I like how this is kind of working in. Are they in a line? Are they like vertical to each other? Is there some way to like show that they modify without necessarily being forced into prerequisites?
This one is in a line.
Okay, good. That's what I was wondering. Like, so UI wise, that at least kind of makes a little bit more sense.
Yeah, not all of them are in a line. Some of them crisscross.
Okay.
Zigzag.
So I guess the point I'm trying to make in the event that anybody's actually watching this that cares, being in the line made some sense, and we would appreciate it if more stuff were in lines.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Like,
All right, carry on.
all right.
People are gonna think I know what I'm doing with like smooth throwbacks like that.
Oh, this is good. I think. Well, hold on. Your weapon attacks against creatures that are afraid, shaken, or have 5+ stacks of terror, and 1 stack of vulnerability. So this is very good. This means you no longer necessarily have to use the straw dagger
Or one of the
or
other
a
like
vulnerability
7.
weapon. So this is quite good. Well, hold on.
They've definitely made a good job of making us the debuff
5+
tree.
stacks, 3 times, so 15 seconds. You probably still want to use the dagger, but after 15 seconds, it starts to kick in.
Yeah, you could swap after.
So this
I don't
make
think
your
you'd-
swapping life easier, maybe. This is good. This is good for your debuffer.
Yeah, I think this is gonna be solid. I think this whole tree is shaped from the really turned from the attacker into the debuff tree. It may turn into a situation where your debuffers don't even need that anymore because your random melee DPS starts carrying it.
Yeah, you kind of want some overlap anyhow.
Also true.
These dudes want everyone back in Dreadnought and Shirati, so they have 2. I don't know, man. Like, I think you're gonna be rocking Shadow as your secondary, and like Dread and Fury. Like Fury looked really good. Mako looked good.
I don't know. I think William might be in the right spot.
Now, if you're ranged, I think you're gonna be straight up Shirati. Yeah, but you might. Maybe we can get him to fix it a little bit. If anything, if we just get him to line the fuckers up, that would be enough for me for a certain extent. Alright, so here is copy paste gone wrong. Remember our dire charge?
Sure.
Now we upgraded to tripped versus sundered. Trip DC is 20 plus modifier plus stun. So something is off here. Maybe it is supposed to be stun. I don't know. What's the bottom one?
Maybe the
Is this
whole
also
thing's
stun?
supposed to be stun instead of true.
Oh, okay. So all right. So they're not drunk. They're not drunk for a change. Not drunk for a change.
Here.
Alright, when you activate any action boost, you gain 10% action boost to attack speed for 10 seconds. That's pretty dope. That would be some spreadsheet time. I'm not sure if I can do that off the... Yeah, that's gonna require some spreadsheet work to see if this is
All right.
uber amazing.
Tell me one more time. The wife came in with dinner, so
When you activate any action boost, you gain 10% action boost bonus to attack speed for 10 seconds. So
along
for, like,
with your
This helps cover the cost of spending like your action boost to boost your tactics or your damage. I am not sure how like the damage action boosts, like the racial ones. I'm not sure how that works out with this. It will help for like activating like your other boosts, like your. So if you're in like an area where you're on like sprint boost, then you get some attack. I think this is pretty good. But you're gonna want probably more prioritize using this for like with your off boosts to make them more valuable, like prowess and their normal function. I think this is pretty good. Now, if you're on a boss, I had to get the spreadsheet up to know if this is better than just getting speed boost. All right.
it's got to be
It's
close.
It's time. I'm gonna mouse over the upper right. What do you bet is gonna be the epic moment? What do you think?
Okay, so hang on. You're gonna mouse up there, and you want to Is it going to?
I want to put my mouse on this guy. Is it the epic moment?
I don't know which mouse you're looking at. I'm looking at your Discord and I can't see your mouse moving.
Okay, so this big box that says Legendary Dreadnought,
Yes.
the upper right,
Okay. So the
is
first
that
one.
going to be the epic
Is the
moment?
first one the epic moment or the last one the epic moment? Is that what you're basically asking?
Or the middle one, or the upside down one?
I think
It's not the epic moment.
column
It is the epic
2.
moment. Never mind.
Column
We got
2. Column 2, row 5.
lost. We do it last. Okay.
Is that
Oh, this is interesting. Okay, so we have our like polarizer, but for every type, and we pick one.
Okay, that's cool.
Do we have another critical thing? Because if we don't, it's actually worse. What's this? Legendary Rally. We have a multi-selector.
Okay. Multi-sectors are
cleave.
good.
That's auto crit cleave with a big multiplier. Can be used on crowd control, cleave. Okay. Alright, so we do a bunch of damage, 30-second cooldown, cleave, and get ourselves unstunned.
You know what? F those, man. They don't work. Like, I take the force one sometimes. They don't work. The only thing that works is your amulet. Your amulet's the only thing that works consistently. I could be wrong, and the other stuff might work somehow, but it has not worked consistently for me.
Okay. Oh, the other one is for bows. Okay. At your hard targeted foe, it fires an arrow. So hopefully these work if you don't have something hard targeted. Alright, so that's this used to exist before, now they made it more complicated. They probably didn't need to make it more complicated, they just kept the old one. Here's our stun. Here we go. Here's the dire charge stun component back. Right there, lay waste. That's it. Alright, what are you? While in your Destiny Mantle, hitting enemies with your weapons has a chance to regenerate an action boost. Okay.
I'm in.
That's cool.
It's better now.
Yeah. Where was the... Did we lose the always be able to boost thing? Is that just gone?
Yes. We haven't had a thing for a long time.
It's just gone. That's unfortunate. That was awesome. So we lost that. That sucks.
So, I've been asked, and I'm sorry if it was a long time ago, but I'm struggling to try to keep all the chats running and get everything going. But they were asked, what's our early thoughts on the Epic Destiny system now?
I mean, it is what it is, man. Like,
I mean, this is what's coming, right? We either
It
get
is
on board or
happening.
switch games.
yeah, like, that's what it is. Some things are good, some things are bad. Like, it's just, it goes on.
It's the watershed moment. You're either going to stay on the game or you're not.
Yeah.
I think that's the reason why they're spending this extra time and energy to get at that press with the gaming community, with the streaming community.
Yeah. this is
Because
like,
we're the people that keep their game hype going for their own players.
Action hero. Our epic moment. 5-minute cooldown. Big booty bonus to attack. A lot of melee range power. Big attack speed. Big double strike. This should allow you to overcap your double strike if you're gonna do it with this. So what the problem is that today and now, you can get to a very high double strike even after the stat squish. If a bard is present, you can for sure hit your 100%. And with the destiny changes, I think some you can also do 100% or very close to it. So this, and especially in the yeah, so that needs to change to go over your cap to make this worthwhile, and then this will be good. I mean, it's still okay, but HP. Okay, double strike and double shot. So, I mean, this is pretty good. Oh my god. Oh, all ring. Okay, we all get this. Okay, so, and then we move real fast. We have AC. Dodge.
Okay. Now, I hate to be the one to remind you to do this, but let's use your words.
We have a bunch of stuff. We have a bunch of bonuses.
Alright, so basically we're getting a clicky that's an action boost that has a whole bunch of powers. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, every 5 minutes for 20 seconds. Gain attack. Gain 2 hit. 8 2 hit. Do you need the values? Because,
No, it's fine. Just like, again, summaries.
melee range power.
Uh-huh.
Attack speed. Double strike, double shot.
So it looks, and I'm just going to glance at it, but it looks like basically all of the melee and ranged perks, right?
Yeah. Movement
Dodge,
speed.
Sunder, movement speed, DC,
AC,
skills.
QR. It's like every boost put into one.
The mega boost.
Yeah, bonus to dodge. So it's like a micro meld.
And I assume that this is going to use all the all the class or whatever, because you know how there's always like your race boost in your channel and your race.
Yeah, I don't know.
And your class and sometimes you'll have one from your epic, but it'll still use your class channel or whatever.
Yeah, I don't know.
So it'll probably put them all on timer. But this is a big one, like.
That's a big boy. I think his cooldown could be lowered.
I mean, it is just a catch-all, right? So, on the flip side, somebody like...
Every 5 minutes you crush something.
Sure. But, I mean, somebody like a fighter who's just splashing like one level of rogue or something for traps might get a little bit more value out of this as opposed to like just using an attack boost or something or double strike boost or something. Because of the whole, like, this slight opportunity that you're going to get +6 to skills or whatever the number is, some percentage of the time. I do agree that the cooldown might be too long.
Yeah.
It might need to be like a 2
minutes,
minute.
I think 90 seconds. But yeah, the cooldown's too long for some of these.
That does feel like the thing that's happened.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I feel like a lot of these are too long.
Yeah. That number's probably also something that they're like throwing out there for us to, you should make it better, and then they'll be like, oh, we give up.
Do you think the numbers need that much adjust? What, they were like 6s and 3s and stuff. Like, they were good numbers, but they weren't. I don't remember exact. It's hard to tell.
This is like you go to a dealership and they expect to sell the car for $10,000, but they charge $15,000.
No.
They're expecting to go down. They're expecting this to get argued out.
I feel like people need to be out there arguing about the cooldowns in particular.
Alright. So that was, have we looked at all the melee stuff yet? Oh, we have not looked at Crusader. I think Crusader's the last melee thing that we haven't looked at. So let's check out Crusader. Cores are 10 melee, 8 range, 15 hit points. That's similar to some of the others. Here you go. Confront any foe. Because we picked a random ability we hated and removed it. And now weapons are immune to durability damage plus 3 saves.
I might be really in.
Like, name this something else. Like, don't take our awesome power and just remove it completely and then leave the name as something to remind us that you removed our awesome thing. Call this, you're slightly better at life, and then move on.
I think it's a cool power.
Our next one? Our next one is a little bit of armor class and amp. Alright, that's fine.
Medium.
Well, remember, it's also the 10 melee power, 8 ranged power, 15 hit points.
Sure. It's still medium.
So, pretty good. Alright. Oh, Consecration is the Epic Strike? What? So the Crusader Aura thing is like their fancy strike. Alright, so cooldown 20 seconds. because you're gonna spend all your points on this. Ground you're standing on is consecrated. When standing on consecrated ground, you and your allies are healed. So this is the heal part of consecration. That's interesting because this is a tier 1 thing, so people could twist this in easy.
Well, they always could.
No,
was
this
never-
is expensive as fuck
No.
to twist in, dude. You
No.
had to twist in a 2 and 3 for this.
Yeah. But
Now
it's
you just pay for this one?
well, it's a much improved, but it's still just a 2 and a 3.
That's very expensive.
I feel like a 2 and a 3 has never been particularly expensive.
That is very expensive for when you're also wanting to fit in meld and
It's-
any kind of combat ability.
It does get really tough when you're trying to put in meld and something else.
Very expensive.
However, I will throw out there the meld is garbage now.
Oh yeah, meld's gone.
So
This is very interesting. We'll have to see how this will probably upgrade to be very good. We'll see. But even as so I'm also thinking from different perspectives. As like a new player or a more casual player, someone in your static could take this to heal the group.
Mhm.
Without too much difficulty.
you know what I like about it?
It starts with a C.
It does. That is a
It ends
fact.
with an N.
Also true. No, like that they have this epic strike as the thing. So it's not a spell. It's not a so many times a day. You know what I mean? It's just one of those things.
It's just a thing, yeah.
Yeah, it's like its
Oh,
own
it has
special.
spell cost.
Right.
It's a spell cost.
So it's got its own special thing, but it does has stuff. So maybe we can get some stuff that applies
Yeah,
to it
it's
in that way.
The thing right above it will improve it. Oh wait, nope. Nope.
Sometimes
Nope.
it's catty corner this time, I think.
It'll be.
Anyway, but you get my point though. Because it's
Yeah,
now.
it's a keyword.
Yeah, now exactly. Now that it's got a good keyword, it
It's a better
feels
keyword.
better. Yeah.
Alright. Thunder DCs. This is actually better than it looks on the surface.
Especially if you're going to end up using Thunder DCs in the other tree.
Yeah, because this is actually nice for the arty stuff because it's all thunder. It's nice for the obvious paladin with the retribution to just delete things. So this is actually nice. I don't think everybody will take this, but if you're newer, maybe you take that.
Well, again, it also depends on whether it applies to the Dreadnought stuff, Dread Adversary stuff.
Their stuff was done, unfortunately.
Did it go back to all of it to stun? Okay.
It's all stun. Yeah, it's all stun.
Okay, that's fine too.
Okay. Attack roll damage. That's a solid entry level.
Take it.
Shield bashes. I mean,
Sometimes it's fine.
all right. Divine smite.
Okay.
You gain smite evil and +1 use to smite. Furthermore, smite evil attacks. This is something like grammatical. Okay. Smite evil attacks to grant you. Let's change that to will grant you, just for purposes of being able to read a sentence. Grant you and nearby allies a d6 positive healing per character level when they hit an enemy. This may apply once every 30 seconds. What the fuck does this do?
How is this a smite? Alright, go back to your... Okay, where is this? Is this the first ability in the tree?
This is tier 1. You gain smite evil, and +1 uses a smite evil.
Okay, so now we have a smite evil.
Yep.
Okay.
Enhances smite evil by adding 5 effective paladin levels to its damage calculation.
Okay.
So if you don't have smite, you do. If you have
It's a
smite,
level
you
5
get
paladin. Yep. Okay.
Furthermore, smite evil attacks to grant you, because nobody read this sentence, you and nearby allies a d6 positive healing per character level when they hit. Does this mean you heal everybody when you hit with the smite?
I think so.
May apply once every. Either means that, or when they are near you.
So
What
something
the
that
fuck?
I've seen somewhere, and I don't know
Let me
where.
put this in Google Translate and
But
see
they-
what it says.
Is DDO the one where they a thing happens and it triggers and everyone gets a short-term buff? and then that triggers off, and then something happens. Like, I feel like I've seen something like this with a healing effect in epic levels.
Oh yeah, that was in so maybe that's it.
Right?
And
That's
was
what
in
it feels
Crusade.
like to me. It's the
It's
same
when
thing.
things die from
Yeah, it's that thing, right?
But this is different. It's when they hit an enemy versus like this is all over the place.
Right. So like, what's going, or it's kind of like the monk debuff, like the healing curse. So a monster hits a thing that you hit, then they're gonna get healed when they hit it. It feels like that to me. The same kind of thing.
They only translated it from Klingon and wrote it forward to begin with.
Look, I'm doing my best.
So are they. It's not very good.
Also, Talab, welcome back to the world of the Wake. Do I even have any viewers? Are people watching this very sad stream over here? Some people are.
Dude, I got like 3 viewers.
Well, I'm watching over here too, so.
I have like a dozen viewers or so. Also, thank you everybody for watching.
Yeah, hit the follow button on Tobril's thing. Also, it's September, and Tobril is now affiliate.
I'm an affiliate.
Yeah, so show Tobril a little love, or instead make him jealous.
If you're Prime, I can afford to go get Halloween candy when it goes on sale.
You're gonna say you can't afford anything. However, if you don't want to help Tobril out, you can make him insanely jealous by going over to my channel, which is also live.
You can watch us both.
You could.
I'm pointing. This is the cue.
Oh, and
multi-twitch.
Something. multitwitch.tv/SamusGrovo/Tobril may or may not work because Tobril's got some settings.
Maybe.
It tried and it worked a little bit and then it quit.
Thank you for the sub, DDO account.
Oh,
with
so
Prime
jealous.
Gaming?
I am so jealous right now. I can't even explain.
That must be Amazon Prime. Man, I'm gonna get maybe
that is your Amazon Prime, yes.
Maybe instead of after Halloween, maybe I'll get the Christmas candy instead. And you know why? Because the Christmas Reese's. The Christmas Reese's, like the peanut butter cup, is built to a much higher specification than the regular peanut butter cup.
You think so?
I know so.
You know what I don't eat anymore?
What?
Reese's.
Oh, those are good too.
I have not had any.
We'll have to do a candy tier list later after we do things that people actually care about.
I think people would probably want to do the tier list actually for candy.
Oh man, okay. So what's the Venn diagram? Okay. What's the Venn diagram of people that play DDO and are also old and fat and eat candy?
I feel like that's near 100%. Not everybody, maybe not everyone's old and fat. Maybe and or fat.
I feel the overlap is pretty high.
I feel like there's some.
Okay. Let's move on. We're in tier 2. We had to get some saves, which your paladin or whatever probably needs tons of saves. Here's one that's 15 hit points and 75% fort. So actually, this is something that your tank's probably going to squeak into.
Well, I think everybody's going to squeak this in if they can.
Nah, not that. Nah.
You don't think so?
Nah, you can get enough fort with gear.
You think? I don't know, man. I got like 200 some fort or whatever. On Java, I feel like I was taking it to kidneys all the time.
Yeah, people aren't gonna twist in, and you lock yourself out of a whole tree for this.
So I don't know exactly how the twisting works yet.
There's no twisting. It's just the trees. This is it.
Yeah, you just have the 3 trees and you can use your points, right? Okay, trees. So what's your or your trees, whatever. You get to say your 3 columns.
There's no twists.
Sure.
That's gone.
They said that they were gonna have some sort of twist.
Well, I don't see them. They're gone.
Am I wrong? They said that. They said that in their interviews.
They said a lot of things. They said they loved us, and then here we are.
That's true. I don't know. I think this is good. I think hit points plus 4 is good.
No one's taking this just for this. They're taking this because they're taking consecration.
Sure. I mean, definitely a plus in the right direction.
But then they're not taking it just on a regular character.
Sure. It's not your first thing. You're not
What's
like,
the middle?
oh yeah, that's what I need. Some more of that.
A minuscule amount of PR and RR and a tier 3 the shield spell.
That's good.
Or immunity as per the shield spell.
That's good.
So maybe.
Now is that everybody in the circle, or does it just happen to have that?
No, that's just you. Just you.
Okay.
You have magic missile immunity.
So they just use that icon because they're bastards.
Yes.
Okay. As long as we're on the same page.
Shield immunity is on a lot of things. It's on the paladin already. I mean, a fighter maybe would squeak into this. So there's some usage for that.
I feel like a lot of people need to take more advantage of it.
Here's the mantle at tier 2. It's at a different tier. And clear the over to the left. Put it in the same spot. Put it in the middle, or like pick a spot. Oh my god. So here's our mantle.
Do you think the powers have adjusted enough to make it worth being up or down in the tier? Think about that question as we go on.
It's
like so far they've all felt very similar to me.
alright, weapons and shields have your alignment for DR.
Okay.
Your base attack is equal to your character level. This one is really good.
Because that seems fine.
This one is really good. All extra good for tanks, extra good for any kind of like I'm thinking like the weird tanks, like the favorite soul.
Yeah,
tank.
anybody who does not have full base attack bonus, and
yeah, because that also boosts your PRR.
Yeah, boost your PR, but also I ran into a situation where I was lawful good, and I didn't have a lawful weapon or a good weapon or something to kill a monster. So I had to beat it down the long way.
Okay. Gain more smites and they regenerate faster. This is, I think, pretty much the same as the other one. The old one.
Oh, DDO already crashed again. Sorry.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, it crashed before I even got a chance to see that it was running.
Alright, tier 3. True Seeing, immune to blindness. Alright.
I hate that one.
Really?
Yeah, I hate it. I hate wherever they put it. It always feels like a terrible power to me. Like they always want it to cost.
Soft.
It costs 2.
Yep.
Okay, it's True Seeing and immune to blindness. I just thought it was immune to blindness. I was like, I hate immune to blindness. Every time I turn around, there's immune to blindness, and it's like, why? It's so bad.
Yeah.
But also, True Seeing is fine.
It's okay. It's not amazing. It's okay. Okay, so mantle upgrade. Actually, above the mantle, what are we doing? Wow. Almost like there's a plan. Alright. Your mantle now gives your favorite weapons +3 to their enhancement bonus. And they are considered... Oh, favorite weapons are now implements. That's really good. And gain a +1 weapon. This is really good. This is really good. Your favorite weapon gets a deadly.
That's all.
Okay.
This is all good.
That's really good.
Yeah, that's
What's
all
this
good.
little thing?
I apparently cannot be heard on your Discord, Tobril.
Really?
That's what I'm being told.
We still can't hear
I mean,
your
I should be at
Discord.
I should be at the same level as usual.
There, now try saying something.
Now try saying something.
Alright, chat, what do we got?
Now am I acceptable on Tobril's level? People actually have to go and like pair up both the streams to understand what's going on.
No, hold on. They said so, okay, so desktop audio 1, wireless game, desktop audio 2. Wireless chat. Alright, try it again.
Try it again. Greetings and salutations. Welcome to our chat.
You want me to go in like 2 hours like that?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, Beef made a comment, but I was on my headset, and no one has said anything since I've been back to regular Discord. You can go back to muting that guy. Ta-da!
Okay, how about the level? Was the level good?
9 says yes.
The volume good?
And salutations.
Okay, well, it really doesn't matter because he didn't say anything useful anyhow, so... The volume is not good. The volume is too loud or too soft?
No, it seems okay. I
Okay.
think.
Alright, so we have a choice of favorite weapons.
Oh, its lab does say maybe I'm very loud.
Alright, well, we'll scooch you down a little bit. Alright. A whole pile of things can become your favorite weapon.
I'm in for that. I always like these. The question is, correct me if I'm wrong, how many people are going to want to be in this Destiny that don't already have their favorite weapon from their tree already? Like the heroic trees.
A tank that's not a PDK. That wants to use a bastard sword. Possibly some others. There's some like edge cases. This is not necessarily something you'll always take, but maybe if your race has locked you out of something, or maybe like if you're this will enable options later. Or
I don't know. I just feel
enable other options.
I feel like 90% of the time this is going to be taken care of already, and this is like
probably.
filled like a bone thrown in to like fill out the tree.
Yeah,
That's
this
already
is
not
like-
needed.
This will help some people in some situations, and it's necessary. So you won't always necessarily take that. But it's there, so it's nice. Or that you pick up an extra favorite weapon. Are you trying to put banned words to the chat? Oh, Malls, yeah, Sylvanas, yeah. People trying to put banned words to the chat. I don't know about that. Crusade! Oh, hey, you know where Consecration is? Right here on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The upgrade? Oh, it's 1, 2, 3, 4! Because straight lines are hard. Oh,
I mean,
alright.
straight line. Also, again, icons. So, like, remember how I was
yeah.
like confused before about the previous one? Because I thought the icon like kind of looked similar,
Like this icon, yeah, like this looks like it.
right?
It's not connected at all.
Right? See what I'm saying?
Okay, remember our concentration or heal?
Yeah, kinda.
Okay, now it's doing damage. Oh, okay, so here's the rest of it. So now it's doing a little bit of fire and light damage, and people standing in it gain a damage.
Because say this is usually the tier where it's the big buff part.
So your debuffer should be able to afford this.
Probably. As
So
Jolly
this
gets
is
redone, I'll
very
have to look
good.
at it. Yeah, it does seem very good.
This is very good. And maybe tanks just take this? And the tanks do this part?
Yeah, if you're in Divine
Maybe?
Crusader, maybe.
Maybe not. Regardless, this is good. It's just straight up good.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah. It's good for questing.
If it was in a line,
It's good for not being in line.
yeah, if it was in a line,
That's
and
the
they-
only thing that'd be better.
and
is
the
if-
other icon that modified this didn't have a
Didn't
similar
look like
thing,
that?
yeah, it would.
And if I had a big bag of candy, like
Oh, from all the subs for September.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. How dare you strike me? All right. So what happens if we okay? Being struck by offensive magic has a chance to regenerate its mighty evil. Rank 3. When you are struck and you're below 50%, you automatically consecrate the ground. This may trigger once every 2 minutes.
I every once in a while automatically concentrate too. When a monster hits me hard.
If it wasn't for the fact that consecration has already high uptime, this would be really good. Unfortunately, I don't think anyone's going to ever take this. Unless the Smite Evils do some
I'm gonna
more stuff
say
later
the
on.
Smite Evil might be good enough.
Yeah. Maybe tanks will take this. We'll see. Alright. Moving up to 4.
I mean, if
Gain
that's a
improves on
bonus,
defeats.
if that's a bonus concentration though, it could be
It
really
can help
cool.
fill in a gap once every 2 minutes.
Yeah, like if it goes off every once in a while, and you're like, all right, well that gives it a little bit more time. I can
I
space
guess,
it.
man, like, duration 15 seconds, cooldown 20 seconds, like, it's not that big a deal.
Is it only that long? It used to be forever. Did I miss the duration on it? Show it to me one more time. Tell me I'm just...
Consecration has always had a pretty high uptime.
Okay. I feel like it had a much longer cooldown to uptime ratio than that. But only 5 seconds? That feels like way quicker to me.
When you're done with this, can you go over Draconic again? Sure.
Alright, carry on.
Alright, so now we're moving up to tier 4. Gain improves Thunder.
Whee! Maybe or
it's
maybe not
okay.
good.
Yeah, this is actually not the worst.
I mean,
It is good. It's a debuff.
well,
Like,
the
it
arty
helps
tree...
people hit. It can help you hit if you're the tank. Like, it's not the worst thing in the universe.
Yeah, it's fine. It's just like... Whatever.
Alright. Oh, hey, look at this. This is more consecration that's not in a line. It's in a line with the other consecration, but not in line with the first consecration.
And doesn't have a similar icon as the concentration icon.
It has
stuff?
a vastly different icon.
Huh.
It has this Godzilla icon.
Wow.
Oh, God.
Holy guacamole, Batman.
Okay. When Diablo 2 comes out, or before, I'm going to take a screenshot of the trees and post them in the forum for this. And I'm going to draw a little, like, paint diagram showing, like, the lines and the fact that they, like, are aligned with each other.
I think that some sort of feedback along that line to show them this problem would be amazing.
Oh, man. I'm going to draw, like, the lines on this, and it's going to look like those Family Circus cartoons. Remember, okay, so everyone in here is old. Remember newspapers?
No.
And the Family Circus, and they
What's
did, like, the little kid would go on an adventure to get from point A to point B 2 feet away. That's what these are. Alright.
Some sort of
When you
elaborate
activate consecration.
song. Okay.
Nearby enemies make a fortitude save or become coward for 4 seconds. Coward makes an enemy helpless. Oh!
This makes that other thing way better now, by the way.
This is dire charge for consecration.
Yeah.
This is really cool. Tanks have a lot more things to do now.
Well, now go back to that fire off the concentration or whatever on a certain % chance to hit also.
It does
how did
help that.
Right? Like if that turns into a stun now, right?
Yeah, this makes this a stun. This is pretty good. Crusader's looking good.
Oh yeah, it looks real nice.
Crusader's good for like maybe one person in your group, even like in your Reaper group, one person's in Crusader. And they get like the healing thing to help out, and they also get the stun.
Well, it even seems I think it would be fine like for a melee, like it would be okay if an off melee was running in this.
Yeah, this is
like a little bit
this
of
is
healing, a little bit of debuff, a little bit of extra stunning.
not bad Destiny at all.
Yeah, no, it
Yeah,
seems
what
fine.
is
Some
it
hit
in this?
points. Like I could see someone just like as an off melee running up the first life, like a low lifetime or something.
Sentient creatures, undead, apparitions, outsiders. So that's a pretty. So that's a dire charge that works on. Not as. Sentient. No, this just straight up works on more things. Because it works on undead. Is there an aberration that cannot be dire charged?
I don't.
That cannot be stunned?
I'm not as familiar with all the dire charge things.
Like, you can stun most aberrations, right?
I feel like most aberrations are stunnable.
Heck yeah. Maybe
Like
like
a-
one or two here and
I
there.
can't even think of. I can't think of any that comes up immune on a stun.
Yeah. But you add undead to the list, and it's pretty good. Right, undead can't be stunned, but they can with this.
Yeah, this stun's undead.
So this is better. This is really good. This is crazy good. And this is like no question you take this, I think. Unless you maybe, even the tank probably still takes this. If you're gonna quest, if you're just gonna raid, maybe not. Even if you do raid, there's times for this, like Like Vision. This could be good.
Yeah, I think it's strong. I just think it's straight up strong. I think that's one of the things that changes this from like just a tank thing into a viable for more people thing.
Yeah, I think a DPS could be also definitely. And that was kind of the place of Crusader always was like.
Yeah, it kind of could be this. It could kind of be that.
DPS could run with this.
Well, and oftentimes in the hardcore server, you would run in this just to like get that little extra hit points or survivability anyhow. So this just makes more sense.
Would, you have to look at your overall comp. Like this could be a good thing for like the bards also, melee bards.
I'm sorry. We just went from 0 to 600 files downloaded.
That's pretty good.
That is real good for us.
Yeah, you might get it sometime.
I may get it before everybody else can get in just regularly.
Double shot, double strike. What can you say?
Yeah, it's good. I like double strike, double strike.
They're different tiers. Sometimes it's a 3, sometimes it's a 4. I kind of like to see it at the same tier every time.
I like it the same tier, like it consistent across the board.
Yeah. Okay, here's more mantle stuff.
Okay.
Way over here.
And this, our mantle stuff is still for our concentration, or is this or is this a different mantle thing?
Where was our mantle?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking. Is this our first mantle?
Oh, no. Oh, it's in a line for once. Our mantle gave us alignment damage and base attack bonus.
Oh, that's right. I remember that now. Okay.
And now we get 10 PRR. We get this thing from before. I don't remember if it was called the same thing. It might have been. But we get the petrification immunity, the acid cold electricity absorption.
Okay, yeah.
This
so
is all pretty much the same.
The angel thing, right? The heavenly presence.
The angel thing,
Yeah. Okay.
That's solid. Maybe you take this, maybe you don't. Like, but it's definitely solid. And so the nice thing about the mantle things not being connected by absolutely required lines is that you don't necessarily have to take all of them. So like maybe you skip this one because you're already immune to petrification and you don't care about the other stuff versus something else.
Yeah, that seems tough though. Like, that's a lot of good stuff.
It is good. It is pretty good. Okay, what do we got? This is Seeker, and if you have Power Critical, okay, so now Power Critical gives you more Seeker.
Okay.
So you have a reason to take that feat, maybe. Again, those extra feats, that we really need to feat every level at 20 plus to make this kind of idea work.
Okay, hang on. To get like Samius to Lamania, do I have to do a transfer before I go into Lamania?
You have to log in.
Okay, log into Lamania.
And then hit the transfer button.
Okay.
You don't hit play, you hit transfer.
Okay, so still at that screen though?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I had it running for like a second, but then I think I backed out of it.
Oh, well,
so let me. Well, it should be fine now. Yeah, it went fine now. Now just once you can get those files to download, it's fine. The problem is that it sometimes doesn't want to download those files.
Okay. Here we go. Here it is. Okay, tier 5. So we're all in at this point. Just like enhancement trees, you can only have one tier 5. One line of tier 5. Smite evil attacks apply the crusade buff to your entire party for 4 seconds. So now, like on the move, cover the gap. Now our smite evils matter. You gain +1 AC, +1 PRR for every 2 religious lore feats you have. So it's pretty good. Bring down Wrath. Your shield is a favored weapon. It may double strike as if it were an offhand weapon. The Vanguard people may finally finally be viable. Because this is the offhand has to work as a regular offhand weapon. And with this, yes, your Vanguard is finally viable. Clip that if you need to. Vanguard!
Chat, does
It wants to
anybody
be good, and now it can't be.
Chat, does anybody see Samus as an option? I see JavaBot, and I see like Samus 1, but I don't see Samus.
Got me. Yep, so everybody wants to make Vanguards. Here you go. This is how you do it, right there. If it works how it says it works. Law of the Divine. It cannot transfer. Oh, yeah, you can't be a guild leader? Oh, that sucks.
Oh, you can't be a guild leader and transfer. Okay, well I
Just
can
transfer
use.
someone else over or something.
Yeah, I can just move Java. That's fine. It's just
All
not
right.
quite the same. And then Java is a one-time thing. Like it's a copy, not a replace.
Copy,
Right?
yeah. And it doesn't, you can't like redo it, but it just kind of sucks.
Yeah, because it says it would like a bunch of points. Okay, copy to Lamania. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, this is fun. Enhances the embodiment of law feat. That's a feat. To deal a d6 law damage per epic level, scaling with melee ranged power, and apply stack of vulnerability and armor destruction on critical hits. That's pretty good. This is not bad. I mean, yeah, you're already stacking vulnerability and destruction from other sources, but this can help stack it faster because it's all in one bucket. And the little extra damage. This is pretty good. Blessed Blades, okay, crit multiplier, blah blah blah, like everyone gets that. Oh, the upper right, the epic moment. Maybe not epic? Is this not epic? Oh, alright. Conjure a blessed mount and travel forwards for 4 seconds while retaining the ability to steer your character, becoming immune to all forms of CC for the duration and 20 seconds after that. So 24 seconds. Enemies you run over while on the mount are subject to both a cower effect and a divine sun. The cower was like that crazy stun thing. And divine sundering with no save for either component. The cower lasts for 4 seconds. What's divine? Oh, divine sundering. A big debuff. Last 12 seconds. What's the cooldown on this? Probably 5 minutes. Rebuff of the WoW Paladin mount? Dude, Divine Steed is great. Like their movement skill, their fast movement skill, like kicks butt. This is pretty good. No cooldown used forever? That's what it says, dude. This probably has like a forever cooldown. Depending on what the cooldown is, this is pretty good. Like, it's like no save. Like, this is a 5-minute cooldown, I bet you. Almost guaranteed. That's cool. Okay, so this is a pretty interesting tree. It might not be like your go-to DPS tree, but like one person in the group running this, or your tank running this with a different configuration. Great tree. It's okay to have situational stuff. That's fine. Did they do this one? They didn't do that one. Okay. So I really would like to look at Sentinel since we're kind of thinking about tanks. But let's look at that and then go look at the caster stuff. I know we said we'd look at Draconic first, but let's look at Sentinel first since that's close to what we just talked about. All right, what do we got here? Melee power only, hit points, spell points. Let's see the new replacement for the heal everyone has to take. Further cores. Warded against curses, the ward absorbs a curse every 60 seconds. I think, how often does Sulamati's curse? How often does PN curse? This, does this mean your tank doesn't have, I think your tank still has to wear the trinket, because those curses come in, I think, faster than 60 seconds. But this is really good. This helps with gearing options. Immune to most forms of knockdown while wearing a shield. I mean, we know how well knockdown works. I haven't seen any of the tumble stuff. They may have moved it. And you may be muted, Samus, if you are trying to say anything. All right. Tier 1. Spotless and Intimidate. Top tier immune to blindness. You're probably going to take this for the Intimidate. Energy resistance. This looks unchanged from before. With less spell cost. That's nice. Quicken and large. Okay. 35 resist. I mean, you probably don't take this, but maybe like on hardcore you take this, or if your static doesn't have augments. Okay, let's look at that last. +1 to hit, triple the bonus. Oh, that's nice. This is actually good. People might take this. Triple this, so 9 to hit if in combat expertise. That's actually pretty good. Extra fort. Yeah, you probably take some of that depending on your race. What do we have here? Multi-selector. And this is your fancy, this is your Destiny Strike. Gain a sacred temporary hit point shield, hit point shield, so hit points. Equal to 300% of your melee power. Interesting. This can be used while CC'd. Oh, that's some interesting sustain. 300% of your melee power? So, oh, it's actually not going to be a lot. It's going to be what, like 100? So maybe like 300? 300 every 15 seconds in shield, so it works in Reaper. Oh, no, you end up taking this instead. You take this. You need to do the hate. Does a slow grant. Oh, and this boosts your MR and PR. Interesting. This is, yeah, you take this, like no questions.
Tobril, I'm sorry. Did you have to do anything to be able to make the 64-bit client enable, like some file or something?
I don't recall. It's like an option somewhere in the launcher options, I think.
Well, it's not been, and it's like requiring something. Hang on.
It'll pop open a window, and then you have to select the 64-bit executable.
The D&D client 64?
Yeah, did you get that message?
That's what I was trying to interpret, if that's what they were trying to
Yeah,
say.
you have to click on the 64-bit client executable in there. It's like DDO 64.
Alright, well, that's what I was trying to figure out. I'm like, what file thing am I supposed to, like, what am I supposed to tell it? It's right here.
Jank. Like a non-programmer would never get that.
I didn't get it, and I am a programmer.
Where's renewal? Let's see. But this is amazing. This is a big upgrade. This is cool.
Okay.
For 8 seconds, so you have a little bit of leeway, but you need to be spamming this on cooldown. I don't know why it says cooldown 4 seconds and then another cooldown 4.5 seconds. That's amazing. Okay, this looks like the old renewal icon. Renewal. 8-second cooldown. Heals.
Okay.
Benefits from mana vengeance, no cost. Now this does not say you have to be in this to heal yourself. Well, actually, but okay, since there's no more twist, it doesn't matter. So you will, if you take the renewal, you are unyielding. So renewal is just pretty boss. Can points and see if it goes
Okay, so I
higher.
have to go like this, but it's fine.
Oh, it just has the one click. That's it.
Okay. This is what I need everyone to do. I need everybody here to take a look at their clocks. I have 8 o'clock Central Standard Time. I have been trying to get this to work for the last 5 hours.
Oh, that's pretty good.
It took 5 hours for the thing that I started working on. I downloaded Lamania Thursday after receiving my email. After getting my Hogwarts letter, I went and downloaded the client. And I tried every day to start it to see if it would load.
Yeah.
And I thought, well, maybe the server just needs to be uploaded before it works. Just wrecked.
Is this less dice than before? I feel like this is less dice, but I don't remember.
Okay.
So renewal got a pretty big. Renewal was already really strong. Like ridiculously strong. Willen, is that the current one?
Okay.
It must be the current one. The D2. So it's not nerfed. $350-ish positive. I mean, you should be able to.
Wow.
Because you are in unyielding. You like it's not a twist. You're just in it. Let's see. Gain some amp and absorbs for a whole bunch of stuff. And immune to mind control. That's alright.
Alright, so I know I'm like way behind you and you've been exploring all this stuff for a while. Did we find out story-wise anything why these things are in these just junction spheres or anything like that? No, just...
Why did... what?
With, well, we have to like run to people to talk to for these different areas, for this disjunction sphere is what they're called. Junctions.
Oh.
To turn on your epic
Stories?
destinies, did they say anything about why or...
They're supposed to train you about destinies, but they don't
Okay,
do
so
any
maybe
of
it's
that at
just
all.
not done.
It's bad.
Okay, well...
Works. Yeah, but you're forced. I mean, remember, you only have 3 of these. You can't just twist renewal. So you get stuck into a really, for a DPS, a really crappy tree. It doesn't give melee power, so like, maybe it's not that bad if you're soloist. Maybe it's not that bad. And maybe some of the other things will be really good. So like, I mean, this thing, like if you're just smashing people all the time, you'll have more defenses. This could be a good soloist tree. Alright. Okay, this is the thing that gives you some amp and absorbs. Renewal, we just looked at renewal. Next challenge requires a shield. Throws a shield at a guy for some damage. Oh, this is a new kind of taunt for DDO. This is a single target taunt at range. This is very nice. So when that archer is running around the boss for 10, like the pin can't get there, you can just like tap with the shield. This is awesome. Especially if there's no attack roll on this. This is amazing. Crusader made the V word good. This is very good. Let's see, commanding presence, increase hate. Yeah, we need that. Increase shield armor class. Okay, so that's kind of where it was before. It is afraid when you strike a foe with melee attack, gain damage. PR and MRR. This seems kind of bad, unless you're questing.
Alright, buddy, so I'm not going to lie. I've been busy paying mostly attention to what getting logged in myself. Which tree are you in now?
We're in Sentinel.
Sentinel, okay.
Renewal is basically unchanged. The hate attack is way better. And you have a shield throw intimidate. It hits the guy, it intimidates the guy that you threw the shield at. Alright.
Is that the tier 2 thing?
Yeah. Armor you wear against death block. Yeah, we have that. Okay. Mantle of Sentinel.
Oh.
Gives your attacks a chance to pulse out some damage. Scales of melee power or light spell power. So this helps you gain aggro on random trash. This basically helps you pick up trash, is what this does. Okay. What is this little shield icon?
Right. Yeah. Call out the name of the one that you're on at the time. So I'm like pouncing around a little bit, but I would like to be able to throw them up while
the very middle.
That's fine. Just call out the
Rule
name.
of law.
Rule of law. Perfect.
All right. Do I need to call the names out of all of them?
Just when you're doing them, if you wouldn't mind, so I can.
All right. Legendary Shield Mastery. While wearing a shield, you gain 15 PRR and 6% double strength. Pretty solid.
That seems good. I've twisted that in before. It used to be like a tier 2, but now it's a tier 3.
Okay, so this no longer requires the Shield Mastery stuff.
Yeah, you no longer have that prerequisite.
Interesting.
Also, that stuff's not even on here. The Shield Mastery stuff's not even on here anymore.
Very interesting. So, if you need so remember when we said the Crusader would be a good off melee?
Yes.
If you need like a really heavy healing off melee, like maybe you put points in this also. Hand of the Sentinel, gain lay on hands. Now uses the highest of Charisma or Constitution. And uses your total character level instead of Paladin level.
That's super hot. Is that all lay on hands, do you think, or just these? Probably just these, right?
It's very interesting. So, what's the number of lay on hands based on? Just like your base?
Probably your total
level. No,
level.
lay on hands is based on enhancements. The number.
No, right?
Yeah.
The number of lay on hands is based off of your level.
No, because you only end up with like so many lay on hands.
Well, you also get like 3, and then you get like extra things that give you more lay on hands.
You get enhancements in the
right.
Paladin tree.
But I think you get like 2, and then you get like another one later down. Like I think it's based off level. Am I whack?
I think you're whack.
Am I whack?
So this is very good.
It is kind of good. And again, class, racial, lay on hands gathered from this, are they all the same? Are they different? Do they...
They stack from different sources. Here is literally on the same thing. Animal Vigil, plus 3 lay on hands per rest. Lay on hands regen every 145 seconds. Quite interesting. This is from before, plus 15 armor class. Throw the boom. What's this? Knight's challenge now resonates against his target, striking up to 3 additional targets, and in addition, applies a stun as well as its usual effects. 20 plus stun plus high stat mod. Why is it not high stat mod for everything?
Because they're bad.
It should be for everything because that makes your life so much simpler. If like all the you took charisma to attack and damage, and now you can't like, you know. They should just do high stat mod for everything and call it a day. And that makes all their other crazy things work.
So I guess in this edition or whatever is going on, you literally get one.
One what?
One lay on hand, and then you get just enhancements. That does not seem right to me.
Well, you get the enhancements, which is 3.
Sure.
And one of the cores in Paladin Defender gives like another 3.
Sure.
That's why you end up with 7 for the most part. That's how it's been for a long time.
I don't know. I just feel like Paladin levels used to give access to a couple.
They do. They give 6.
No, they give 1. Paladin levels give 1.
Oh, the enhancements and stuff.
Yeah, everything else it gives stuff.
Yeah. As you level up now. Maybe in like regular D&D.
Man, that's what I'm thinking. Like, man, I swear you did.
Yeah.
All right.
Meanwhile, this Throw the Boom is amazing.
Throw the boom.
Throw the Boom, the thing we've been talking about for the last 2 minutes. Or the thing I've been talking about for the last 2 minutes.
Yeah, I've been reading the thing.
Okay. Knight's Challenge. Do I need to reread it?
No, I'm reading it now. I found it.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it seems good.
Knight's Challenge is the throw a shield at a guy and their intent.
Yeah.
This is amazing. And
So
the intent and a stun. Like, this is awesome.
So here's the question. And this can be for everybody. Open question on the chat. Does anybody really want to be Captain America besides Ben?
I'm waiting.
For
This is really, really good. This is good for questing. This is good for rating. It also gives you a second intim timer on a long cooldown, but it does give it to you in case of an incident. So this is an amazing skill. Now it could also be said that we should have a lot more hate because losing aggro is such a weird thing for a modern MMO. Like, it's not even like no other MMO I've ever played do tanks lose threat. It's just not a thing. And of how easy it is in DDO. That's amazing. Alright, what's this? I gain 5 PRR if you have Bulwark and Defense. Gain 10 PRR. Alright. So take a kind of bad feat to get some more PRR.
So we're on which one? Divine Bulwark?
Tier 4? 1, 2, 3, 4 from...
Yeah, Divine Bulwark? Okay.
Divine Bulwark. Once again, take a bad feat to make this thing slightly better.
It's whatever. It is what it is.
Alright. Best defense. Blocking a melee attack. Blocking a melee attack? Do you get to hit the block button for this?
Possibly. Or it could be anything that's missed attack.
Yeah, it says block. Now grants a 4 bonus to damage hit and crit damage for 12 seconds.
Yeah, but you can hit a block at any time?
Yeah.
It's got to be something that's missed.
I think it sounds like block, because blocking is a thing.
It is. But I mean, so it's got to register an attack that what? That you got...
That hit you while you were blocking.
Just hit you while blocking?
Yes.
But that's not blocking a melee attack, right? Blocking a melee attack is making an attack miss you.
Well, that's what it says.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
In DDA parlance, there's blocking and like blocking DR.
Yeah, like so I suspect this... I don't know. It could be anything.
You always have to block. This requires testing. I suspect if you can hold the block button, somebody hits you, you get this buff. And it's melee also, not ranged.
Right.
So, I don't know. This seems pretty sketch.
It does not seem good. Also, I think it implements... I also think it's going to implement weird.
You need to be at... This is... They just need to make us a defensive of some sort. You need to be attacking the whole aggro. Like this, it sounds good, but it just needs to be a
Well, could this be for like a shield bash thing?
I mean, if it did like a riposte, sure, but so here's how the gameplay actually works. When you're tanking, you are swinging. If there's DPS on the boss, you are constantly swinging. You're not stopping to block anything, with the one exception of the Lord of Blades.
I'm gonna say I never felt like the tanks had time to not be doing things.
And if you are shield blocking, with the one exception of the Lord of Blades, which we should not design an enhancement around. If you are blocking because you're just standing there with a boss while DPS is doing something else, like you're in killing time and you're just standing there chilling out, you are blocking and doing nothing else. So it's just not like. And then you throw in like how laggy things are. Like this is not something you will worry about or do. It needs to be just like more threats, more defense, like something. Don't lose threat while you're blocking. That would be a thing. Thorns. As written, this ability is a complete miss. As far as like it sounds cool. It sounds like the old tumble in game like +5 damage or whatever. But in actual play, you're not gonna fool around with this. Like it's
Well, that's what I'm trying to say. Like in what world is this good?
You're not gonna play like this.
And the closest thing that I said that I could think of would be someone who's gonna like shield bash to attack, and that's not gonna be even good in that situation, right? So, if in the situation that's Dream Fantasy World that you're like shield bashing around,
okay, if you have a pro shield bash, then maybe.
Right. So so now you have a okay maybe. So the best case scenario, where you build your entire character around it, you have an okay
That's
maybe.
Really maybe.
Right? You see what I mean?
More...
So, like, if you take a power and you put it in its absolute best case scenario and you're still like, man, that's pretty bad.
Yeah, for a tier 1 through 4, this is not good.
Yeah. That's all I'm trying to say. Yeah, you enjoying those emotes, Wolf? I like a lot of those in particular. Particularly the fire. I really like the Bring Fire one.
It's not the epic moment. It's in the upper right.
Alright, so where are we going?
To the upper right, which is not the epic moment.
Okay, so Light the Dark?
Light the Dark. This is before?
Yes, we've had these before.
This is great. This is amazing. Light the Dark is awesome.
Yeah, it's fine. I don't think it was tier 5 before, but that's fine.
It wasn't, but it's really good.
Yeah, it's fine.
Stupid good.
Next,
this is
Defiant.
epic warning. Oh, this is good.
Defiant
Really, it's tanks to take this anyhow. And if you already have it, you gain 5 quality hit points. This should be a different bonus because I think quality is in some other places.
They're trying to make quality the thing, so there's less hit points flutter, I think.
It needs to be this needs to be a unique bonus to anything else, and they need to take quality and adjust anything that's racial, change the racial. So if they do that, then this is good.
You think it's on a gate set? I thought there was some other stuff for quality bonus. Like
Yeah,
there's a
it needs
racial
to be
for quality bonus, and I think falconry is quality bonus.
If you fix the types, this is good. This is really good. Because they're going to be taking it anyhow. And then if you don't have it for whatever reason, I mean, it's still good. So this is what do you?
All right, so Reborn into the Light. Are you ready?
Am I ready?
Yeah, Reborn into the Light.
Auto race.
Is it actually auto or is it self race?
Activate.
Okay, so you get a pick when it goes.
Yeah, which is better.
That's way better. And you get a bunch of like stuff for a little bit afterwards.
Yeah.
Like to help you get it back on your feet after you get your butt beat.
Yeah.
I mean, that seems good to me.
This was in the light person tree. What do you call it? The angel tree.
Yeah. It kind of sucks a little bit that the Keep You Alive tree has a "oh, we didn't keep us alive" button.
Well, that tree's not available yet.
Well,
We
I
don't know
just
what Angel looks like yet.
sure, but I just mean like the whole point of Unyielding Sentinels, we don't want to die.
Yeah.
So then we have one of our tier 5 abilities is, oh, when we died, we're gonna self-res.
You know what happens? It happens. Get back up like this. I think this is appropriate.
Well, I just feel like, for me, I would rather have one more ability that keeps me from dying. Even though this is a cool ability and I like it, I just feel like it feels a little bit defeationist for the tree. Like, oh, well, we know
Maybe
all
like
this stuff that we did is not going to work, so here's the ability to self-res.
Yeah. So Paladin has the spin a bunch of lay on hands automatically.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's Paladin. I think this is fine. I think it'd be better if it did something while you were still alive. Like if you're alive, it does all these things and gives you like a bunch of temporary hit points.
Yeah. See what I mean? Like something like that. I'm telling you, when I look at this and I read this and I'm like, I look at this tree, I'm like, it feels out of place in the thematics of the world.
By the way, that move is gone. I don't see it so far. And I think this top left thing is probably a res. So the get your temporary hit points thing is gone. So I think if they make that one change to this, like you could use it while alive, and it uses the same cooldown, which is probably fine. Like you got a choice. Like, or you think you're gonna live through something with this big boost?
Right?
Or
Can you keep
save it?
like
That's okay.
can you do this to stay alive? Oh, you didn't. You're back up. Like that feels better to me than what this is right now. Like thematically
plan
for
to die.
the story.
This is planning to die.
Right. Which is good. It's good to have a plan, and I'm not saying that you don't want to have a plan.
But
I'm
you
just
probably
saying.
won't die because then you lose buffs.
Right. It just feels like the whole
So-
point of the tree is not to die, and here you are dying. As opposed to like, there's a couple of the abilities that just, it feels like you hit this oh shit button and you're really hard to die for like a minute or something. Gives you some time to get back on.
Yeah. Oh.
Samius being the king and just randomly accidentally dying should be really happy though. Fair.
This
If
is
I
his
could,
tree.
if I could fat finger myself into oblivion some more times. I can't
This is
play a
his tree.
shatter card on the hardcore server. I don't think, guys. All right, are we
Alright.
ready for the next one?
Strength and Vitality, gain 10% inside hit points. Double this if you're using Mantle of Sentinel, which you probably are. So 20% hit points. That's hard to argue with.
Plus that extra 5% quality since you're already up here.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
hit points. Takes some hit points. Look, alright, done.
Yep, seems
Is
good.
this res? This is res. Okay. That seems fine.
Yeah, that seems good. Like you stayed alive and now you're raising
regular
everybody
life.
else. Like when you're done. What was the mantle?
Oh, the mantle? The mantle is the thing that casts Featherfall on you for the flat. The
Oh.
mantles are all over the place.
But for this one-
mantle was...
Mantle of the Sentinel,
Yeah.
but it didn't have anything
where-
that like added to it, right? Mantle of the
Hold
Sentinel
on,
is tier 2.
Here it is. Let me mouse over everywhere where it could maybe be because we're not in the same spot. The mantle is Amp and Absorbed.
Yeah.
And I don't remember a whole bunch of stuff that
And
impacted
nothing impacted it after there. Like oh wait, here's one. Your Mantle of Sentinel now grants your melee attacks a chance to pulse out a wave of law damage.
it. Oh yeah, that was kind of okay. Wasn't like amazing, but it helped you pick up trash.
Seems bad.
Uh,
Your Mantle of Sentinel now grants your melee attacks a chance to pulse
Yes.
out a wave, so a chance to do some extra damage.
a chance to do extra damage. What's good about it is it helps you pick up trash while questing or raiding to get it onto you.
Sure, I understand the idea behind it, but how is this
it's
any?
not fantastic.
But how is this any different than the tear stuff that we talked about from Legendary Dreadnought earlier, or whatever it was? That
not
just is bad. Because this has a little bit of melee power for scaling.
It does scale.
Okay, so because it can scale and it goes to a chance to go off, as opposed to the thing that goes off all the time, But maybe doesn't scale?
It's also better because every bit of damage you can pump out as a tank in DDO helps you hold aggro.
Alright, as a tank, it makes sense. I'll give you a tank. I don't know. It just seems medium to me, to be honest.
It's not great.
Yeah. I think that might have been part of the conversation where you're talking about I wish I would have given it thorns or something. I think I remember part of a conversation happening like that.
Yeah, that was that
and that would make
blocking
sense.
thing. The blocking thing is a complete miss in actual gameplay. 100% guaranteed. And if you try to dick dance around with that, like, you're going to have a bad time.
Well, I think it's probably going to be something where, like, really oddball things are going to use it, but it's going to be so odd it's not going to feel good for most people. I think you'd be better off building a generic thing that's good all the time as opposed to a thing that's only good for its very, very specific thing. And I don't even know what that thing would be.
I agree. Okay, so that's Sentinel. It's not bad.
Do we need to go back for one still?
We need to go look at. So that's okay. So we did the melee things. We did the tanky things. We have spellcaster things to do.
Draconic?
Let's do Draconic since till I have one of them. And he subscribed with Prime, so we do that. Alright, Draconic.
Nice. High five, buddy.
So I like Draconic because it has a bunch of pictures of dragon things on them. This is pretty good. So that already makes it a really good destiny.
They're adding green dragon? I'm in.
Alright, what do all these things do? Okay, you have to pick a color. Oh, green? Poison?
Green is poison.
So, alright, we have to actually read all these things, huh? Okay. Acid, lightning, poison. So that makes, there's your alchemist right there.
Yeah, it covers the alchemist.
There's your one flavor, the one flavor of alchemist. Red.
And then shadow does
Negative.
shadow spell power. But it says
Negative,
chosen
okay.
elements. Okay, yeah,
And
negative.
Cold.
Yeah, so they've added poison and
Poison and
negative to the elemental types.
Yeah, and then for every core ability, you get a DC, 50 spell points, 5 spell power, 5 universal spell power.
How do we feel about that, chat? Actually, before we move off, that does not necessarily jive with me.
That makes more builds work. It's fine. Making more builds work is fine. There's shadow dragons. There's poison dragons. It's fine.
Let me rephrase. Should there be a additional dragon added of light if they're going to add dark? That's maybe the question.
And all the dragons we have are good. The more dragons, the better.
So you agree we should have a light version of the dragon? I think that's my hang up. I think it needs a light. If you're going to add shadow, I feel like you need the light.
I mean, yeah, maybe. We also have Exalted, which should do some light things.
Yeah, that's true. That might do some light
So doubling
things.
up's probably not great.
That is true. I just feel like if you're going to take the time to pull out those things into the dragon elements, maybe you should consider adding...
Yeah, if Exalted didn't exist or might exist, like, yeah.
That's true. If Exalted does tap into it, maybe you won't need it.
Yeah.
So.
Alright. Spot search reflex saves. This is the same as it was before. No big deal. Dragon hide. Looks like the exact same.
Yep.
No big deal. Here's our mantle in the middle.
This used to be terrible. Or like the version of this that we had was not good.
Alright. Spells of the chosen element of your draconic heritage have a 25% chance to deal bonus damage of that type. It has a cooldown. That's not great. Let's hope that it gets better as we go up. I bet this improves significantly.
Well, what do you what is the duration? It's got a 10-second cooldown.
10-second cooldown, so every 10 seconds this can go off. It has a 25% chance to go off. Oh, that's bad.
So it's like do we think it's a stance you turn on, and then you have a 25% for it to go off every 10 seconds?
Looks
Right?
like
That's what it seems like, right? Okay.
it should just go off every 10 seconds. Like this 25% chance. Let's see how much better it gets.
It seems okay. I mean, it seems fine.
Dragon Scales looks incredibly bad.
Dragon Scale. Whoa.
Like it should be like a tier.
What?
Take tier 3 and get something. Like this is bad.
How have we seen other like PRR MMR ones yet?
They're vastly bigger.
So they're
vastly
like
bigger, and like tier 3 gives you some other weird random thing.
Are they at tier 1 usually?
This is literally nothing. This is awful.
Okay, so I'm just wondering if they're trying to put these intentionally low because they're trying to make it an easy filler one for people who want to just like get a little PRR MMR to get out.
I
of
guess
tier
this
1
is
into tier
filler
2.
and the thing you don't take.
Yeah,
This is the common that you don't draft usually.
Yeah, it seems really low, but if like normally they're way higher in the tree, maybe the fact that they're 1, 2, and 3 instead of 2, 4, and 6.
Okay, so compare it to this. Compare it to 6 Spellcraft and Concentration, and at tier 3, if you spend all the points in, 5 Spell Power from your Draconic Heritage and 5 Universal Spell Power.
Okay, what tier is that?
3.
Okay.
The other one doesn't have that tier 3 thing.
Right. Well, I mean, what tier of the power is it?
This is a tier 1 in Draconic.
Oh, is this the Dragon Hide? I didn't actually hear what you said.
Okay, so Dragon Scales
Right.
plus 3 PR MR.
Correct.
With no fancy thing at tier 3.
Correct.
Arcane Studies right next to it. A
Okay.
whole bunch of spell power with more spell power at tier 3.
Correct. And I understand and appreciate that. My comment is, for things that are also PRR MMR, and when they show up higher in the enhancement tree, they give more MMR and PRR. It seems like. So my question is it worth the filler for it to be way down here?
I don't. No one
I don't
takes
think
this.
so, right? Like
no one ever takes this.
Like it feels like you're gonna end up taking.
You take your mantle.
Like you take like
You take
your
your spell
mantle.
power,
You probably take your. Yeah.
and
your
that's
spell
that's
power.
what you take. 100%.
Yeah, and then you're kind of done, right? You just like move
Yeah.
out of this.
This would have to say something fancy at tier 3, and even then it's sketch.
Yeah, I don't know. That seems weird to me. Like I said, I'm wondering how they're evaluating some of this stuff and like where it's placed on early access and whether you're gonna fill it in to like get out of a tree or move up a tree. Kind of like how sometimes you take like your plus to your stat because you don't want anything else in that tree, so you just want to get the hell up so you can move on. I wonder if that's how they're weighting some of these things, because this feels really weird to me that it's not 246.
Yeah, that's not good.
Right? Like, if it was 246, it would feel fine. Still not good, but fine. But it does need a tier 3, like, capstone thing to make it have any kind of worth.
How does Sam not lose his shit over the negative dragon, making Necro Wizards be really viable? I don't know, man. It certainly would help him.
I mean, I already do Necro Wizard, so...
Okay. Double the implement bonus of quarterstaves you wield. Conduit. Tier 2.
Alright, so you're zigzagging this way. I'm in for that.
That's,
Is that even enough to make quarterstaffs good enough, though?
Not by itself, but...
If this had some modifiers to it, it'd be pretty good.
maybe we'll see more to make sticks better.
Yeah.
So let's reserve judgment.
I'm going to put this as it is now and no, but this could get better and exciting pretty easily.
What? 30% enhancement bonus of movement speed, tier 3 gain mobile spellcasting feats?
Kind of in. Like, I'm kind of excited for this, actually.
This is like a Zerger's dream.
I mean, Not necessarily. Like, it's pretty easy to have movement speed by now, but it frees up all those slots.
Pure Sorc? Pure Sorc's gonna be like moving at like cheetah speed. It's gonna be great.
Oh, they could. I mean, like right now, I'm on a Sorc. I just cast haste if I'm not already.
Oh, it's
Because it's
enhancement.
enhancement. Yeah, it's the same. So it's like
What?
you freed up haste or whatever.
Oh my god! So you freed up taking a speed augment?
Yeah, you freed up a speed augment. You freed up.
Oh, this is bad.
Casting haste. You freed up your quiver of alacrity.
This should be like 5, 10, 15 action boost bonus instead, or
Man, it
something.
doesn't feel that impressive to me, Tobril.
This is bad.
Is what I was trying
Never
to
mind.
say.
Never mind.
I feel like you may have joygasmed on it a little hard.
I read the wrong thing. You may now cast spells while raging.
That actually is kind of hot.
Interesting.
We suspect Dragon Breath's just going to be good, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna look at that last in this tier.
You son of a bitch. Alright.
Breath weapon DCs, rank 3 immune to fear. Okay. Alright. Dragon Breath. They added the extra dragons. Probably not in the same order. It's Dragon Breath. This is your cooldown 20 seconds. Oh. All the metas. Probably less damage on the front.
No, it's the same, right?
I don't remember what the old one does.
I'm pretty sure
D6
it's the
plus
same.
10 per character level. What's the old one?
I feel like it's the same. I don't know
this
for sure
low?
because I don't do all of them, but I feel like it's the same.
This is your epic strike, man. No way it's the same.
Okay, let's look. Pulling it up.
It's what? It's near the top, right?
Yeah, here it is. I got it.
No, it's in the middle.
Yeah, it's in the middle. Dragon Breath. There we go. The way the wiki has it
D15
worded,
plus 15.
D15 plus 15
So
per character level.
yeah.
So this is
This is less,
a
but
D6 plus 10. Oh, it is a lot less actually.
but it's also the epic strike.
Oh,
and
so
there's
yes.
usually things to increase the
Yeah.
epic strike.
Yeah. Well, but they
So-
also already have powers to make the breath weapon better, right?
Yeah,
So keep
yeah.
that
It's
in
also
mind.
a 20-second cooldown.
And
So
now it's like a
usable
5.
three times as many as often.
Yeah. So now it's like really a spell, as opposed to something you just click every once in a while.
Yeah, let's hold judgment on that for a second.
I think it's okay. I think it's okay.
Tier 3. Spell Pin. Okay, that's good. Daunting Roar. Breath weapons, including your thing from this destiny, have a 25% chance to paralyze enemies with no save, only affect this monster once. Immune to fail, immune to this. I mean,
I think it's fine.
not the worst.
Like
The best.
if you catch something a reasonable percentage of the time, you're gonna be happy. Like it's
Yeah.
just gravy on top of your stuff, right?
Yeah, well, let's see what else we got. That's a solid.
Especially if you're doubling up with like a racial breath and this dragon breath, right? Carry on.
This is the other twist that's dead. That's gonna cause problems for people.
Scales of the dragon.
Scales of the Dragon. So this is the sheath. This is sheath
Energy sheath.
plus this is sheath plus the ablative like a shield.
Yeah. It's very good. I think it's very, very
And then if
good.
the temporary hit points go away, you're still energy sheath. It is good.
You know what I like
It's
about
gonna
it?
suck to not be able to twist energy sheath.
Oh yeah, it's gonna suck ass. You know what I like about it
And-
is that it automatically is tied to the dragon that you picked.
So
I
don't
like that.
like that.
Well, no, because it's terrible.
Because
It's absolutely terrible because you're going to want to twist in like lightning or whatever, and you're
yeah,
not
you
going to
wanna
want to
take
pick.
something that's not fire
You're
shield.
going to say you're not going to want to pick your thing. Well, I don't think you're going to be doing fire as much anymore. That's part of their goal was to make it where fire no longer got a bunch of the fire bonuses, and everything else had equal bonuses. So
Yeah, so you probably.
I think you're going to end up now more
Acid?
in acid because of the past life stuff. I think.
Acid or lightning? No, probably acid.
I think acid's going to give you the PKs and it's going to give you damage.
Yeah, probably acid.
Yeah, I think it's acid.
I would agree that making fire. Well, also there's still meteor swarm. So
Yeah, so it's
there's
going to
still
be
fire.
it's going to be weird, but I agree. I think it's kind of bad for people who are already going to be fire spec or whatever, but I think thematically it makes it feel a whole lot better to me that it goes together.
Yeah, they have to recode meteor swarm because it's just so much better than all the other spells.
Yeah, well, Meteor Swarm is like the best combat spell in D&D, right?
It's like no question. Like
Yeah, it's hands and like it's the 9th level combat spell of. Like when you look in the book, there's like 6 spells at level 9, and Meteor
yeah,
Swarm.
nothing
It's
else
like
is
2 of
close.
them. So
All right, so we have.
I think this is good. This is good. I like it. I think it's going to be a lot of people are going to be happy. Is this one of your 3 trees? Like you said, this was a twist all the time, right? Not all the time,
so
but a
like,
lot of the
it's-
time.
You're not going this deep into. You can't afford
You
it.
can't afford it, right? It's 11 points.
You can't afford it.
This is going to be real. People are going to feel that.
Yeah. So this is interesting. A multi-selector to gain 1, 2, 3 dice of archer's, the archer arrow, whatever the hell it's called, or spell sword, or the alchemist thing.
This is really hot. Like, I
This
really
could be
like
interesting for
this.
The gish melee. I would have to sit down and like actually work out points to see if that would be worth. But it maybe
I think that's got to come out ahead. Because
I'd
especially if you're 2-weapon fighting, because that's 6d6 damage, essentially.
the alchemist one is 3 dice with biochemist poison coating toggle.
Yeah, it seems like it's got to be good.
Maybe it depends like how much this other stuff you can like get in a dragon breath and like that's. Oh, we didn't look at the cores.
No, we didn't. I assume there's a reason we didn't, but that's okay.
Because you forgot. The second core is 5%, minus 5% spell point cost on spells. You no longer need material components.
Tobril's about to go crazy, everybody.
This is what we did.
Tobril's about to like just be on this tree forever now.
Material components belong in like Xerox machines. Like there's no use for these.
I feel like it makes it feel very Dungeons and Dragons-y to me, but they should have like a if they're going to have an inventory component, they should just have a separate tab.
There's no reason for that. It's just like
A separate, ever-expanding tab that goes on its own.
it's unnecessary for today. Alright, and then the next core is another minus spell point cost. Casting spells alone if your planet bloodline now trigger a 15% chance to grant you temporary hit points per character level. That's pretty good. This is nice. 10 per level per character. So 10 times 30,
300.
Last for 10 seconds. So
That doesn't
300
feel like
every
they
10 seconds.
last long enough. Oh, it
Lasts
does
long
trigger.
enough.
It does trigger every 10 seconds, though.
So every 10 seconds you have 300 temporary hit points. That's really good.
Well, a 15% chance to trigger them.
You're gonna blast through spells so often you're gonna have it.
Probably.
That's pretty good.
I don't know. I feel like it's fine. Like it's gravy on the cake. The real perk for me is the extra spell cost reduction. That
Yeah.
extra 10% is pretty big.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay,
I actually
and
like
then-
Draconic quite a bit so far.
Then we have just booster DCs, like pretty much all the trees have that. And they have it at that tier 3. Okay, moving up. Improved meta magics. Oh yeah, this is old stuff.
That's the same.
Yeah.
Alright, so here's another mantle
Energy
upgrade.
Vortex, the mantle. While your Draconic Destiny mantle is on, casting Dragon Breath, you get causes energy to swirl around you, dealing damage. How long does this last?
Just as long as it's on. And remember, you have to hit the button like every 10 seconds, right?
Oh, when your mantle is on, is this a one hit?
You're just going to have to hit
Oh,
the button
no.
every 10 seconds for it to go. How much?
No, mantles are turn on and leave on.
What do I have? How much do I have for Java here? I have like infinite plat, right?
Yeah.
Basically.
Casting Dragon Breath does the swirly. Dealing, oh, where'd it go? Dealing damage every 3 seconds, so this obviously stays on for a little while. So how long does it stay on? Are you trying it?
Yeah, I'm turning it on right now.
Okay.
So your Dragon Breath doesn't adjust, or it doesn't auto select from your bloodline. Which I
That's
feel
fine.
like it should.
If you're locking in, you're locking in. You can't.
Right,
unless
that's
it
what I
lets you
mean.
pick
Like, it
different
feel
elements.
like you should let you, like, that's part of it, right?
Alright, so besides that, because it probably would take more effort to code that one thing than whatnot, so whatever. So how much, or how long does it last?
I'm still working up here.
I'll pause a second.
That's close enough, I think, for me to
Having
basically
Auto
play.
Vortex seems really good. It does seem really good. You know, we'll see how long it lasts. Does the Dragon Breath clue us in
It
at all?
turned on. Like, it was an aura that turned on and stayed on.
How...
Alright, hang on. What's
Oh,
this? Yeah,
you
right.
look... Is this seriously what you look like?
Yeah, I look awesome.
Oh my god.
Java bot, baby. Okay, so which we're looking
Is
for
this
this?
even legal?
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna make an adjustment to improve my stream. There.
If it was turn away from me, I'm gonna be really annoyed.
No, I didn't turn away from you.
Okay, turn that stuff on.
I just covered up your thing with my Destiny screen.
Oh, okay. I suppose that's equally insulting.
Alright, let's actually turn this back on so we can see you radiate.
There's no graphical change?
I can't see it. Can you see it?
Yeah, there's no graphical change that I can see.
Well, I cannot see it at all.
Well, I just mean
cannot.
I turned it on. I turned on the attuned Arcana or whatever, but no changes are made.
Do Dragon Breath.
Oh, it's not gonna let me do a Dragon Breath in a not public space.
Oh, we'll go to the dojo. It says it activates when you cast Dragon Breath.
Oh, did it?
Yeah.
I just miss it.
Yeah, it's not just
Is it
auto.
over here?
Like Dragon Breath. Yeah. Okay, and did you take the Energy Vortex?
I did.
I don't see you vortexing.
Why you're using the mantle? Casting Dragon Breath causes elemental energy to swirl around you, doing this every so often.
Did you toggle the mantle on?
It is toggled on. Let me toggle it off, toggle it back on. So it's on.
Yep.
There's a Dragon Breath.
Uh-huh.
Draconic Hunter fires off. The bunch of Draconic Hunters fired off. But that's all I'm seeing.
No vortex? And you took the vortex enhancement?
I did. It's right here. Why it's on
okay,
casting it.
So the answer to how long it lasts is it doesn't.
Yeah. But I'll tell you.
If it did work, it'd be cool.
I'll tell you. I took the shadow breath right because I wanted to fill it with it, and I'm not a particularly strong caster, right? I'm just level 30 bard, right, on Java.
Mm-hmm.
Again, it's hitting for like 2,000 and change, pretty consistently.
I bet
this guy over here has got what's called Silver Flame Exorcism on it. Some sort of dot got applied to him.
Interesting.
I don't think that's from the Energy Vortex, unless it's mislabeled, but...
Huh.
I really thought that was going to be like some sort of visual aura for that.
I don't see him taking damage either.
They're not.
And then they didn't get one. It's probably bugged.
Yeah, I don't think it's working as intended.
Alright. Well, the tooltip is missing some words, and the ability doesn't work at all. Check to see if it's mistaken and it has to be used. I mean, try. Can you drag it to your bar and try to use it?
I have it on my bar.
The vortex?
Yeah, it's on my bar. Turned on as a toggle.
I don't know.
I mean, it's
Probably
a 25% chance for it to work. So there's like, maybe there's a chance that...
No.
Well, maybe that's tied together
While
somehow.
your Draconic Destiny Mantle is on, doing this thing is supposed to auto-swirly.
Yeah, well, it's not auto-swirly.
And you took tier 4 Energy Vortex.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to say busted.
Yeah, it just doesn't look like it's working. And then there's an elemental inevitability fire. It does a bunch of damage per character level. I wonder if it's...
This is like 9x. Looks like 9x.
The...
Stack 5 times.
Well, I just mean, is it always going to be fire? Is it going to be different element types? Is it going to be based off of your dragon breath or something? Also, I'm curious where this... I mean, obviously for me, the Scales of the Dragons should be negative.
Oh, it does say fire.
Yeah, it says fire.
That's probably a typo. Conjure your draconic element. They probably just need to, I don't know, change it.
Yeah.
Change that text. So it looks like it's like the Naya type dots with the Eldar Surge. That seems fine. That's more single target DPS. How much does it cost to cast?
Yeah, I'm looking to see if I can get it to show up. Like, I click the button and it's not showing up anywhere that I can see it.
Oh, is it just connected to the Dragon Breath?
I think maybe it did.
That didn't make any sense because the Dragon Breath is on a... Oh god. What's the Dragon Breath cooldown?
People watching my stream, you may notice that this kobold, or sometimes the kobolds seem to take multiple ticks of the damage from the fire breath, or from the acid breath. Could that be that damage? This? It must be, right?
Maybe. Dragon Breath has a 15-second cooldown, and this thing says it stacks 5 times, and it has a 12. No, this has to be a spell.
I was gonna say it didn't do anything, so...
Elemental inevitability has to be like those things. Or, why would it...
Here we go. Here it is. It's down in the... Yeah, you can't do anything.
If it lasts for 12 seconds and the cooldown is 15 seconds, it will never stack. Like, what's the deal?
I don't know. You can't click it. You can't drag it onto your bar. You can't do anything. So it must do something. Like it must...
I'm going to assume that's like not implemented correctly, or not tooltipped correctly, or broken, or something.
Yeah, like this should be an activatable thing, it looks like.
Or connected to your Dragon Breath, and it lasts longer than the Dragon Breath cooldown, because otherwise it will never stack. I'm gonna investigate this gold.
Okay.
They don't have a dot.
Yeah, I don't think it's working.
Well, alright, busted.
Bypassing with your whatever, I usually think this stuff's okay. But 10 points of fire reduction or whatever is not necessarily going to be enough to be worth it.
This should all be percentage based.
It should definitely be percentage based. Have I looked at how this affects my epic reincarnation system? Not really. Alright, do we want to talk about coalescence?
Yeah. Yeah.
Its state,
I mean,
it goes 5, 10, 10, but you pick up 10 spell
these are
power.
Okay. Yeah, so you probably get it for the spell power. The other part needs to be percentage based though. If they're gonna do that kind of stuff, it needs to be percentage. Because the values are not like those kinds of values. It's just like the D20 system in general. Like +2 to damage when you're level 1 is awesome. +2 to damage when you're level 20, and you don't have like melee power type stuff is not awesome.
I feel like it needs to be the last thing should be something. Like I think it should be tier 1. It should be like 3% bypass. 2 should be like 8% bypass, and 3 should be like 10% bypass in the spell power. So like it feels better at tier 3. Like right now, the way you do it, it feel like even if the 5%, like the 5 damage is fine, which again, or 5 or 10 or whatever. I agree that it should be percentage based, but even if you're fine with it just being straight damage off the top like this, you're talking about 5, 10.
You're
and
epic.
Then 10
You're
again.
epic and you're level 26.
Yeah, like 5, 10, 10 is not 3 points.
Like that's
because also imagine that you're already like a Sorc, right? So you're already taking the 10 or 15 points off of there. So like maybe you take those two things together, and now all of a sudden like everything's taking that first 30 points or whatever.
First 10 points damage. Oh
yeah, that's still just not enough, right? So even if this was 5, 10, 15, plus you got that other 15 from the Sorc tree, you're still only talking about 30 off the 30.
No, it doesn't.
This whole bypass stuff needs to be relooked at. If it's 1, 2, 3% and stacks together, that's whatever. Maybe it's 1, or maybe it's 2, 4, 6. But not having a final tier value feels bad. Taking 1 more point for just 10 spell power is probably fine, but that's certainly not what I'm expecting after my first point goes to 5 damage reduction on my spells and then 10 damage reduction on my spells.
Yeah.
Like, that's not the logical progression of, I'll put a 3rd point in this.
Did it make SSS turn in less miserable? I didn't see anything about that. I think this is all Destinies. I think we got what we got. Pull from the wellspring.
Alright, you ready?
Yeah. Wellspring's duration is doubled. Good, because it takes for fucking ever to queue up. It is the longest ass cast in the universe. Gain temporary spell points. Okay. So this is nice. Although I feel like it should give you the feat, and then if you have the feat, it gives you a bonus. Because that's more in line with the other ones.
I agree. This is like way more useful, I feel like, than the other power that you have now in game. Like, I've never taken it. Isn't it just like a bunch of extra spell power or something?
Yeah. So
like,
I
this
don't
seems
take it
way
because
better.
I always fuck up the timing because like I forget how long people talk, like bosses and stuff. I forget if this guy speaks 20 seconds. I activated my thing. No, fuck. He talks for 40 seconds. I just missed the whole fucking window.
Right. I just mean the fact that it's giving you a bunch of temporary spell points is better than I think what's.
Oh, that's really good. Yeah, that's great.
Like what it's doing now, I think is like here's a bunch of spell power.
300 temporary spell points and double the duration. That's good.
Yeah, I think this is good.
And that can help you if
that's
you're,
like
if you're...
that's hitting a pot. That's a mana pot saved, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then it doesn't have any timer. It doesn't have a time of day. It doesn't have a reset.
Wellspring has a timer.
Wellspring has a timer? Is that like the once a day? Is that
It's a long cooldown.
once every
a lot of
10
seconds.
minutes?
Minute or 2 or 3 or something. I forget. It's a long cooldown. It's a long cooldown, and the activation is a really long activation.
I'm just saying for 300, if you could get 600 mana out of it per quest, then that becomes like an insane amount of points, right?
Yeah. No, that's good. Alright.
Oh, that's right, because that's a feat, right? That's the feat. The feat does that.
Yeah,
Okay.
the feat. Speaking of feats, Hellwall. Added to your spellbook at level 8.
Oh, is that what you're going to call
cast level 8
Hellspring?
spells. And adds to your element. Oh, added to your spellbook? That means it's on SLA.
Yep, which means that like warlocks can't cast.
That means this thing costs literally infinite mana to cast.
Not necessarily. The spell may be set for very low amount.
I mean, you could augment it just to have an extra thing, but like, I don't know, man. I think it should just give you the Hellball feat, and then you can apply metas and just. I'm kind of, I don't know.
What
As long as-
racist is this? There's no illusion DC bonus in here?
Imagine it's in the mags tree.
Necromancy, transmutation, evocation, conjuration.
Where are you?
In the magister or the draconic tree. I was just looking to see if I could get to enough points that I could take Hellball and see what it would
There's just straight up DCs. Just all DCs.
You know what, I just realized the same argument I had just said. I don't have the ability to cast 8th level spells. We definitely are doing it wrong here, chat.
Assuming all this is just bad all around.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like I can't use it.
This is bad all around. This is just like give me the Hellball. Yeah, this is just bad.
It should just go on your bard, like it should just go on your spell list if they want to put it there.
Yeah, I don't know what the justification is there. They're on crack. Ruin intensified.
Like this is a lot of feel bad right here, and I was like, oh yeah, I got a bunch of casting stuff going on.
Yeah.
Okay, ruin intensified.
Ruin and Green Ruin now apply a secondary burst damage, of which they don't say how much, based on your draconic, so your color. Scales appropriate spell power, how much? No one knows. You don't tell us. Basic
Probably
things.
secrets.
Take it and see if you like it. If not, pay us $5 to spec out of it.
Well, hopefully not that much.
Okay, I'm gonna skip over the middle one because it's the epic moment, I think. Spread your wings! Draconic wings, such as wings.
Yep, I hate to say this, but I love these.
Wings are good.
It makes me so mad every time I see one, but I'm so glad we have them.
It's wings.
I would
It's
like
just
to.
wings.
They're just great. I would like to
There's
see.
no damage or knockdown, but it's also a low. I would take this over the current one. This is good.
Yeah, probably. I would like to see this as like just a straight up a 3rd level wizard spell, but Whatevs. Whatevers.
This is good.
It is good. I like it.
Wings are good. What's the far right? Oh, the far right's all DCs. Okay, all DCs are good.
Plus 6 DCs are great. Are you kidding? For Draconic?
Yep, that's good.
That's insane. Like having enough DCs in your DPS casting tree that you can do a little bit of both.
Yep, it's good.
All right, let's hear
Dragon
it.
form. Epic moments.
You turn into a dragon. What? Vela, my love.
Alright, you become immune to your elements. At
Okay.
5 seconds, you gain a bunch of DR.
Okay.
So at 5 seconds, you already died. At 10 seconds, your spells gain cost reduction. In 15 seconds, your Dragon Breath and Energy Vortex, which implies Energy Vortex is. I don't think they like the thing.
I just don't think it's all
three
working.
people working this tree at once.
Well, like
Alright.
right now, the energy vortex makes like an aura that goes around. Remember?
Yeah.
Right now, we're not doing that.
Yeah. Okay. So they now deal double damage. Okay. It's difficult for 3 seconds. So you're gonna get what? One cast. You're gonna get one cast. You gotta time it right. And in 20 seconds, you do a big boom with a knockdown. I don't think this is good. This is
So
not
this-
very reactive.
So this is how I think it's gonna go. Okay. I'm gonna hope it's got a relatively short cooldown on it because it looks like it kind of does. Right, like probably in that 5-minute range.
Yeah.
It probably
can you
needs
get
to-
up there and take it real quick?
I can, but it probably needs to be like the 2-minute mark, right? And then it's gonna where to go.
So the existing one. So DDO is a very the fights are not super scripted, but your knowledge of where monsters are generally is. And DDO tends to be a more reactive game. So a lot of these things are to ramp up over time.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and start to say no.
You can't take it?
So I took it, but I don't see where it is. And if it's an activatable, okay, here it is. It's currently located on the not activatables.
Is it like feats or something?
No, it's on the enhancement. So you know how you have passive and active feats,
Yeah.
and how you can't do anything with the passive feats,
Uh-huh.
enhancements. Well, that's what's happening. It is a passive feat,
Oh, that's good.
even though
Okay.
it should be a active one. Billy,
It doesn't have
subscribe.
the little. It doesn't have a square box.
It does have a square box.
Okay, so what I need you to do is take MS Paint
Yeah.
and draw a square on the stop sign, and then click it.
Fair. But no, it is puts the square enhancements in. So like it knows it's an activated ability. And if you read the first line of the ability, it says Epic Moment activate this ability.
Yeah.
Anyway, Billy, my friend, subscribed at tier 1 for 3 months. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate it.
Just want you to know I got
Okay.
back. I just came to get some oils. Then I'm
Okay.
heading back out.
Okay.
Make sure you knew.
Okay. Are you going to text me when you come back this next time?
Why?
Because I'm still hungry.
Okay, well, I'm just, like I said, I'm
That's
just
fine,
here
go.
to get oils because she's
I got it.
headache and she's out of frankincense. I will try to remember to text you before I'm coming home. I know if you had an edible, but
Okay.
you don't.
I do not.
Allegedly.
So.
Allegedly. Okay. Yeah, I don't have anything that's
That's what I
edible
was
in the
thinking
house.
if we had anything else, but
Okay.
she's got her issues.
Alright, anyway. You got transferred into, or suckered into transferring to Kenneth. Feel like you lost a bet, mate. Alright, sorry about that. Yeah, Dragon Form just doesn't do anything. Energy Vortex, there's a, yeah, you can't do anything. Activatable abilities are Attune the Arcane, Dragon Breath that doesn't have an activation, Scales of the Dragon, and Spread Your Wings. So I'm just going to say Draconic Incarnation just feels bad altogether. Oh, you got... Oh, Deathly talked you into moving. I see, I see.
Yeah, it's not looking good, is it?
It looks real bad. Now, if everything worked, right, you like get your... You have your element, you're screwing around with it, you got a little bit of going on in here. You picked up some DCs for something, like your Illusionist based or your Necro based. Like, the tree seems like it's good. You still pick up your wings. Like, I can see a lot of casters being Tier 5 in Draconic. Like, it seems good to me. What do you think?
I mean, it'd be nice to see what things actually, you know, gonna do.
I think if everything actually works, it'll be pretty good. I think it'll be a good one. You change Coalescence a little bit. But, like, everything feels okay. It'd be nice if the elemental thing worked. The energy vortex worked. That'd be nice. It'd be nice if the bugs... If it, like, what just happened is some of these things are currently set for not activatable, and they're supposed to be activatable. That's all it is. Just a bug somewhere. Alright, which one do you want to do next?
Alright, so that's Draconics. Let me back out my points in it. So I can do the
Yeah, I
focus
took
switch.
all my points back out, too.
Let's do...
Also, why do I
I
have...
think Primal's the only thing left. Primal's the only thing left because Fate's not in. Exalted's not in. We did all the melee. Oh, Magus is also not in. So yeah, it's just Primal.
This is what's changed. The Fate Arc Illusion.
Yeah, Draconic's not done. So Draconic looks good, but like if all those abilities worked, it'd probably be okay. But they don't, so yeah, it's not good.
Yeah, it looks pretty not good.
What do you got
Also,
done?
I have 57 points on Java and 39 Fate points.
So 39 Fate points total?
Yeah, then it says Perm Destiny points 13. I don't know what that means.
That's like past lives or something. Past lives and tomes or something.
Yeah. So, like, those Fate points still do things. So, the
Tomes
Destiny
are really
points
bad.
should
They need
be-
to up the tomes because the values don't I don't feel they translate very well. I don't feel they give the value that they used to give.
So,
Because
I know,
like
I was
buying
just-
like a 2 Fate tome used to be worth like what 4 8 past lives
yeah.
or something.
No, the reason
I forget the math exactly, but I remember doing it and it was really bad.
The reason I bring it up is just, shit. I had a good reason. Now I've forgotten.
Rip.
Oh, I was
that
just
reason?
wondering how ours compared, because the Tobril is completely done,
62.
62, and
I'm
Java
pretty
is
sure
like,
I have the big tome. Let me look in there real
I
quick.
feel like Java's
It's like
probably got it.
special feats.
Yeah, it's got to be right.
Inherent
Fate
something
points,
else.
right? Like I have
Inherent fate points
3.
3, and
Yeah.
that's the biggest
I
one.
think that's the
So
biggest
thi-
one.
So this is as much as you can have. Is 62.
Okay, so and on Java I am at 57, and I am not like he is not that close to completionist, for example. Not a lot of
It's the epic
racials.
past lives that kick up your fate points.
Okay, not a lot of like lives in general. I don't think. Some epics. Say somewhere it probably does, right? It says over here how many epic feats.
Yeah, so racial epics are if you're new, your biggest bang for the buck by far. Minus like a little bit of iconic work based on what kind of class you're doing.
I don't know.
If you're melee, like doing the scared iconics is insane.
Anyway, I have. Oh yeah, here we go. There's some. I have very few. It looks like I have one Colors of the Queen past life on Java.
Okay.
So, just to kind of give you an idea for people looking at it.
Like the difference in like what you, cause like the difference in like fully done and not is like splashing into a whole new tree and like a whole new way.
Right. Like I said,
'Cause,
right,
like
right now I'm at
you said what?
57,
57,
and you're at, you said 60 something?
62.
Yeah, it's a lot. That's 5 points.
I think it's the difference is big. Well, you also have some life work on that guy.
Like I said, I've done a little, like I've not done
The
epic work.
base guy is like 2 tree, like a tier 5 in one tree and like a little bit of tier in the other tree.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, for epic lives, not very many, it doesn't look like. Mostly just whatever. But I filled out my destinies and stuff. Like, I know that's part of it, right? Or it used to be. Filling out
That
your...
might translate over weird. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't know. Filling out your destinies was an important part of it before. So, I don't know. I just wanted to point out that when we're looking at these things, balancing things, the weight difference on them are pretty significant. At 57 points, mine are maybe a little bit more precious than Tobril's right now.
Oh, I need to spend points on fucking plus
Yeah?
10 tumble.
I don't know about that. That seems pretty extreme, but...
Also, thank you for removing the builder spender mechanism. That was for another game. It's too busy for DDO, and it looked like garbage physically on the screen. It made a game that already doesn't look very good look worse.
What's up, baby? Okay, so which one do we want to try next?
Primal has a multi-selector for the very first thing. For
What?
the first 4.
You have to give me a sec. What? You don't want on my lap? You crazy dog. Come here. Now you have to come up here. That's the price of you being a pain in my butt. Okay, multi-selector for the first thing. What do we got, Tobril?
Okay, it's the spell types.
Okay.
Fire, light, positive, universal. Electric, cold, sonic, universal. Acid, force, poison. Okay.
So force and poison are together.
Force and poison are together with acid.
Kind of in for that. That's like all the best things together. Right? Force, acid, and poison are all
So-
together.
Yeah. If this is anything like the previous preview, this is your alchemist tree probably.
Well, not just your alchemist
This
tree,
is
but
draconic.
I think this might be my
It's
tree.
androconic.
Yeah, this and draconic.
Okay.
Plus 1 bonus to all spell DCs. Like, that's pretty fire, too.
Let's see. The second tier, you gain a minor.
Alright, give us a name.
Did they not? I'm looking at the cores. Did they not finish the cores?
Looks like they just repeated it.
I'm gonna put some points in, just random stuff, so I can get to the cores.
Yeah, it looks like they
'Cause-
repeated it, and then there's weathering elements. Do you just not see them? Like, what's going on?
Weathering elements. Okay, it didn't let me. It didn't show up.
Oh,
So now
okay.
I put some points in. The last core is 15% absorption against.
All the elements, including our
Fire,
new
yeah,
element.
fire, acid, electric, poison. When you cast a protection spell, you gain more with no cap. Okay. The middle one looks like it's not finished.
Can we... It doesn't seem like that either. Can we take 1 second, though, to just say, fuck solar? Okay, thank you.
Sure.
I just... Every time, poison has now become the equivalent of both a type of damage and, like, a pseudo-curse type effect. It really pisses me off. And it's because Solar wanted poison traps to do damage. Remember?
Yeah.
And it's all because of him. He set this ball in motion that now poison is one of the 5 electric elements of the world. It's like...
Okay, so should we stop the stream and go drive to his house and kill him? I mean,
I hate to
that's
say,
their plan,
I hope
so-
nobody is watching my
Also,
stream.
no viewers.
I am like in the process of going into a giddy smile fest at the mere idea of this.
All our viewers, you are now accessories to murder. Sorry.
Not murder. We haven't done anything yet. We're sat right here.
I'm halfway there. I'm in my car. I'm streaming in the car.
You are a very talented person, my friend. Have I told you that today?
Yeah, I hooked up my I have like a big screen TV I can play on it in the car.
Gonna
I
say
can't
you
see
got
the road.
It's a really long Ethernet cable, right?
No, I just tethered use my phone.
I've got the gun if you're talking about Feather of the Sun. That was his other name, right?
Yep.
Yeah,
it is.
fuck Solar. What's the
So
matter?
anyhow, this has been our Primal Avatar review. I hope you like it. And, Alright, so the middle core is unfinished because it cannot simply be
It can
plus
be
3 spell power.
It can. For me, it's just the
That
first one
sounds
again.
like it's not done.
For me, it's the first one again. Is it not the first one again for you? Now Grow Again Part 2, except you can't take the same thing twice.
You gain the following for each core ability you take in this tree. Oh, I guess pump them all up again, but even then that still feels weak. 9 spell power if I read it the most optimistic way. That's bad for a core. We're gonna assume it's not done.
Yeah,
Or
I
it's
mean,
really
it's
bad.
got to be something else, right?
Yeah. Okay, so
Solar designed the tree. It's working as intended. Ah, fuck Solar. All right.
Alright, I'm gonna bag out a bunch of points here.
Yeah, sounds good.
So I can
We want to
throw
seek
everything.
some balance next.
Yeah.
So,
This is kind of meh.
I don't know if you guys.
This is good filler, I guess. Not
Yeah,
great.
it's filler. So it is reflex and tumble and balance. 3, 6, and 6, and then it's got a bonus at 5. Get an extra point of damage.
It's reflex A's with like, oh hey, here's some extra things thrown in.
Yeah, it's fine.
Toast is gonna be poisoned? Yeah. So here's another really bad one. And I did not go for the other one. MOR, PRR with no tier 3.
See, remember this is what I was talking about. Does this where they value that, like filler area for
It's-
3 PRR,
I will never take this unless I absolutely have nothing else to do.
right? It's
If
like the
there's, a
worst
tier
filler
3,
ever.
sure, but
It's just the
if tier
worst
3 is like,
filler.
hey, you have some spell power, okay.
Even then, I don't know if that would be the thing.
What? Okay, so there's arrows in just this one, and they go up, then right, then up.
Okay, so
What?
he's talking about this zigzag, this Harry Potter pattern right here. That's what he's talking about, chat.
And then there's one in the middle. Like, why?
Because this one's probably the most done.
Not the bottom core.
Well, small progresses, my friend.
Alright, let's look at the epic strike last, because that'll lead into some more stuff. Let's look at the score.
Okay, so we're skipping to Nature's Friend.
Yeah. Oh! This actually does stuff now.
Well, it always did stuff, but now there's some good ones
No,
in
it was
here.
bad.
They always did things. I didn't say they were always good. But now it looks like they have revised some of these so they're actually good. Holy
Dude, you
shit.
see the fox?
Who gives a shit about the fox? You see this spider?
Where's the spider?
It's the
They
second
don't-
second to
Where's
the
spider?
end.
The icons don't match.
I know, it's another squirrel icon.
Spider. It's just poison and spell power. This is spell power.
Poison, acid, and poison absorption.
Okay.
That seems
So-
very good to me.
The actual good one? Okay, that one's okay. The actual good one? Plus 2 damage to sneak attacks.
That also is really good. But did you see this +1 attack damage and saving throws?
Alright, that's good too.
Like
So,
that also seems really good.
Can't go wrong with that. And looks like you get this included in the quest, so like... Because we tried to keep one of these little bastards alive, and we could not.
Yeah, I don't know.
Primal was one of the worst treaties, it was indeed.
Fire
This is-
spell power 2 damage with sneak attacks.
I would take this. This is a,
Where does this... And 3 to move silently. Who the fuck need... What is this?
I love this. So I buffs my melees. It gives my meteor more power. And it gives me more stealth to stealth around because stealth wizard.
Okay, so on your stealth wizard melees is where you take
No,
those?
it gives me stealth to do stealthy things.
Okay.
So I actually take stealth on my Sorc.
Do you need to
and
use the
do, like,
restroom? Is that
bombs.
why you're busting my balls? Alright, everybody. The dog is busting my balls to go to the restroom. So I'm going to take... I'll probably be away more than a minute, but I'm going to take a minute ad break here really fast. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. I really appreciate it.
While he's doing that, let's fool around with our abilities. +3 weapon. He's whistled. Where's a big guy? It's over here, right? Yeah. Let's whistle this guy. Am I wearing stuff? A little bit. This is the new Hunt's. I'm presuming the Hunt's End icon is going to get a square icon of some sort. And then we took Hunt's End. Let's just go ahead and put a point there. That'll help us on this current configuration. Spotty seeds, yeah, whatever. Man, Hunt's End, even with a little bit less damage, but having more uses, I think it's gonna be nice. Oh, and I'm not set for DDO. Set this for DDO. Mouse buttons. There we go. Oh, we would actually do shadow for the. There's a bunch of nice things in there. There's a threat reduction, like some sneak attack. There's some really good stuff. And a third tree for accessories. Not sure what yet. Not sure what yet. So I'm pretty happy with some of these trees. All the melee trees, the tank tree, look pretty good, except for the monk tree, which needs a little bit of work. The other trees were great. It's gonna suck not to have meld. So it's gonna really suck. But everybody has some kind of like stun maneuver or disabling maneuver. So I mean, I don't know. We're gonna see how it goes. Draconic's not done. Fate's not done at all. You can't even see it. And we're about, oh yeah, the Magus is new and not done. Well, actually, the Magus, I think, was supposed to be the Magister replacement. We didn't like their name, so we changed it. Then I guess eventually we get Destinies for some more, focused on more classes. The Warlock Destiny, that'll be nice. I really want to go through in some of these, but I kind of want to wait also until Samius gets back. I guess if we do things with this, having the oh my gosh, what is all of this? Oh, there's so many buffs with the identical icons. Having Stay Frosty and Prism is pretty cool.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Alright. Jesus. All
Alright,
sorts of mess
back
ups.
to Primal Avatar. Alright. So.
If I remember correctly, we had both decided that the squirrel ones, or the familiar ones or whatever,
Yeah,
all got, like,
four?
improved.
Yeah, they're good. They're like, probably maybe take this.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to improve your spell power by enough, I think, to be worth taking. Like, you probably take a spell power one.
100%, right? Like,
Yeah.
10 spell power, or, like,
Yeah.
1 damage or 2 damage, like,
I
that's
mean,
a lot.
You're going to take one of those.
Yeah.
I think gives it to everybody.
That's some
So-
nice low-hanging fruit.
Yeah, that's good. That's good filler.
Yeah, it's real nice.
Cocoon looks unchanged.
That's probably for the best. Like, Cocoon's the bread and butter of the thing.
Cocoon looks unchanged. Epic Strikes.
Okay,
So-
this is what I want to do, though. Before we feel like we should agree on this. Do we follow the chain once we start this?
Yeah, I guess so.
Then we should save it for later.
There's arrows. Let's try following it, and if it's bad, I mean, then I guess.
Well, I just mean, we know that these 4 are in, like, a row, right?
In theory,
These, that's
these
true.
arrows might not mean anything. They could just be there. We don't know yet. We haven't
Very
known.
well. Very well. Epic strikes, then, I guess.
Okay. All right. So, okay, are they in order of the quote-unquote elements?
Well, first of all, I guess we should say that there's a multi-selector, right?
There's a multi-selector.
Keratin
Are they in
Swarm.
order of the multi-selector? So
No. Keratin Swarm is acid
Heart,
and poison.
Heart, Sky, Thorn. And this first one is
It's the acid bug one.
reversed. It's not even reversed. It's like 3, 1, 2.
I don't think they're the same. I don't think they're the same kind of thing. I think they're
hookers.
very different. It's not like
Look.
the same attack, but with different elements. It looks like they're all different.
Heart, Sky, Thorn. And then it's Thorn, Heart, Sky. So let's try to do Heart, Sky, Thorn as best we can.
You want to do heart first, then?
Yeah, because it aligns with the first thing.
Okay, so that's summer. Spring to summer.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so 12 seconds.
2 spell points. All of the meta magics. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Pretty much?
Yeah. So you crank this bad boy up. So you do a cocoon to everybody. Around the caster. So a cocoon and several seconds. We don't know how many seconds. 30 seconds, 80 seconds, no seconds. Does some damage. That seems good. Especially two spell points. That seems right.
And it blows up in an AoE.
AoE on you, I guess.
And it looks like you
What was that
have
cancer?
to have aligned that based off of your original thing.
Yeah, this is you chose heart.
Yeah, so like I'd have to do the Keratin Swarm because I took the acid one, right?
Okay, so that's the last. It's Thorn.
Yeah, so we'll do the next one next. I wanted to point out that that's the reason why it was read it out on my screen.
Okay, so this is a. This is a dot and a minor debuff. I guess it's not so minor debuff. -4 attack rolls.
Yeah, it's pretty big.
AC.
I'm trying real hard to lose my lungs today too. All of a sudden, guys. Apologies for the muting and the coughing fits. For those of you who might be watching my stream, wondering why he's looking like that.
And a dot that stacks up. I mean, for the spell point cost, like it seems. I don't know.
Seems fine. Like a stacking dot for 2 mana. That's all
It's
the
not
buttons.
a lot of damage. I think the debuff's gonna be more valuable. Oh, per 2 character levels. Okay, well, maybe that's not as bad.
I say that's a lot of, like 1d6 plus 3 per character level. So that's 30d6 plus 33, 36.
Did you get it rolling? Yeah, that'd be bad. See, casters are missing today. Casters are missing sustained DPS, and maybe this is it.
And then the dot is the extra the d6 for 2 character levels. Okay, yeah, I think it's a fine ability.
Okay. And then this other thing is a lightning bolt that puts a dot, a different kind of dot. Lightning that puts a cold dot on. Interesting.
Yeah, I thought that's the one we were talking about.
I was looking at I was looking at the carrying swarm, the thing you took.
Oh, I didn't take that one. Oh, but, okay. Yeah.
Which one did you do?
Well, I did the Keratin Swarm, but I thought we were talking about the
Okay.
Stormcatcher because you wanted to do them in order.
Oh yeah. It's also a dot. It's a lightning bolt and a cold dot.
Yeah. I guess the difference for the two of them when I'm kind of looking at them, they Keratin also has the like the cooldowns are all different. 8 seconds, 6 seconds, 12 seconds. With the Keratin Swarm being the quickest on the cooldown.
Yeah, that's the one that stacks up. So this is the one that maybe you're...
Okay, so you're the one that's... So this one's doing...
Your DPS rater takes
2d6
this.
plus 2 every 2 levels.
Yeah, this is like the Nyax, well, you know, like those things. So this
Yeah,
is
yeah.
this is more DPS on bosses.
Again, it's the same. It's like the same big ticks of damage right away, though. Like I think it's pretty good, and the fact that it's acid and poison,
Radius.
pretty solid.
Well, we'll have to look further to see which one's gonna be better.
Well,
And
again-
it might be a preference thing too.
Yeah. Well, again, for me,
So this is the first time I've looked at something and been like, oh man, I gotta think about this.
well, I immediately go, and again, it happens to be what I'm doing on Samius right now, so maybe I'm thinking about it a little lot. But doing the Warforged Sorc thing right now is what I just happen to be doing, and I really enjoy kind of like doing the acid damage kind of stuff that's going on right now. And this is just like a natural egress to what I'm kind of doing. Like putting together the last 2 trees that we just did with acid damage. You know what I mean?
Yeah. This also target enemy, so you don't have to be close for this one.
True.
The summer is on you. And the other one is a bolt. So they're very different in their application.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they all look interesting.
I think they're all kind of good.
That's great. An actual choice. Oh my gosh.
I think the
What is
Stormcatcher
that?
one, I think the Sky one's probably the worst because it has a DC-based saving throw for the damage.
I agree with that.
But,
And maybe evasion. If evasion keeps you from applying a dot, that would really suck.
yeah, that's exactly it, right?
So it's, yeah. It's also, yeah. I think the other ones. Well, let's keep going.
Okay, that's
Let's
fair.
see how they get better.
Keep
So
on.
primal spell.
Okay, you want to do...
Oh,
Primal
the
spell.
icons are fucking same.
No, one is a red background of the person on screaming. The other one is a gray background of a person screaming. And the
They're
other
the
one is a
same.
blue frozen man with a red background.
They're both red on my screen.
Are they?
Yeah.
Yeah, on my screen there's a yellow. It's very, they're very different. Not like so different that I could be like, oh yeah, you want to take the red one? And someone would be like, what? Alright, so you want to
Alright, gotta
go...
on mine. Okay, whatever.
You want to go in that fire first order again?
Yeah. Oh, hey, hardest first for a change. You fucking bastards. Alright. So, we've upgraded. Oh, did this change our cooldown to 20 seconds?
It looks like it. Or it gave you a second thing. Because now you... So, I think you still have...
Oh, is this a...
This is
Extra
a
thing?
new power, yeah. It's like now you have a second power along the path.
I'm gonna spend points on this just to find out. Let's.
Okay.
Okay, heart.
So you got
Heart.
fire one on, right?
I'm gonna take one of those little whatever this is. I'm gonna take that. Oh, yours is different because they are the same icon, but yours is slightly different because you can't pick one because you put points in.
Ah, that's it.
That's
exactly.
why yours is different. All right, so these go in where? Like enhancements.
Yeah.
Okay, so reborn in fire.
Back
And
up. Assuming
What's
that's
the first
Tobril.
thing
Are you
called?
still in the dojo? Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
spring to summer.
Yeah. Spring to summer.
Are these alphabetical all these?
Fuck. Who
Spring to
knows?
summer. It is a. It's a different thing. So. Is it a different thing of a different cooldown? Here's spring to summer. Let me move this out of the way. Did that hit any of these guys? Oh, that fire goes off right away. Okay, cool.
Oh, very interesting.
And it's healing them.
Okay, so the tier 2 makes sense now, Tobril. And everybody else.
Oh,
So,
it's just an explosion.
okay, the primal core is actually pretty cool. So the first thing of the primal core is this is your nature, right? So you have thorn, blah 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 blah, blah, right? But then the next one
Oh, use your second nature.
is now growth. So now, right, exactly. So now you have a second nature, which allows you to change your primal spell options to 2 of the 3,
Oh, well that's really good.
right? Okay, so we're ready to talk about Reborn in Fire,
So this is the most well-designed tree in the whole universe. Then.
right? Isn't it? It's clearly the
Okay.
best one done, right? That's why there's
Okay,
fucking
here's-
arrows.
Here's reborn in fire. No spell power, so it's gonna do not very much damage. I clicked it, did damage, and now I glow.
Sorry, hang on. I thought we
Oh.
were gonna read it. Let me turn around so I can see you do it.
Come here.
I'm right
Close
here.
to the guys.
I'm very close.
Alright, that's good.
Alright,
6
very
seconds, 5
close.
seconds. Alright, good enough. I healed you for a lot. I healed me for a lot. I healed me for 1,000.
I wish I knew what it like.
So that, and I have like 0 spell power, so or crit.
Yeah, it didn't
So that's
show
gonna
me.
be really good.
Does it show how much healing or anything?
I healed you for almost 900.
Wow, that's pretty good.
Okay. Heals. Okay. Heals allies for D6 per character level. You deal a D6 fire damage per character to enemies. Reflex half. 20-second cooldown, 20 spell point cost. So that's pretty good. Considering it's just like another
I mean,
Like
any of the
it's
things
fine.
that are like damage and healing, I like, right?
That's good.
Yeah, I like those. All right,
This maybe is like a radiator thing, while also DPS.
maybe.
All right.
But that's specifically fire.
It's fire.
Okay. So shard storm.
Sky? Or which one? Charge storm? Okay. Let's just do them in the order they're listed in because I'm not going to be able to.
Yeah, that's just it. Let's just work our way across them.
Because it's so inconsistent. Anyhow. Alright, charge storm.
Makes a cloud of poisonous shards that
Oh,
fills
this is
enemies within
like,
15 meters. Is this a cone?
It's just like, please, ice storm?
Maybe? So it's a 15-meter something for 20-second spell cooldown, 20-second spell point cost. Strikes 6 times over 6 seconds. So it definitely feels like an AoE. And the shard deals a d4 plus 2 poison and a d4 plus 2 acid per character level. That seems
Strikes-
really good.
Does it strike single enemies or like a little
I feel it seems like it's got to be an AOE, right?
Yeah, it's an AOE, but I think it's gonna hit like one guy at a time.
Just a second.
Are you taking it?
Yeah, I'm working on it.
Okay. 20 spell points, 20 seconds, all meadows. So basically, we're just gonna pop out some more DPS with these things.
Alright. Ready?
Yeah.
So it's just the one guy?
It says random.
Well, it's just hitting the same guy over and over again. Well,
It's
maybe
a little
not.
bit random.
Yeah, well, maybe not. Maybe it's the same guy.
I rubbed my eye for a second, but I saw it hit that guy like 4 times.
Okay, so it summons a leaf, and then it shoots off around, and it fires the leaf off at a target. And it seemed to shoot the same target over and over again.
Huh. Alright.
So, like, let me pick the frontmost kobold, right?
Yeah. Let's roll a strike.
Summon a bunch of leaves. Shot
Yep.
that kobold, I think.
Oh, they fire. Okay, I see. They fire.
Like, maybe it's shooting the kobold behind him, actually. Yeah, I think it's shooting the kobold behind him the whole time. Right?
Alright, so it's fine. Alright, you just kind of shoot guys there.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna target the. I shot the kobold, the first kobold, right? And I killed the second one to the.
Oh, now it's randomly targeting. What the hell?
Like, I think it's gotta stay on till it kills a thing, and then it randomly picks the next target.
Maybe
like
the
it-
power of life is better.
So, like, it randomly picks the target, then it stays on
Randomly
that
picks the
target.
same target.
Well, it randomly picks the first target, stays on it till it's dead, and then it picks a new random target.
It's neat.
So, like, I
And it
cast
goes
on
with you, so if you're like running around, maybe if your spell power is really high, you'll like zap a guy or zap another guy.
I mean, it's not doing that much or that bad for what's going on. So now that kobold's back, I cast on the frontmost kobold again. It's shooting that same kobold that I killed before.
Okay. So
Every
I think
shot.
the definition of random leaves something to be desired.
I
But
don't
that's
understand.
interesting.
That is the drunkest thing I've ever seen.
Okay, alright. So what's this last thing? A wave of freezing hail with a blast of lightning. So a wave and a lightning bolt? This is interesting.
Kind of looks like it, right?
D6 plus 4 per character level, and then remember these are SLAs, so you can put all the metas on. So if he can do something to stun, like Greater Shot or whatever, and then like boom 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 to these metas, or to these meted SLAs, like, this is probably going to be pretty good.
Okay. I have taken the thing.
Okay.
Alright, targeting the first kobold, standing directly in front of it. It kind of fired off like a little bit of a AoE fireball or lightning bolt type effect. Did a little bit of damage, not a lot.
Is that a wave of cold also?
Narrows a blast of lightning in its center directly in front of the caster. Hail this cold damage for. Okay, let's click it one more time here.
I didn't see anything take the cold.
Again, it felt like
Maybe
it
I did.
just fired off like the lightning bolt and then didn't do anything.
Alright.
Let's aim at the backmost kobold. Right? So it'll be in
Yeah.
a.
I mean, even if it's a lightning bolt, I mean, it's not the worst, I guess. Okay, that middle guy definitely took some cold because he is frozen.
Yeah, but the back guy didn't take the damage. So I think like the first two kobolds in the line took a damage. It's very
it's
squirrely.
Short range.
Let me line up so I hit the three kobolds going off this direction.
So one of those guys save.
I mean, they might have. I don't know. Fort save for half. Highest
you're
of
a
charisma.
caster?
So, like, my casting, like, that DC should be 46. That's not very high.
No, you're okay. You're a melee thing. Oh, you're the debuffer thing.
It
Okay.
says 62. It's still not very high, though.
Yeah. Where's the guy? Oh, is that part of your something else?
I don't know. I don't think so. Let's see. I'm equipped a weapon. Oh, no. Yeah. No, I don't have anything else going on. That's gotta be it. Yeah, it must just be the hail doesn't go off if they pass the electric save. What's up?
I mean, that makes sense.
What's up,
There's stuff like that. Okay,
Just doing some
there's
testing on
choices
the.
there.
Just doing some testing over on the Lamanias. Alright, back to looking at the thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so are we done with going up this chain, or we want to keep going?
Yeah, it's full of arrows, I guess.
Okay, so we...
Full of arrows.
Is it only
okay.
Thrive for you?
Thrive.
Okay.
Gain spell points. Alright. Oh, 30% chance to... Oh.
30% chance to reduce the cost of spells by 25%. That's a big decrease.
Oh, that's cool. That's alright.
Your epic strike. So you cast your lightning
spamming
bolts
is
or
like-
whatever.
Right? Like, your spamming is like crazy.
This is my Monday morning. It's actually my Monday evening, but I just started the stream like 3 hours ago or whatever because I was trying to get Lamania up all day. I've been fighting to get Lamania up for like 5+ hours. Including the first like 2 hours of the stream. It was real bad. You'll stay here? Very cool. I'll be here for a while. Alright, so Tobril and I were looking at Thrive. Thrive looks cool. Do we want to continue to follow the arrows?
Yeah, let's just follow it up, because this next tier looks awesome.
Alright, so the next tier's
So-
got a selector again.
Yeah, the next tier modifies the second thing we get.
Is it always the second? It looks like it.
Reborn in Fire.
Yeah.
it looks like.
Yeah.
Okay, so this modifies the second thing we get.
Okay, so that's why it locks it down.
Yeah, I guess. Okay,
No.
so double the damage with Thunder Snow. Also applies the slow effect of Stormcatcher. Okay, interesting. What's the next one?
Huh.
Thorn.
So I took Thunder Snow at 2. Right? This is your nature sky, now grow sky. At its nature thorn. Doubles the damage of Reborn in Fire. And the ability now grants 25% uncapped dodge.
Why is Fire not the best?
It might be the best. But the point is I don't have that ability and it just let me take that power.
Because
Unless
so
this
the
is
title
unless-
says Thorn, but the ability says Heart. And it's Reborn in Fire, which is the Heart thing.
Right, and I have the sky one, so I have the Thunder Snow.
What?
But it won't let me take the other ones. Like it should let me take this one at its core sky. Doubles the damage of Thunder Snow.
Because
Right.
you took Sky as your
Because
base?
I took Stormcatcher That's the ability I took. Thunder, Snow. Right? Nature's my heart. So I took Heart. And then I took Sky. And then
If it's a grass Pokemon.
Put some grass
that means...
Pokemon. Hey, Rhett, good morning. So, Thunder Snow is my ability. So I should be able to take one. Okay, so it modifies the first thing. The first thing. Okay, and the first thing I took is Spring to Summer. None of this does anything to Spring to Summer. I don't understand.
Alright, I'm gonna spend some points and look at and try something.
I don't understand.
I'm gonna try to do the heart one. I wanna do the heart one. And I don't know, I guess I'm gonna get by a squirrel of some sort.
Like, chat, did I somehow get the ability to do Reborn in Fire?
I'm gonna buy the heart one, I'm gonna buy whatever that is. And I'm gonna buy the heart one.
Is this repeatable? Can I do this again? Because I don't think this should work. Hey, baby girl.
The dodge is 22. Catch that. My dodge is. Yeah, that worked. Okay. Well, that worked. My dodge cap did go up. My dodge went up.
Alright, so now I will take Reborn in Fire. Just for... I guess.
I don't know about doing like the weird like twisty path, but so that remains to be seen. But I took fire all the way up and it seemed to work like advertised.
Okay, so now I could take the one that do fire. Yeah, they gave me the option to take the cold one. Or the fire one, even though I had taken the cold line.
Is that because you minored in something in college?
Maybe. Okay, so I'm going to take the thorn one. I'm going to see if I can recreate this sort of right this second. But if you'd like to carry on, I would be down for
I'm also trying to take thorn at the moment.
Okay, and then I took Sky. And then I took the Thunder Snow.
Starring.
It thrived as a thing, and then... Okay, so now it's working. So it must have just been a fluke that particular run. So now the options it's giving me is at its core Thorn, which doubles the damage of Shard Storm, which is correct. Okay.
Oh man. The options on two of these options are really good, at least. The dodge thing is good. The temporary hit points thing was good. What was the other option?
For
slowing people, the debuff.
Man, the Keratin Swarm, the level 1 core ability or whatever, that's insane. Like for no spell power for like the little dot we're doing.
Alright, what is Thorn?
Wow, that's
Carrying Swarm. So Thorn is really good. Heart is really good. I think the other one is probably the softer one.
Yeah, the
Thorn
is
catcher is definitely the softest.
You think?
It requires DCs. It doesn't have as good of a upgrade primal spell.
Yeah, I just Thorn.
Well, it does the slow, so I mean, I guess that could be good. But one of them gives dodge, another gives a bunch of temporary hit points. I mean, maybe if you get good, you don't need the temporary hit points or dodge.
I feel like I've never been that good.
So, again, the first tree with actual choices. And choices that are all good.
Well, and that's just it, right? That's...
The one that's the bad choice is still okay. So that's and that's just like freebies. And druids already have a whole boatload of healing and offensive SLAs. And then other like if you were a Sorc, like if you're a Sorc and take fire, all of a sudden you're a healing damage dealing machine.
Yeah.
Like that sounds.
I mean,
really
this
good.
this
And you could still take some dragon breath, and you could take some of this. You could take this up to just to there, and it'd be amazing. And take Draconic all the way up.
yeah, it feels really good. Like the 12
That
points,
feels insane.
the 10 or 12 or the 11 or 12 points invested so far seems really good.
That seems outstanding.
You could also
Finals.
potentially not take the Friends of Nature and instead like take a
You
Cocoon.
shut your whore mouth. We're gonna take our squirrel.
instead of the
Okay,
squirrel. You could
Maybe
take
we
Cocoon.
take maybe we take Rejuve instead. We take Rejuve and then we take the Thorn.
Spoilers? Question mark. Yeah, we're kind of looking at the previews for the Epic Destiny changes specifically. I think
Okay,
that's what
so
the
there's a
title
lot of
said,
good
right?
stuff. A lot of good stuff. So there's another era that happens to coincide with the mantle. What do you say we look at that next, since we're thinking about the flavor?
Okay.
Alright, heart flavor.
Okay.
Your healing spells have a chance to apply a copy of Cocoon.
Okay, keep going.
Your firelight and alignment spells have a chance to apply a blast for an extra D3 per character level that scales spell power. Each effect can occur once every 5 seconds, tracked separately. So that's pretty good.
Seems really, really good.
This sounds like raid healer that's DPSing while they're healing. Or just like questing and healing at the same time.
Well, questing healing for sure. But like, if you're like touching somebody for say you're like a Sorc or somebody coming over here to touch on something, like it's often really easy to have some sort of ability that classifies as a healing spell enough to trigger off this like healing type effect. I bet you can get some really exciting things with it.
Dude, this is looking good. Druids and maybe some other classes are looking like Sky.
Okay.
Oh, and hell, that was just the basic. Let's click into.
Oh, you want to look how it goes deep? Well, first let's see how they similar. Let's see how they track separately first, right? So like the heart one gives Cocoon.
Heart one gives Cocoon.
Sky gives
A dot or something. Extra damage. Of the same type as the spell used every 5 seconds. One target. So it's a little bit of extra damage.
So, but it doesn't do the like. So the other one has offensive and defensive capabilities, right?
Yeah.
Your healing spells do Cocoon. Your fire, light, and alignment spells might do damage. So this one does damage all the time. Your cold, electric, and sonic spells have a chance.
How much of a chance?
Yeah, like how? Like why is this better than that one? That one has an offensive and defensive power. Why does this one not have an offensive and defensive power?
Yeah. Thorn is the same except for the specific type that you do.
So yeah, so why is Heart like 10,000 times better? All right, now let's dive deep now, my friend.
Okay, Heart has a chance to apply a copy of Rejuve. So it goes 1, 2, 3. There's like a 1, 2, 3 Rejuve.
Okay, I'm pretty excited about this.
And then D6 per character level.
Okay.
Once you put the
So
points
up to a D6, it still fires. It's a chance still. It's D6 per character level. 100% spell power. Okay. So let's check out the other ones, right? Like, so what's the next ones? I can't do Sky. Can you do Sky?
1 second, I got some Twitch spam. And my mods aren't doing anything.
Worthless mods, just giving cuddles.
Alright, so the next one.
Like, I would have to reset everything to do Sky.
D3, D4, D6.
Same, just still chance.
The rest of the text is the same.
Okay. And then the Thorn is same text. D6 per character level. So why are
D3,
these?
D4, D6. They're less. They're.
Why are these two so much worse than the other one? Because, like,
Well, so they can be used at range, and Heart cannot. Heart is up close and personal. That's the only thing I can think of.
but it doesn't say that. Nothing says anything about that.
Alright, is this just connected to spells?
Yeah, your healing spells have a cocoon. Your firelight and alignment spells do damage. And those three types of spells do the same amount of damage.
So Heart's just better at this one.
Yeah, because it has a defensive power.
Okay, so Heart is just straight up better.
Assuming that you're casting those kinds of spells, fire, light, and alignment spells. If you're casting cold, electric, and sonic, the other one's not better. It's shitty by comparison. Because it doesn't have a defensive power. Like, your healing spells don't do anything under Sky or Thorn. That's mean and dumb.
Yeah, Fire's looking dope. The other one need to, like, I don't know, like, to avoid Fire being a dominant thing, it needs to either do less damage, or be, like, close range, and the other ones do more damage.
So, like, part of what they're trying to do is take some of the fire bonus out of the trees. Like, there's, like, randomly an extra, like, 60 or 70 more fire spell power or something in the epic trees. So they're trying to, like, pull that out so it's more on par with everything else.
Right, like, all the DPS needs to have parity. But
Right.
in this case, there needs to be, like...
The problem is that this one is by far superior. Like, there's...
Yeah, it has utility and similar DPS.
Yeah. Like, crazy.
So...
Alright, so...
And if you're Druid, the fire form is really good. Because it boosts healing and fire damage.
Yeah.
Okay,
Alright,
Share
so
Mantle,
should we share mantle for the heart one?
it looks like it's the same. I
Is
don't
it?
see difference based on what you select.
Okay. Carry
That's
on.
1 point. Your summons now benefit from your Destiny Mantle. Okay. So if summons are ever good, this is good.
Okay, so does it count summons, or does it count hirelings? Does it count...
Don't know.
Because I could imagine the
summons.
right setup. Like, imagine the right setup.
Maybe we get a big summon later and that'll make it good.
Well, like, okay. So if it hits summon, like, spells from summon creature, as well as, like, hirelings, right? So fire, light, and alignment spells in the cocoon. So, like, fire elemental, or the fire djinn, or the chick, the green chick.
The green thing's the only thing that matters because none of this lets them stay alive more than 2 seconds, so 20.
Well, but they might, because they cast a lot of, like, weird and random ass spells on themselves, so they might be firing off Cocoon 3 all the time. On themselves. Like, they might be suddenly spamming Cocoon like crazy.
The Beholder from the Wand can stay alive now, so I don't know.
I mean, I've used hirelings in Quest to do things.
Thrackhound?
Yeah, like the Thrackhound necklace is here. I don't know if they have any firelight or alignment. I mean, they have to have alignment spells, right?
I don't
So then any type of healing spell, if they even accidentally do a healing spell, you have an opportunity for them to throw a cocoon on you?
If there's good summons later in this tree, that doesn't make this matter. But let's keep going.
Carry on.
Alright, so we looked at all the tier 1s, and then we followed the chains.
And then we follow the 2 chains.
Yeah, so let's go from
Flowers.
the left to the right. Flowers and thorns. Oh, that's interesting. Stepping inside a thorn, spikes, or entangle spell, whether hostile or friendly, heals you. Okay.
Every 5. Okay, so as long as you're in there.
Every 5 seconds, heals you. So basically, for you, those spells heal you.
Yeah.
Okay.
For 1d3 hit points. Total.
Per character level.
Of the
DC
spell's owner. So if you cast it, it's yours. If an enemy cast it, it's
This
the
is
enemy's
theirs.
spell, like the enemy DC.
So here's what we need. The new raid needs to have monsters that cast this, and we take only druids.
Okay.
Alright, well that's interesting. I feel druids probably have enough healing as it is, but that's interesting.
Yeah, I just don't understand what this is for.
Okay.
Like, it's a cool effect and an idea that, like, these spells, even if they are hostile to you, do have positive effects. It's cool, right?
Yeah, if it's the party, that'd be okay. But again, I think we have enough healing.
My Ready Ross, welcome to the stream. Good for Rangers? Well, that's just it, right? Like, what's the Ranger going to do? He's going to throw it on the ground, and it's going to do... is it going to do 30d3 hit points? So, even if that's
It might
max,
do a
that's
little.
less than 100, right?
It might do a little.
If
I don't see you taking a whole lot of points from that.
Like, it seemed, like, I don't see how it, like, quite pushes it over.
Yeah. Okay. So, how about we look at the far right, because we look the rest of the stuff
Yep.
stuff in chains.
Yep, I agree.
So that compared to this. So for 2 action points, gain 2 int wisdom charisma or 2 strength dex con. Which one do you think is better? That or heal yourself in entangle spells?
I mean, it seems hard to compare with +2 to a stat compared to gaining 100 hit points, right?
I mean, you could take some damage in a quest.
You could take damage in a quest.
And if you take damage, it doesn't matter how high your int is because you got hurt.
I suppose that's true. However, if my int is too higher, I probably have prepared for that.
Alright, so I don't see why stats are in here because they took stats out. Because
I don't
stats
know.
are like a no-brainer.
Stats
So
are just
this
gas.
feels OP for what tier it's at.
And kidding tier 2?
But let's not say anything because it's just really good.
And this is like an easy, low-hanging fruit one, right? Like,
Maybe they'll forget that exists and we'll get a good thing.
like you have a primary tree. We've already kind of talked about it. You like primary up a little bit. The rats are good. Cocoon's good. It's easy to get your first 5 points. And then, bam, you're right there with +2 to whatever your main stat is. So you're like invested 7 points in this tree.
This is like
That's good.
the last part of the gift tree? I don't know.
Like I said, for 7 points, you pick up a heal, a little bit of a boost, and +2 stats. Right?
Maybe.
That's
It
pretty
depends.
fire.
I don't think every build, but some builds maybe.
What do you mean every build? Or not every
I
build?
don't think every build
Not every build what? Not every build takes
would dip into this.
Cocoon and Thing for +2 stats? I don't know. Maybe
You have
not.
to take so you take a coon, a squirrel,
That's
What else
it.
is
And the
squirrel?
core. Right?
and the core. Yeah, maybe.
Because the core's 1, squirrel's 2, cocoon's 2. Then you got 2 more points for stats.
Maybe, but I mean, Fury had sustain. Didn't Dread have sustain also, or Monk had sustain?
I mean, there's some other like things, and there might be some other paths that you take depending on your build. I'm just saying, if you're at the point where you're taking all the way in like one tree, like Legendary Dreadnought, right? You're going tier 5 through that, so you only really have enough to like dip your toe into another tree.
Maybe.
7 points is a pretty easy investment, I think.
Yeah, there was a lot of sustain in those melee trees though.
There might be better options but for 7 points, I haven't seen it. But I did miss a little bit of that stuff, so bear with me.
All right, so
Okay, so that was the last of the tier of the second
Yeah.
second row.
Okay.
So gonna go back to the first column.
Yeah.
Improved
First
form.
With an elemental form, gain spell power. When a wild shape, gain MRR. Okay.
It seems fine. I'm not thrilled. I do like that you also get the universal spell power while in elemental form, right?
It's spell power, so. Okay, the mantle thing. Yeah, we talked about that. Plus, okay, DCs for spells.
Evocation, Conjuration, Transmutation. So that does overlap with Alchemist.
It does. So this is totally the Alchemist tree.
So Alchemist can...
Or a secondary Alchemist tree. An Evocation is Druid.
Right, so like an Evocation or Sorc could pick up 9 from the 2 trees if they go tier 5 so far in Draconic and then Primal.
And some of this other stuff for Sorc looked really hot, so I think this was a secondary tree for Sorc.
So far I agree.
Okay, we talked about the Primal spell upgrade, natural shielding.
You know, I like these. I always have a really hard time taking them, but I do like them.
Oh, well, this gives you things. You get hit points and
yeah, you get a little bit of boost, but everybody else gets some things. Like again, I'm a person that I've spent a lot of time playing by myself, or plugging out slots, and why I'm waiting for things to fill, use hirelings. So for me, oftentimes having the things is good. However, if you're raiding or in a Reaper group or doing things
this is an average.
Yeah, doing something.
This is like an average player thing.
Well, I'm just saying, doing something.
This is like the midline, where this is useful.
I disagree. I feel like this is a thing where, depending on what kind of content you're doing, it's either extremely useful or it's bad. If you're playing at the higher end of the thing, where you're doing like Reapers 8 or 10
if you're 90th percentile and up, you don't take this.
Right, it's crap.
If you're not that, then.
But if you're a person that's soloing or short manning a lot of content, you're somebody who's out there trying to do Reaper 1 by yourself. Like, these are things that make these kind of things happen. So, like,
if you struggle busting with your army of hirelings, yeah, this is good.
Yeah, like these are all things to consider when depending on the situation.
Yep.
Because also the other thing to keep in mind really quickly, the other thing to think about is every other monster in the quest or every other thing on your side that the enemies think are going to hit you is like having like an extra layer of shielding, right? Anything that the monsters decide to come at first is like mischance. So that's another reason to kind of keep your hirelings alive, Chad. Alright, did you want to go to natural evasion?
Yeah, gain evasion.
That seems good, right? Because that used to be a tier 5 capstone before.
No, like... I mean, you still have to be light armor, but just like gain evasion.
Gain evasion and like the thing that seems real easy to line up with the caster tree?
So, like, I could never take this, but a lot of people could.
Yeah.
Because I always take heavy armors.
Well, remember, I've had a lot of like caster lives where I've chosen between medium or light armor purely based on whether or not I had evasion.
Yeah, gain evasion. Okay.
There's a lot of times that I've been in, what's the rogue tree called? I forget now.
Shadow?
Yeah, Shadow. I was in Shadow Dancer because it gave like caster evasion, so like it's value.
Next one is a pretty hard sell.
Yeah, I actually don't know if I like this.
Just gain spell power? Alright, click.
Like 3 points to get to 15 universal spell power. I mean, it's fine, but
I would take that.
I find a hard time taking spell power type things.
This pony thing, these other two things better be amazing for that spell power to not be what you take. Alright, what do we got for pony? Nature's Blessing. You get a unicorn in real life and unicorn insurance. Alright, when you rest the spirit of nature.
Right. Manifests as a unicorn for you and provides Nature's Blessing to you and nearby party members, giving 5% insight bonus to maximum hit points.
This should just be a buff you cast. Like the Shrining thing, like...
They like doing these cutesy fartsy things.
I know they do, but that's dumb.
It's fine.
It should just be a buff you cast. I mean, okay, it's good because there's a lot of quests. If we're gonna go into vision, okay, nobody casts a spell. Let me get in. Everybody shrine. Now we'll cast some spells. Like this is just gonna be a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
Like, okay, let's go find a shrine, you guys. Guys, you guys shrine? Oh, you gonna shrine? Oh, you're not gonna hit points. This is gonna be a massive pain in the ass.
With a mini shrine, so like you summon a shrine to do it.
Yeah, you're gonna summon a shrine just for this. At the beginning of the quest, you're gonna spend $5 per quest to summon a shrine.
Hey
Use
man.
5 hit points.
Hey man, money bucks. People got money. Some people out there got it.
Some
people got that DDO bank.
I don't see taking this. I really don't.
Yeah, it's a tough sell, I think.
Your party has to cooperate.
I think unless again you're someplace where you're self-buffing, you have a small group, you have a static group, you have hardcore server. Like there's places that this is going to be really good.
There's uses for this.
It's going to be good in places,
vision.
but it's going to be a pain in the ass like too many times. 5% insight bonus to hit points. It's nice that it's not quality and it's not the other one, so it does kind of stack together. But if you're going to have special stacking ones, just make them special so they stack weird. So you can have, like, instead of quality, you could have whatever it was from. Was it from Dreadnought? Let's pretend it was from Dreadnought. You can have Dreadnought bonus to your goddamn spell or hit points. Stop making them all weird.
Okay, there's a big mistake in these next two.
Okay.
They are completely identical.
Well, that's not a mistake.
No, they're completely identical. Spell parting to be doubled. I don't know. I mean, that is pretty high up in the tree. I don't know. It's better than the unicorn.
Well, like, reducing the cost of some of this stuff is pretty good.
Well, that's fine, but the two, if you look at the two, they are exactly the same.
Yeah.
They are completely duplicated.
Yeah.
Is that like on purpose?
I think maybe so. Like,
That
these
seems
are
weird.
powerful abilities, man. Like, Epic improved in power. That's
Twice?
I mean, will it let you take both of them?
I don't know.
I mean, I have not spent enough points in the tree to know. Like, if you
Maybe-
could reduce in power that many times, maybe
No,
it is
just
worth
maybe you
it.
pick one and pick the other.
Yeah, like it grays out the other one. So like you
Oh,
reduce
okay.
in power a little bit, and then maybe you do some quicken or maximize or.
So every time I've seen that, they've been in either a different tier or they've been different options.
I feel like there might be one example where they've been similar to that, like together, but you might be correct. Like it's almost, I feel like it is almost always on top of each other.
Because then they get more easily like gated. So
Right.
if that's what they meant to do, then okay.
And maybe they'll just do that by putting a line sideways, which seems lazy to me, but maybe you could.
I feel like they're causing themselves some trouble with this.
Yeah,
If
I
they were
just
like on top of each other, I would have instantly like made more sense of it.
yeah.
Just to me, it looked like they accidentally did the same one twice.
Yeah, see, I feel
They
like
didn't mean to.
putting them together at the same tier like that's fine, but gating them, like you said, via thing would make
Yeah, I
sense.
just hope it works for them.
But as long as one grays out when the other one activates, then it's already gated. Right? So it didn't have to be gated vertically like that.
Okay, so let's. I went straight up because I goofed up. And
Okay.
I'm already showing it.
So Epic improved Intensify.
Yep.
I like it.
explanatory. It's fine. Yep.
Like anything that reduces your spell point cost is good.
It's fine.
I don't see, like, comparing this to the dragon one, right? It does not feel like the same quality thus far, but they could win us over.
Yeah.
Alright, so into
Okay.
greater form, you want to
Sure.
do...
This is a greater form. Why not?
Looks
Become
like-
like Summer Fire. For the 5-minute cooldown, this must be the epic mode. 20
Yeah.
seconds, gain, you get fast, get ethereal. Become ethereal to monsters for movement. Oh, you pass through things. Okay. 60%, 25%, uncapped dodge bonus.
I don't know what that is. Whatever. Screw that. Pass over.
100% absorption against fire and light.
That seems sweet.
Deal damage per character level to enemies close to you and heal allies close to you.
Every 2 seconds. You turn into an AoE wall of fire.
Alright.
for
That's
20
cool.
seconds every 5 minutes.
That's not like. I think the cooldowns are getting too long.
Let's
but it's
let's. I feel like we're gonna have the same arguments on all of them.
Yeah.
So let's just do the next one.
Next one.
Next one's F your couch.
Enhancements to reduction 10% to all spells. That's not. I feel like it's not quite as good.
I
as
feel
the
like
other one.
I feel like it's also probably not the thing.
So one says reduce your spell cost, the other says literally blow everything up and heal your allies. Alright.
Yeah, I don't feel like they're the same. I
Got
feel
it.
like it's not the there.
And
Okay.
the other one's the same thing. So two options for reduce your spell point cost. And one option that says become fucking awesome.
How?
So okay guys, what we're gonna do
It
we're
feels
gonna
like
try to
that's
reduce
intended,
we're
right?
gonna try to make it so fire is not your automatic pick. So here's a bunch of fire stuff that also heals your party, and there's a bunch of extra stuff too. And looks awesome.
So
And
chat.
synergizes with your druid stance.
Let's pretend you're some sort of maybe a caster druid, right? So now you've turned yourself into this giant beacon of doom. You
Yeah.
set
like,
the room on fire. You've like
I'm a fire tornado! Ah!
exactly. You're like running around. You're fire tornadoing. You're healing everybody. You're like going ham. You're casting your one spell. You're doing DPS and all this extra burst healing. And like all of your spells like have this chance to also do like this additional healing. I feel like one of these trees is like ironed out a whole lot more than the
Yeah.
other.
And then the other one is, your fireball costs 3 less spell points to cast.
Okay.
Like,
Okay, so let's talk about, I guess we've compared the one and the other two, right? One is awesome, the other two are like meh.
this is like,
So, but let's talk about the cooldown, I guess. Because again, it's too long, right? We've talked about that every time.
yeah.
90 seconds,
We'll complain a little lower. Like, it should be 90 seconds, 2 minutes. Like,
2 minutes. This is
Yeah.
too long.
uh,
It is me that you keep like stealing kills on, but that's okay. I'm not actually.
I don't know, man. I don't know if they're typos. I think they're just bad.
I don't
like-
think
like-
there's no reason that they would duplicate it and then make one awesome.
Maybe
No,
they
you're
forgot
fine.
to
Kill
put in
all
the
you
actual
kill all
text
you want.
for it. Should we like take them and actually cast them? Like,
You can try it.
I mean, okay. Well, if you want to try that,
Like I'm currently in Thorn, so I can take it.
take thorns all the way up. Okay.
Yeah.
While you're doing that, Mass Frog, 60 seconds. Or yeah, 60 second cooldown. Mass Frog is Mass Frog. You know what that does.
Right.
So you probably take that. I mean, it's pretty good. For 2 points.
Is it still wisdom based only, or
It
what's
was
the
pretty
highest? Oh yeah, sure. Of course you take that.
I mean, plus transmutation. It's pretty.
And it's a transmutation
Is Mass
DC.
Frog? Yeah, I think this is the Alchemist. Second or primary. Ancient Wisdom plus 3 DCs, all DCs. I think that's probably okay.
God, I really think I'm taking Nature's Blessing on Java. Because it's the exact kind of nonsense that Java would have as the buffer debuffer build.
Oh god. So the last thing is a totem. Cost 50, cooldown 15 seconds. Doesn't look like you can put meta magics on it. The totems, one of them does acid, poison, force damage, spells. One of them does lightning, cold, sonic, using your casting stats. So that's actually good. So these things will actually matter. And guess what the last one does?
I don't know.
Fire,
Casting
light, and
stats?
healing. Totem that you put the totem down and it stays there. And it's it sounds like it's a summon, so it may be that thing we kind of poo-pooed earlier. That shared mantle.
Yeah.
So it'll get your primal avatar destiny mantle, which then.
Huh.
So you're going to be blasting out like free cocoons all over the place.
Lana.
Your totem's going to be blasting out free cocoons all over the place.
Hey, Stevie, thanks for the raid, buddy.
Change the zone.
Yeah.
One spell heals.
Yeah, if you're like
Another thing
fire all the
heals.
way or whatever.
Okay,
Yeah.
like, there's no reason not to do fire right now, because you can also have like druids have a thing to make people
Yeah, not on.
in fire form, the good form, so this all lines up.
You have a
There's
good
no
one too,
reason
buddy.
not to do fire.
Yeah,
Unless
not,
these other
not
totems
now.
and things are fucking amazing.
Not now. It's really weird. Like, this other stuff seems like it is good. The Carrington Swarm one in particular, I think, is really strong.
Yeah,
Like,
these
it
things
seems
need
like-
to do more damage with fire for this to be like a choice.
Yeah, but the fire doing the fire damage and the heal is just so sick.
Yeah.
I just don't think I don't think you get the choice. If you're going to go, if you have the ability to go alignment damage base. How's the planar ally? Did we look at it yet?
Not yet. It's
Okay, I'll wait
it's
then.
the upper left. It's that totem. I'm
So-
very curious as to how strong it is.
So it's gated again based off of the element that you picked.
yeah.
So
Well, I presume so.
I'm currently stuck having to take Thorn, which is the
I can take. I'll work on fire.
Great Thorn Spirit to blast your foes with acid, poison, and force. Using your caster stats, remains bound to their summoning spot, which means they're not going to follow you around forever. That
No.
seems bad, right?
15-second cooldown though, so it's like.
Okay, so
Go-
it, like it does have a fast cooldown, so you like pull it
Yeah.
around. That's not
yeah,
that bad
so
then.
That's fine.
I'll take that.
Yeah. I'm gonna take a bunch of fiery. things.
Okay, so it's a Thorn Guardian, which we all know is the most dangerous thing. We got an Acid Ball. We got a second spell. And because I took this, alright, so because I took, does this have to be active, maybe? Okay, that has to be active. Okay. So I'm gonna re-summon my guy. Right, let's look and see if there's any going off extra times. Oh yeah, there's some extra damage firing off in there. Huh, I don't know if it was good or not. Did you get your fire one done?
I'm getting there.
I'm very curious. May
I'm
actually
just
turn
trying to
your-
spend some points now, just to spend points.
I felt that
Fire.
way
I
too.
ran out of points. Okay, let's reset that tree.
Alright, I'm gonna mute.
So my actual damage and stuff isn't going to be good. So you got to like kind of imagine.
Oh, I'm not
like,
worried
what-
about that. I'm curious
Is it
to
a-
see it.
okay.
I'm like watching your stream now.
Alright.
You are real. So I saw your hair earlier today, by the way, and I made a comment on it. And now looking at it again, it is really short, my friend.
Yeah, well, I'm going really bald, so guess what?
I guess it's a good thing that shaved is sexy, right?
This ability doesn't line up with what it actually is. It says Thorn, but it's actually Summer, and that's confused me like 10 times now.
Is that maybe part of the problem? And then we never
Was it
talked
going
about
bald?
that.
Yeah, that's part of the problem.
Yeah, it is part of the problem. It's lame. We never talked about that last core ability either. I don't think, Tobril.
We did.
Did we? And I just missed it.
It's just been a while because this tree is the only.
It's
interesting
been
tree so
crazy,
far.
right?
This is the only tree that doesn't build itself necessarily. Oh my god. It just takes. Oh, there we go. Okay, now we've got the little person.
I really like it, actually. Shit.
Alright,
15%
so here's the
absorption.
person. Where's she at?
And then when you cast, it's 25 instead of 15.
Drop her. Here she is.
Alright, she's a green girl.
Green girl.
She's got some good sized crits in there.
Throw in some heals. Oh,
Cracked
hey, I
it-
should turn on my.
Cracked 1,000.
Where's my mantle? Here it is. Okay, now
Yeah,
my
get
summer
that
mantle's
turned on.
on. Cast my green girl again at my summer mantle. Watch for cocoons and stuff.
Well, the cocoons are going to fire off on us because it's not a friendly spell. But if we were wounded and she cast a heal on us, it should work. Alright, so it looks like she's critting for a little over 1,000. Right? Alright, so let me pull this dork back up for a second. Okay, so... like, my dork's hitting for 200, but he's casting various AoEs. Is nowhere near as good as, like, what... there's a crit for 800.
Put some damage on myself.
But, like, mostly it's applying, like, little dots and shit. So she's spamming way more powerful spells to compare it.
She gonna throw a heal? She's not throwing a heal. I didn't see her throw a single heal. I threw with no spell power. He was over 4,000. The hell?
It's good. It's a good power.
I mean,
It's okay.
I hit you for 2k. I mean,
I feel like
I'm not saying my spell power is like 0, but let's just go see what my spell power is.
I really wish I would
Oh, I
have.
have some positive spell power from who knows what. 400 spell power.
If I would have
So an
brought.
actual caster is gonna have like real spell power and real crits.
Oh yeah, probably.
And that probably was not a crit unless I got real lucky. But let's cast it again.
All right. Take another look at your screen.
Okay, I crit, so I only hit myself for 2k with no spell power
Okay.
investment.
Standout favorite? Question mark. Primal Avatar so far seemed like the most impressive.
Okay, so the fire's little butterfly thing is actually healing the enemy, so that's a bug.
I honestly think Divine Crusader might be the best one so far. Like, it walks the utility, I think,
man.
really well.
It does. This primal though, man.
Primal is very, very interesting. Like,
This is bonkers.
it might be
dude.
way better to go back into a Caster Druid again.
Caster Druids were already good. Like, they're good today. Like, very good.
Well, they're gonna be better tomorrow.
And then you get that whoop. Because your class isn't powerful enough, so let's give it Mass Frog.
Oh, hey, you know what? Let me think about that, actually.
You have like one of the best clear characters. You have a pretty decent raid healer already. Now it has all this like almost tree healing. Let's just give it Mass Frog. And let's give it this totem thing that just goes berserk. Let's just throw everything at Druid. Some developer plays Druid as their main. And that is why we're getting this.
So, like,
That is the explanation.
I really have to say I like the change to Mass Frog also. The fact that it's now highest of Int, Wisdom, or Charisma
Oh, yeah,
means that it
that's
has an
like-
opportunity to get used.
Yeah.
In my Tobril, Druid gets Tsunami also.
Where's Tsunami?
A spell now, right? It's just a Druid spell?
Oh yeah, it's probably gonna stay busty too. So hell yeah.
Plus, if you're like in light armor, you can pick up evasion if you wanted. Not that I think you're necessarily going to have great evasion on most of your cast druids, but maybe.
Probably not. But I mean, that's something that would help like the more averagey player maybe. And maybe that could be a multi-selector for evasion or like some MRR. I don't know, man. Primal seems a good fit for a lot of different things. Like it's night and day different. Like Druid going all in on Primal seems pretty obvious. A Sorc going all the way in, part of the way in, I think is good. Alchemist going part of the way or all the way in is good.
Oh yeah, you're still going off on the primal tree. The wife's
Possibly a
call.
light caster, favorite soul going in deep. Is there a poison thing for cleric? It's negative, right?
Negative. I don't think there's poison.
All right. There's alignment though, which is not all their spells though. So maybe not that one so much.
Did we do Draconic yet? We did look at it a little bit, but I didn't look at it as closely as like some of the other ones.
Oh, it looked good.
Yeah.
Oh no, wait, no, it did not because several of the abilities are broken.
Yeah, like Energy Vortex and Dragon Form are both. They have hexes instead of squares, so they can't be turned on.
Yeah.
So you can't even try them. What's kind of cool is that they've added negative energy dragons and green dragons, which I think is kind of cool, but no light dragon, which I feel like is kind of... If you're going to add a negative energy dragon or a shadow dragon, I feel like light dragon also makes sense.
Yeah. Dragons are good. But, I mean, this tree looks great.
Yeah, the Primal Avatar.
Yeah.
It's definitely the one that feels the most thought through so far. Particularly the fact that it's got like at least a path tracked in. Why it's a weird path and not straight line, I don't know.
Oh, all that stuff is drunk as hell.
As opposed to just like... I guess they thought that the Thrive must be the same power level as like the Shard Storm or whatever. Which is, they're probably not wrong. And they probably felt like the at its core is not as strong as like a tier 4. But I feel like if you're going to do that, give us another option that goes the other way and leads up. So it feels like there's an actual choice and not just like a weird path that we're on.
Yeah, I don't know if they made... Are you talking like how you had the miner? The miner doesn't seem to really... Maybe I just did it wrong, but the miner doesn't seem to really be a thing you do.
The miner I think is interesting. But I'm just talking about like the fact that there's a path there. Like that zigzag path. But it doesn't really matter.
Straight up.
Instead of just going straight.
Up?
Well, the power is not appropriate to going straight, I don't think. I think that's the problem. Right? I think the step number 3 here with Thrive is just not powerful enough to be a tier 3. Right? And I think that the final step
I guess that's
is not powerful enough to be tier 4. Right? So I understand why they did this, but it doesn't feel good enough.
It also doesn't make sense because other things like Hunt's End and some of the other abilities have things that upgrade themselves or each other.
Right.
And they don't have arrows, so...
Right. There's lots of things that upgrade without having to be forced through the path.
Staple the arrows on and line them the fuck up. And always put the mantle in the same spot. Always put the epic moment in the same spot. Like, line this stuff up.
Line some stuff. I still want to say like color code Like, lining things up would be nice, too. Color coding would be nice, too. Getting some consistent pattern stuff going would be nice. Okay, so here's my question for you, Tobril.
Purple.
Do you think that they're just going to take these, like, last and the core enhancements? That's going to be how they're going to gate the powers over level 30 or whatever? Or is this going to, like, unlock and, like, squeeze open, like Harry Potter?
I bet we just get points and we can spend points.
They said that it was supposed
And
to
then
be
it's
gated
level
in
gated
advance.
for those. Yeah, it's like level 32, level 30, whatever, level 40.
What if they shifted the 3 to the left one? So the actual core 3 or this? Maybe. I don't know. I just feel like I just feel like if you're gonna do some pathing stuff, you need to have a decision for the path to be worth it. And I feel like none of these things are powerful enough that it's like you're on the rail, you're gonna finish the path, right? Like this is not a get off the rail once you've got on it train.
Yeah.
So why put us on the rails in the first place? The one after Thrive put above the second one.
I mean, the
Put it
ordering
here.
definitely could be adjusted.
And take this out. Yeah,
I mean,
I could
really,
see that.
we're just. So we're all just going to learn to play without meld.
yeah, that's the big thing.
We're all
Leaf
going to learn how
drops
to
was
play
it
without
step over?
energy sheath. We may have swaps for certain raids, like gear swaps or something, or just suck it up and just.
Are you like
be
trying to
good.
summarize the things that you learned so far?
Yeah. And
Yeah, I feel like we'll definitely do an
there's lots
impression
of
soon.
dire charge is not really a concern because there's so many options in the different trees. They all have like their version of it. The losses that we take on Marshall Him are gained back by double strike existing in all the trees, double shot.
Alright, did we get through everything?
We are through all the trees.
Did we do Shadow Dancer?
We did Shadow Dancer. It was good.
I feel like I missed the entirety of Shadow Dancer.
You might have. It was really good. It was a very good. It's probably your secondary melee tree. It's your secondary physical DPS tree for all builds. If nothing else, because you get 30% threat reduction. So like I have to take this on the ranged because there's not much range threat reduction. So this is like mandatory for any bow user. And for melee in general, I feel it's just a really good option. And then, like, all the other
threat
stuff to go
reduction
along with
also
it
gives you a permanent night shield spell. That's nice.
Yeah. So there's like that's to like entice people to actually take it that don't know what threat reduction does and why it's important. They'll see
Wow,
don't take
Well of
magic
Darkness
missiles
is
and be
really
like,
good
"Oh, I'll
also."
take that."
So Well of Darkness is also really good. Why it's got that particular animation, I'm not sure. Assassin DCs. Lyth is like randomly picked up some force and spell power. I'm in, I guess. Yeah, I think this just gets better for me actually because I was always kind of likely to be back into this tree as like my quote unquote final tree or whatever. But now it seems like even more so.
Yeah, Shadow's just really good. Get more max dex. More max dex is important now because of the meld loss.
Does the shadow weapon tree go all the way to 15% for the
Shadow
offhand
what?
weapon thing?
I believe so, yeah.
Very interesting. The wife's back. Give me a minute, everybody.
Yeah, no, Shadow is just really good. I don't even think it has much in the way of filler either. It's just all things that are good. Not a spell focus. Yeah, it's just nuts. Any questions on things in chat? Anybody? While he's doing whatever he's doing?
Shadowcaster, minus 10% spell cooldowns. Yeah, I'm loving the changes to Shadow Dancer.
Shadow looks really good. Advance your evasion. Like, Shadow's always been like low key good, but now it's just
I mean, it's just like quietly become the best thing ever for like hybrid caster people. Especially if you're interested in force spell power or generic spell power. How many spell ways is it to give helpless now? Is it just hold monster and hold person or whatever? The hold?
greater shout.
Greater shout still.
Yeah, greater shout. The holds. Helpless.
Okay, so like this, right? This right here. Dark armor. MMR, PRR. Okay, that makes sense. Force spell power. Questionable. Tier 3, you also pick up energy drain. Like, wow. That's crazy. Color spray makes helpless too? Okay, yeah. Shadow Dancer is just like the bee's knees then. Plus 3 to hit and 3 to hit. 3 2 hit. 2 hit for sneak attacks and 2 hit while flanking.
Oh, pierce the gloom?
Well, yeah, would it not just be plus 3 to hit all the time? Like, what's the difference between plus 3 to hit and plus 3 to hit for sneak attacks?
They're
And plus 3
possibly
to
in
hit.
different channels. So you'll get plus 3 to hit, and then when you're sneak attacking, get another 3 to hit.
Well, that's what I mean. If it is in while sneak attack an extra 3.
Oh, and while flanking, I'm not quite. Is that a separate channel? That
I
might
don't-
be a separate channel.
Well, I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Like, it seems weird.
It might be. So you can have sneak attacks, but not
Flanking?
Hold on.
No, you can't have sneak attacks that aren't flanking, right?
It is separate channels. What would be a case where you'd have one but not the other? Grin.
So they say that sneak attack is whenever you don't have focus, right? But maybe you don't have focus, but you're not flanking something. There's only one monster or one person. But that's not how
Is
we
this
flank
like
in
you're
DDO.
spacing a monster and you've enabled sneak attacks, but you're by yourself? Maybe that's it. You've hit Assassin's Trick, and you're face tanking a monster. That's the only thing I can think of offhand.
Okay, well then theoretically you can get plus 9 to hit if
I
you
mean, that sounds
layered
okay.
all these things together.
That sounds reasonable.
But the main thing is you get immunity to silence, quell, and blindness. Which again, I feel like blindness immunity is just like the fuck you of powers. Like you're sitting there at the DM's like, Tobril, I'm gonna make a magic item for you. And you're like, yeah, what do you got for me? I'm like, I'm gonna give you glasses that make you immune to being blind. You're like, you are a piece of shit. Like that's the worst thing someone you could. Ugh.
I know,
Like it
it's
doesn't
a
even
level
see in
4
the dark.
offense or
Just
whatever.
makes you immune to being blind. Someone can't throw dust in your eyes, you guys. I give you the power of safety goggles, Tobril.
Yay. Yeah, I don't know, man. Shadow seems real good.
Yeah, Greater Shadow Form seems good still. Crit Multiplier seems good still. Bows,
That's
thrown weapons,
across all
crossbows,
the-
finessable melee weapons.
Every melee gets basically the same thing.
Do they? I assume they like vary on their like weapon types or whatever, or is it restricted
Not
for
always.
a reason?
This one's actually
Mass
one of
PK
the
is
nice
good.
ones.
Spell DCs are good. And I like Shadow Master. Yeah, you know what? I like the Shadow Dancer change. We are really gonna feel this stat squish though.
A little
That's
bit.
the other thing that I think people like. I think I have like 4 or 5 points of int or whatever on.
I think you're gonna make that back up because every caster tree has
plus 2
6
to
DC
save or
and
whatever.
you'll probably have like 9 DC.
But I feel like I always end up having those DC stuff in there anyhow.
I think that should probably be fine. It's good they're taking it out because then it's not a,
Well, it's not the
weird
hurdle
decision.
anymore. Like, it doesn't raise the watermark, right?
Mr. Charm,
Make Tobril a
kill them when it
breastplate
wore off.
of rust immunity. I can't right now. He's a robot. That's the problem.
Oh man.
What do we want to look at next? Do we actually want to try to equip something and do something? Like, I feel like we should do something.
I have to choose some stuff here.
I'd have to choose 1,000 things. Because remember, my whole purpose in life is to, like, be that... Like, I'm definitely a raid debuffer, right? On this build. So there's a whole lot of shit that won't make any sense for me. Oops. Let's put that back.
Oh, Shorty gets like a color spray thing. That's neat.
That's why it's funny? Oh. No, it doesn't... I feel like it doesn't do any good to give people magic items that doesn't actually work. Instead, what I just do is I pick a magic item completely at random out of the book and I give it to them. And I hope that it doesn't become a problem. Okay, so as much as I hate this, I need to be in the one that gives the tier stacks, right? Terror stacks? I thought that was Dreadnought, but it might not be.
Yeah, you're probably gonna be... You're gonna have like Dread Shadow something. Dread Shadow, maybe Crusade or something?
Bagpipes of Stealths. Turn the use invisible, but only by playing the bagpipes. That's right, ugh. It wasn't Sentinel that had the debuffs in it, right? No.
Crusader had debuffs.
No, the one that like gave everything the stacks of terror.
Dreadnought.
That's what I thought. Is that not the tier 1 power?
It's just
Oh, it's the mantle. Okay.
yeah. And it grows. Different parts are in places.
I feel like hit points seem okay. Melee attack. Rush forward at targeted foe. So there's some damage. Be fortitude or stand. Okay, so dire charge. Do I take dire charge on my debuff bard? I guess so. Get in there, I guess. Ring of Fire Deflection. Glows red to alert its wearer of the presence of fire. Seems strong. What? can't you go pester your mama? She just went to Night.
Nope.
We already did the you know what in the OUTs. While in mantle, your weapons get +1. Yeah, that's a good one. +2 attack by flanking. If you have the tactician feat, double. Yeah, like that seems good. Armor check penalty on this armor is 1. I don't feel like we'd bother with that then, right? What? Unless we want to increase our dodge. Because your maximum dexterity bonus is what's your dodge. So what's my dodge at the moment? 14%, 0, 14 at the moment. Nice. I am one dodgy mother trucker. So what's the maximum dodge you can get like it's an easy like an augment whatever? It's 9 or 10, right? So we're not even maxing that out anyway. Did my epic points
augment?
not come over?
10-ish? I forget.
Yeah. Alright, so yeah, and I have some Reaper points, not a lot, but I have some that we can stick over in there.
Oh, there's the mantle.
Okay, so we're probably not going to square about that. Can I do this now? Okay. Cinnamon Cloud dodge equals listen skill. Yeah, that one's also kind of weird. That seems like gas. I don't think we boost our tactical DCs. I don't think that's something I have to worry about.
Oh, bows.
And we're not power attacking. That's gotta only be while you're doing power attack stuff, right?
The power attack thing? Yeah, I think.
I mean, I don't have power attack, so the fact that it's even letting me take it kind of bothers me. The epic power attack, because I don't think I have power attack. Points. I need to spend 2 more points. It never hurts to have more critical, right? Even when it's not the most important, it's still good. While in Dreadnought, your mantle deals extra damage to helpless. Theoretically, I could be a shouter, but weapon attacks against creatures that are afraid, shaken, or whatever. Get this. Okay, so. I currently have the Shroud, or Shroud? No. Straw Dagger, Strahd. So I feel like I don't need to bother with the Strike with Fear right now, but I could see switching things around. Once I do actually have weapons to switch.
Yeah, it gives you options.
Yeah, if I had weapons to switch around with right now, I would do it, but I don't.
There was.
This is not everybody in the AoE area, no.
That's it, okay.
I guess killing helpless is good.
That's a CC thing.
Man, I'm having a tough time getting to tier 5 in Dreadwatch on Java today. I guess we go ahead and take this Strike with Fear then? Or do I just grab +3 to DCs? An extra boost?
I have to keep this respecking cost down. Honestly, I think respecking cost in general is just a...
Yeah, it's a little high for no reason, right?
Just go away and be fine.
I think what we're gonna do, chat, is I think we're gonna go a couple extra action boosts and a couple extra this. Do we take action hero on this character? It's a kind of random ass thing that we potentially could use, but we're never gonna have enough action boost to make it work.
Hero?
That's the big super action boost. It's like 8 to attack, a bunch of melee power, a bunch of double strike.
Oh, with the epic moment?
Yeah. I think you have to take it, right?
It's quite interesting.
Which means if you have to take it, that means you have to take all the action boosts. 5-minute cooldown, right? Yeah, whatever.
Well, this is interesting. I don't think you go all the way up in Shirati on bow user. I think you go all the way up in Shadow.
I suspect that's not going to work. Plus piercing plus slashing? I think I'm slashing at the moment, right? Well, actually, I'm using a dagger and I'm using a hand axe, so I'm actually piercing in my main hand. Okay. We figured out a way to spend 34 points in Dreadnought, everybody. The only tier 5 we didn't take yet was Lay Waste. I don't think I care. Although we do have some stun DC stuff going on, so maybe we do want this, which means we can probably pull out something. With this, could I get away with not taking dire charge? That seems wrong, doesn't it? Not taking dire charge?
You're probably taking dire charge even on that.
Yeah, it feels like you probably want that. Okay, whatever. Okay, so Fury of the Wild is some melee power, some hit points. Adrenaline.
Oh man,
Quick
how much of
cover.
a dork am I? How much do I want energy drain immunity?
Probably all of it, right? Okay, so if we're gonna do DCs and try to work on the off chance that we can get our Frozen Fury and Spinning Ice up to actually do something, I think that means we have to screw around with the Grandmaster of Flowers and the Stunning DCs. May or may not work. May or may not get any kind of feedback that it did. Wow. Serenity's cool, actually. I know we talked about it, but I guess I didn't realize that you get the unarmed combat style for monks. That's kind of nice, actually. Then we can bypass some alignment or some metal. I probably should figure this out carefully and take something. Okay, question. I know this doesn't have anything to do with what you are doing. That's okay. We're just here experimenting with the thing, trying to figure out what they kind of look like and what maybe people would be interested in. How do you save a UI? So UI has a series of commands. It starts with UI and then space. Layout is always next. Space, where they're going to load or save. And then the name. I was afraid of that. Can you not repeat what I just did? So, like, for example, that with a slash, you've seen me probably type 100 times. Right? That's right there, me doing the loading of my my Samius UI that I use every time that I TR. That gives me back to this L shape or U shape grid that I like. Tobril's giant mess of shit's probably slash Tobril.
It might be.
You know this drifting lotus attack? This big melee with force damage has some real interesting possibilities to it. But it looks like we don't have a real need to go any... Yeah, so when your mantle's on, you get an extra thing of damage. We can't be in two mantles at once, right? So unless Tobril has figured out otherwise.
You're not supposed to. I didn't actually try.
Cheap deflect arrows seems kind of gas. Zen archery feat seems so. Whirling steel strike feat seems good. You can use sickles if they're key weapons. Okay, I don't know why that ever matters. Deflect arrows is kind of good. What? Talk to me, dog. Use your word skills. Ooh, looks like somebody's in Shadow Dancer.
Yeah, I think going up Shadow all the way up. Now I'm trying to figure out what my third thing is going to be. I have 4 points.
Okay, so have we basically confirmed that the Epic Strike does not have anything to do with the Epic Moment or Epic Stance or whatever you're in? It's just a special category of attacks?
That does not seem to.
So we can have as many Epic Strikes as we want, it seems like?
I think so.
I feel like the Dark Imbuement might be pretty gas. Like on a fast sneak attacker. And to do that, we're giving up Meld. 10 uncapped dodge for 6 seconds. And how high did we decide that Meld could go?
If you crank Meld way up, 15. Oh, speaking of, I need to.
Because it
actually
always
put
just
that-
says 10, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to find. There's meld.
Yeah, I guess if you're going to be in there, you might as well have meld going, right? Okay, offhand, excuse me. Offhand percent chance cannot exceed 100%. So right now we're at 80. Grim precision's basically gas. Oh! 6 more double strike or bypass, fortification bypass. God, fortification bypass has got to be the answer, right? It's got to be better than some more double strike.
Well, double strike beats almost everything. What are you comparing it to?
Enemy fortification bypass.
No, double strike beats everything.
Okay. Well, there you go. I have made a disaster of my epic destinies. Dire charge. That's our thingy. Those are good.
Let's grab something.
Got our new meld on. Okay.
Oh, that does work.
No more wasting time. This calls for battle.
Chat, what the fuck was that? Legendary Rally. Okay. Okay, chat, hang on. Alright, Tobril, are you like half watching here?
I am not. Oh, you got a church?
Well, I was actually firing off this legendary rally, and it like killed everything to start with, and now it doesn't seem like it's gonna auto kill everything. It looks like it's just gonna do a bunch of damage and then be done. So maybe I just like weird critted. Just seeing my melee power is at the moment. 120.
That one looks tasty.
Alright. Are people... No, no one's doing anything. Are you
I'm getting
kidding?
close. I'm about to make a monster. Don't tell him I took fortification. Alright. Probably take the spot instead. Spot search. Spot list intimidate. That's most important. Assassinate DCs don't matter. We refeed to get the sneak attack, so let's plan on this. You basically use meld on cooldown now.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, the action hero thing is still way too long, right? Like that's
Oh,
just
the big boost? The big
yeah,
boost?
that's just like the 5-minute cooldown is just way too long.
Yeah, it is.
Huh. Interesting. Okay, so I got something going on that's hurting everything. Oh, it's the tear or whatever, right? Like these are the stacks.
Yeah. It's probably not doing a whole lot, is it?
No. It's like 30 points of damage or whatever.
That's just like attracting things' attention, basically.
Yeah, and that's with like 10 stacks. Which is fine for me, but I don't think that's true for everybody here.
That's what I think, but we changed our build and it doesn't matter.
Oh, seems okay. I feel like maybe our damage is down compared to before. But it's a little bit hard to tell because I mostly spend all of my time in raids now, right? So
Yeah.
I'm spending all my time, like, time actually killing monsters are, like, they're debuffed. They're 10,000, you know what I mean? Like, they're taking just this massive pile of damage as opposed to, like, there's not time for things to pile on there, etc.
Alright, I've done something really screw loose.
Yeah?
As a experiment, you able to take damage?
I'm sorry, what?
Are you able to take damage? Oh, renewal has been nerfed. Its cooldown sucks now.
Well, I haven't, like, damaged off, but, like, you mean do I have some way to take damage?
Yeah.
I don't think so. Like, I don't carry around 2 green steel items.
Why
or
can't you
anything
get
like
your
that.
ass beat? You should learn how to just randomly get beat up.
No, I'm a monster.
Alright, I have taken a real screwloose set of abilities that will hurt some people's heads.
Yeah?
Now, eventually I would also need to change my thing up a little bit to take the new tree. So I'm kind of accounting for that too, but for the moment I'm not worrying about it. The new archer tree.
Mm-hmm.
So I went tier 5 shadow to get the crit multiplier thing.
I'm
Because I think there's going to be more...
I'm gonna pull your stream up. And
Okay.
stand over here.
I think there's going to be more DPS on the shadow stuff. Plus all the shadow stuff is synergistic anyhow.
Mm-hmm.
And you could slice this a few different ways. I also took some things that were more to my personal liking that other people might not necessarily do. I'm experimenting. I think there's some different routes you could go for like your last dip, and what I did was not optimal by any means, but I think will work nicely for me. I got renewal and this crazy shield thing from Sentinel. This guard up gives you a hit point shield equal to 300% of your melee power. So it's actually a 300 some temporary hit points.
Every 4 seconds?
Unfortunately every 15 seconds. But I mean...
Still good, right? like hit points.
Yeah,
and
there's
Reaper
other
they don't
things
have
that
to
could
worry
be
about.
better. Like maybe cruising into some of the other. Cause like that, I think there was some other.
So
options
you
that were
decided
good.
that the 6 points were best spent in Unyoung Sentinel, so you'd have access to renewal.
I went for renewal because my renewal can hit me relatively hard. This isn't necessarily what I would totally land on. This is my thoughts for like a weird solo thing.
Well, I mean, at least to get you started, right? So, pop some of that stuff off. Let's see what some damage looks like. I know this is just like junk kobolds or whatever, but should be able to figure out how to kill something.
Alright, so I have this pin thing. That was really low.
That seems good.
But you get to use it more often. Okay. So that's really low, but you get it twice as often. So okay, all right. Let's go. Let's go find these guys.
Bigger kobolds.
Yeah.
All right, chat. He's gone over to one of the DPS cast kobolds.
Oh, let's get our. Let's get a drink. And when I get a drink, that haste boost will be off cooldown.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Probably. It's probably off cooldown now.
Nope. Now it is.
It didn't matter because it wasn't back yet.
July's.
Ooh. I'm building a small fortress of Coke Zeros. Alright. So I have 3. Oh, I guess I don't have quite as many yet. I don't like the fact there's so many of these identical icons. I hope they kind of adjust that. Shirati had like 8 like icons all the way to the edge of the screen.
Alright, everybody. Tobril's lining up.
Is there anything I need to do? Like you'd have like that thing rolling. Oh, hey, you'd probably hit all your moves too, huh? And really, I should be doing a boss kobold because this guy can be goofed up.
That was a good hunt to end, at least.
Did it even go off? There we go. I'm losing a lot of arrows. This is really laggy.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like that guy died as quick as he should have. Alright,
They
so
have a
hang
lot
on a
of-
second.
Mhm.
Yeah, do a different one, like a boss kobold or something. I'm just curious, like, how much of a difference my DPS makes, I guess, or my debuffs make in the overall time. I feel like it should be significantly more than it looks like. Some nice good ticks in there, again with the Hunt's End. The damage still feels a little lower than I thought you were getting. Another nice big crit.
Oh, I have other things that can be hitting too. Oh, this actually does damage. 33.9? Not the worst.
Okay. Give me
Dizzying range? Yeah, I'll give it a shot.
a minute here.
Give it a shot.
Alright, tear it up whenever you want.
How many other things do you have?
I'm getting closer. I still need some more time. Like, I can't do the dust yet because I need one more shroud.
Oh, yeah.
I was feeling
So with
pretty
that
bad.
auto vulnerable, I think you end up with doing the dull dagger and the dust offhand.
Yeah, I haven't committed to that yet.
I mean, it is a little bit of work.
Alright, so how much quicker did that feel, Chad? I feel a whole
33.
lot better
Oh.
over here, like time-wise.
Yeah, when you get like the dust rolling, that's really the biggest thing. And then there's also like filigree work. It's a lot.
I've got a little bit of that going, but it's going to take time for some of that stuff.
Yeah. Not bad. Quick. I've been playing another game. DDO has just been. I mean, it's DDO.
It's in a weird
You can
spot
only take
right
so
now.
much laggy play at a time before you have to do something that's better. But yeah, we're trying out some Destiny things. Trying out some different configurations.
You know, Talgon, I actually just realized that I may have made a mistake and not finished reading all of your thing. So, to do the layout command, instead of load, you do save. Just to be clear. So you save, in this case, if you were to use that command, you would do UI layout save Samius, and then once it's saved, you'd be able to load it. I don't know. It feels okay. A lot of the Destiny stuff is not working yet. I feel like we need to see how the fate points and the twists are kind of set up.
Yeah, that's tricky.
I feel like they need to make some pretty significant UI changes to things like lining things up in categories or columns or whatever you want to look at. Some of the things have taken some big hits, right? Meld 10
Yeah,
or
Meld is
more.
dead. The Meld we knew is dead.
Yeah, that's a big hit, right?
Yeah, the Meld we knew is dead. Oh man, moving. Oof. Moving plus all the other stuff. Yeah, it's rough. Yeah, I think melee is going to be harder because you have really good things in Dread. You have really good things like Shadows is like I think a no-brainer secondary.
It might
And
even
then-
just be a main for most people.
Possibly. Any melee you're gonna do significant fury investment, regardless of weapon type. There's that off melee we discussed where Crusader's really good.
That is true.
But that's kind of more like your solo or static, and you're someone's assigned to that, and that could just be something you spec into as well. Something that is quite frustrating, or is going to be frustrating, the current Destiny system. If you switch destinies, everything's like applied, and the worst thing you have to do is like change things on your hotbar, which also sucks. But like with this, it's like, oh hey, could you run Crusader for this one? Because some builds are more amenable to running like a different main destiny. Here you have to change all your stuff, like a full enhancement respec basically.
Well, and that's just it, right? Like, if you're going to be like this, you need to be able to set up build versions. Like, I need to be able to say, okay, load this one, load that one.
Yeah, like specs would be great, and if they do specs with this, it would really be nice if they could then do specs with enhancements. I feel like it'd be easier to start the spec journey with the destinies. That's the one that's probably the easier one, and well, I almost said something, but I don't think that statement's going to be correct. Because I don't think that's coding for the greatest like spread. I think the number of people that change specs and do so often is very low compared to like the average population.
True, but I feel like there's a lot of times that there's going to be a lot bigger need now, I think, for like rating versus not rating mode. Like, it looks to me like it's going to be a little bit wider of a gap. Because there are some things that just aren't necessary, I don't think.
As far as...
Well, again, like the Dread Mantle type stuff doesn't necessarily feel good, I think, in questing.
Oh, yeah. You're
Um,
saying would be amazing, just swap points? Yeah, just click a button.
yeah, you have two modes, like, even if it's just two, right? A and B, right?
Yeah.
Here's how I want to spend my points for A, here's how I want to spend my points for B. Bam. And then you quick swap back and forth between them for purposes of, like, raid mode, not raid mode. Ranged mode, not ranged mode. And this is stuff that you don't necessarily change. I don't know how many people switch that. Probably not very many. Most people, I think, it's going to be, like, between raid mode and not raid mode. Maybe you have, like, a high Reaper mode and, like, a for fun mode, maybe, that you... But it doesn't matter. However you do A and B.
Yeah, that's the thing, too, like... Change your, like, self-healing option? Like, I don't know how much of that there is.
I don't know. I haven't seen, like, a ton of stuff for, like, increasing amp or anything. But,
like, you make adjustments in Reaper play, like, anything you would use to heal yourself, you don't care about.
Right, so, like, maybe you need 4 different save categories. Like, I spent my points like this, A, B, C, and D.
Yeah.
And you can load between A, B, C, and D in a public instance by switching, like, by clicking a button or whatever.
Yeah.
Go to preset this one. Boop. Please confirm that you want to change to this. Yeah, here's your gold. Hey, Thoughtcar, what's up, buddy?
Oh, camera died. Oh well. Depends on what you play. Some mid-game players would likely want to swap more. Yeah, it would be interesting to have metrics to know how common that is for people actually changing it up.
Well, so, like, I'm just kind of looking at how I feel like it would look for the hardcore server, right? For example, I feel like you're going to make a lot of switches.
Oh, you're going to change on the way up, yeah.
Yeah, there's like a ton of things. And it's going to change from quest to quest.
Also.
Sure. But, like...
But I don't think you need a hot button for that because you're making, like, a change here, then a change there, then a change there.
Sure, but
versus
I feel like...
okay, it's raid day, click my button. It's quest day,
right. However, there are, like, a lot of changes, I think, depending on what content you're going to be doing and what role you might be doing. Like, there's days where you might be more of the tanky type mode where you're leveling up, and days that you're going to be, like, fucking around with. Right? Like, all this gathering enemy type stuff is a whole lot better on your junk melee when you're going to spend the day leveling up in an explorer zone. Right? But, like, if you had 4 different options and all you did with them is leave them exactly the same, except change around your requirements for your energy sheath or whatever, like, there's a possibility that's a thing even that you would use. Yeah, right now it's just plat gated, which seems fine.
I think that idea is old-fashioned. They should just do away with that.
I don't mind there being a little bit of a plat cost as long as it's minute. It doesn't need to be there. It doesn't do anything.
Yeah, but okay. So here's the thing. What's more fun, and who benefits the most from this, and who is harmed by this? So having like when Reaper trees got to where like you literally could not change them because you couldn't carry enough gold to do it, like that was dumb.
So I feel like, again, as long as the cost is very minute and it's just kind of like a...
Then why have it? Why does it matter?
Mostly
if
just
the cost
because
is minute, then it doesn't matter. So then you just remove it.
Well, I agree that there's an opportunity it could just be removed or whatever, but I feel like it's just...
There's no point.
It's kind of like that absolutely minor barrier to entry to make sure that you're sure that you want to do it.
Just let people change it.
it would also be totally fine with me.
Because all it is a tax on the poor. That's a tax on new players. The people who are in most need of being able
Which
to make
is
those
why it has
adjustments.
the biggest effective value cost for them.
So,
Where a lot
so
of
I
us,
would
we just
say,
change all the time and we don't have any value care because we are flooded.
like, it doesn't matter for us, and we're more able to make those decisions. The people that are in greatest need are hurt the most. So it doesn't. It just. I don't see a world where it makes any sense.
Yeah, I mean,
There's no
I
lore
don't.
reason.
I'm just saying I don't hate it. I'm not saying that it couldn't go away.
There's just like no reason to have it. They could just do away with it, and you won't have to worry about it. And then that's one less thing that they have to code and maintain, and they can look at other stuff.
Hey, pull up your Epic Destiny tree for a second.
Okay, well, let me start the microwave because I'm hungry because we've been going at this a while.
Yeah, I'm hungry too. I was actually debating on wrapping here in a minute. Even though I still feel like I spent 5 hours today not streaming, working it, trying to get DDO to play.
Oh, you were on my stream, growing my stream. That's more important.
I was trying to do both of those things.
All right, pull up the ED.
Yeah.
This is a very hot take, and I also goofed up. I don't have an epic moment. So
I don't
whoops.
care. Okay.
This
So it
is a
must
super
be
hot
something
take for
to do
personal
with.
survivability.
It has something to do with my UI skin. Okay. So you may notice, or may not, those of you watching my stream, that there's a gap right here in the UI bar, so I can like read through. I was just wondering if it was me or if it was everybody.
Oh,
If
is it
it's-
goofed up because of the skin?
Yeah, I think it's the skin.
Oh, it thinks this is like the Reaper trees or the enhancement trees or something.
Yeah, it's just using the wrong skin. So,
Yeah, enhancement trees?
well, they probably have not given people the ability to even skin that area. So,
Yeah.
just kind of faking it most
I would
likely.
guess Reaper? Maybe? No.
Oh,
Maybe
you'd
the
like to
enhancement
come and
trees.
talk in the? You can come talk for a little bit, Thakar, as long as you keep it appropriate. What's up? I just didn't realize you wanted to get in the voice chat.
Well, thank you for your stream, bro.
Well, just eat a pile of dicks too, mate. No, it was.
Yeah.
It's so aggravating. Like I said, spending all day trying to get that to work just really was aggravating.
Yeah, it's not great.
Okay, so I'm just gonna stand here and let this terror or whatever it's called stack it for a minute. I'm curious
Oh, this
what
little
it's gonna
cool?
get to at the end here.
You just have to stand next to him, huh?
Mm-hmm. And the radius is pretty good, I think.
So I think it's 15 stacks? Yeah. Of course, test everything. Right, did it quick.
Have a good one, quick. Not they ever came over and said hi to me or gave me any kind of love.
Oh, you said hi.
Monster.
Yeah, this terror thing is going to be really good. Not for raiding. Not for, again, for questing. Because, so when monsters lose melee power, they lose a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Like however they're built behind the scenes, I think they just have like a bunch of that stacked up.
So this is why I wanted to look. So at my current melee power, which is 120, which is not very much, right? But I feel like it's pretty good for
It sounds pretty low.
like what I've been doing though. It seems fine. But anyway, that all stacked up with the 15 things on them, they're doing about 50 to 60 points of damage a tick.
Okay, so
And that's after letting it sit there for 15, like getting to 15 stacks.
yeah, the damage component's really.
Yeah, that's bad.
They could really just take that out, or they take it out, make it bigger or something. Because it's just going to be more stuff to calculate while things are already laggy. So if it's going to be such small numbers, just remove
Agreed.
It's too bad because it really does sound fun. Like having this extra damage kind of tick in to do stuff.
Oh, it does. And just think about a really laggy part of the game where there's lots of monsters and like more things happening.
Yeah. Well, I will say though, I managed to pick up a little bit more PRR. Like I think I was at 150 before, now I'm 177, which is not a huge jump, but that's a big jump for what's going on.
Yeah, I lost a bunch of MRR. I'm not quite sure.
Again, it's not super high. It's Dread, which is a tier 3. So Dread Mantle and then Dread. So you're talking 12 points in the tree. And again, you're also picking up 15 PRR when you do that. Yeah, I know.
So the biggest crux, the biggest challenge with the debuffer is making sure it stays alive. Because it is such a difference.
I know. I for sure see the difference. Like, we were doing some raid the other day, and I died. Like, to a random, like, Meld wore off, and I got critted by a Warthon or something, right? And I was the only one dead. And I watched them beat on the boss for my whole death timer. It felt like it never even moved. But then I got raised, rebuffed, and I got everything debuffed and started going again. And the boss just, like, fell like a rock. So, like, it definitely is big, big difference. For sure, if you can stay alive. And I am battling a little bit of that because I'm a little bit low on hit points. I'm at just about 2,000 right now, which is a little bit on the low side.
A lot of the debuffers tend to be light, just because it's kind of a feel bad to take your main with all your stuff and make it a debuffer. It's like, I'm ready to do the most everything, and like, oh, you're a support. No, fuck. So it's like a secondary character, but then like your secondary character is like a caster or a tank or something to help fill roles, and then like eventually like, oh, maybe I should make a debuffer. So a lot of people's debuffers are not great.
If you can AoE salt, that'll buy you some time.
Yeah, that's not the kind of stuff I'm going to be able to work in for quite a while.
Because you haven't done a bunch of legendary shrouds.
Yeah, well that, and I just don't have that kind, like, I guess, glitter dust sometimes takes dust. But otherwise my AoE is greater shouting people.
Nah, you need to be applying it through melee.
I'm gonna say that's
It's gonna
not
be too slow
really
to
the thing I'm gonna be
apply
doing.
these spells.
I'm mostly going to be just the whacking things. So like, that's just stuff I'm gonna have to rotate through. I don't know, the debuff stuff's gonna take a while. I felt like it was a class that needed some love in our server or a build. And when Beef was like, yeah, you'd probably like this, I was like, okay. I felt like it couldn't need that much gear to do stuff on, and it's okay. Like I need to do a shroud or two to get one or two parts for my dust dagger, and that'll about be ready to go.
Yeah, dust would be better.
And then start to figure out like my couple of slots that are free, like my bracer slots, and if I decide to no longer do 4-piece snow, although it looks like they're doing 10% hit points over here on Llama Land, folks. So whether that's
It's on live too.
On the previews, do you guys think that they broke any legendary shroud craftings?
I have no idea. I've not noticed any shroud thing so far. What if the slow and stuff fires off with the with that terror debuff stuff? With the dread? If those things fired off, the green steel?
It would... probably will not, but it is theoretically possible.
Okay. Because it's not a spell. Or an attack.
Yeah, and not every spell... Like, not every spell, not every aura triggers different shroud things. So, there's some weird exceptions. Especially in the aura type stuff.
Fair, I suppose.
Like, for instance, that Blood Rage thing, I can't cast Haste as a caster to trigger the extra 1,000 hit points, no matter what I do. The filigree thing.
I think it was the new Fury thing that has a cast while raged.
Yeah, there's a cast while raged and something. Thought it was in the druid thing though, to be honest.
It might be. I thought it was in Fury. It might be in druid.
Yeah, who knows. Overall though, so far I think if they were working, I would be happy to try them. I know that we talked about maybe doing something, but maybe that should wait till tomorrow. Again, for those of you who don't know, I spent the last like 4 days battling a pretty nasty migraine, and I'm very wiped. So I'm actually very interested in getting something to eat and going to bed. What's your big plans there, Tobril? You obviously are not chained to me. You can do what you like.
Well, while you think about it, I got my grandma back home from the hospital.
Good.
Yeah.
She feeling better?
Yeah, I just gotta keep her on some oxygen now.
Wow. Alright, Tobril, are you muted or are you away from the computer? Both?
Can you hear me?
I can now.
Alright, my Stream Deck went absolutely ballistic and locked up my entire computer.
Oh, sometimes Stream Deck can be weird.
I've never seen it do that.
I
It just
think...
started acting like it got discovered and undiscovered 60 times.
Huh. I have had mine, like... I had to restart the whole computer to be able to get this stupid thing to work. Like, it just goes completely ham.
DDR is locked completely up now.
Yeah, that's fine. I think I'm gonna wrap up anyhow. What were you thinking?
To figure something out because I can't do anything.
Yeah. Alright, everybody. Well, I'm going to call it an evening. Depending on kind of feedback right before I start the stream, either I'll come back over here and play around on the Lamania now that it's updated. Maybe we'll work with it a little bit more in the future. Or we'll just get on Samius in the morning. It's really going to depend on how I feel. The doctor wants me to go back in the morning. I'm supposed to go back in on Wednesday anyway. So, like, I don't know if I told you guys. I know I told Tobril, and I mentioned it when we got on, but we got over to the doctor's office, got adjusted, and the car died. The car battery had kaput. So I had to walk over to get the truck, to jump the car, so we could get over to AutoZone to get a new battery bought and put in. So, like, that was part of what took up our time today. So I still don't feel like I've got the opportunity to, like, unwind and let the knots kind of work out. That's been a problem this week. So I think I'm going to peace out. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Again, I'll jump onto the Discord right before we go live, and probably also my Twitter, and see if people want to see more of this or see more over on live. But tomorrow afternoon, I think they're opening up for everybody, right?
I believe so.
I think so.
Yep.
Sometime tomorrow it'll be open for the general public. So if you're interested in checking this stuff out on your own, tomorrow, of course, is the day to do that. Alright, Tobril, were you going to keep your stream running and I should raid you, or are you done?
No, don't raid me. I'm going to just restart my computer because I'm seriously locked up.
Okay. All right, everybody. With that, I'm going to get out of here then. Again, thanks very much for spending a little time with us. I appreciate it. Everyone who subscribed today, which I think is just Billy and Nathan. Thanks, guys. I appreciate the support as always. And don't forget, if you're looking for a good opportunity to support the stream, but you don't always have the most opportunity to do so financially or whatever, it is September, so it's like 20% cheaper or whatever. And the streamers are not getting gypped, just Bezos is getting gypped. So consider hitting that support button. All right, buddy. Peace. Much love. I'm out of here. You have a good night.
Bye
Doodles.
bye.